Okay, cool. So I just wanted to address a couple things here. Just Aspen, right?
Yep.
You said you've been single for 6 years.
Yeah.
What did you tell me in your Instagram message? You said that nobody's caught your eye. Was that it?
Yeah, there's been
Closer to the mic, please.
There's been one person in probably close to 6 years that I thought there would be like a chance with.
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there hasn't been any guys approaching me. There's been nobody that I felt like was really trying to be in a relationship with me. I'm not on the dating apps. I don't want to be on the dating apps. I have been on them before, but they were just depressing and I hated it. And then somebody reached out to me and I talked to him for a little bit and then he said to me, I can't find anything wrong with you. That's what he said to me. I can't find anything wrong with you. And then he didn't want to hold me back type of thing. That was the one guy in the 6 years that I actually like had feelings for. And so here I am.
How many, do you guys went on dates or?
Yeah, we hung out.
What's the period of time that you guys spent together?
Probably like 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a somewhat decent amount of time.
Yeah, it's longer than some people's relationships. And it wasn't.
But it wasn't a relationship.
It was never like official, but it was like we were talking consistently and I enjoyed it. And it was like, I was like growing feelings for this guy. And then actually what happened was he went out of town and I took his mom out to lunch. And I was like, I'm going to have your mom tell me everything about you that you haven't told me. And then that was like too much for him because he was in a relationship for like a long time. And anyways, that's like that kind of, I think it was moving too fast for him. And so that's
But okay, so you've been single basically for 6 years. You say nobody's caught your eye. So there's been no men that have showed interest in you, or just of the men that have shown interest in you?
I don't get messages from people. I've had a few guys.
Nothing in person?
Well, I work in the ER, and so there's
meth heads just like trying to hit on you while they're getting resuscitated?
Yeah, that happens.
That's okay.
Yeah, old guys, whatever, like they make comments and whatever. But
Doctors,
I'm there to do my job.
Paramedics?
Nope.
Nothing?
Not one firefighter, not one paramedic.
On that,
there was
actually.
No, I'm serious.
If you were attracted to him, you would give him your number at work.
If I was attracted to him?
Yeah,
I would.
Yeah,
but they didn't ask. They didn't follow me on Instagram.
You said you were there for your job, but if the right guy came in, you'd give him your number, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
okay.
definitely.
I'm
just waiting for that to happen.
So going forward, how do you want to like meet a guy? Like, do you want to meet him by like complete accident? Like,
I don't care how it is. Every time I go on the dating apps, I'll spend like 3 days on it, match with people, which it's hard for me to swipe right on somebody. But I don't think that they're serious. I don't, at least the guys that I match with aren't serious.
So what do you see like in a guy? Like, what do you want?
What do I want in a guy? All right, guys, let's talk about this.
I love how the girl with the 4-month ever relationship is going to fix it for you.
Thank you. Thanks for trying. Thanks for trying.
No, please like, do. I'm enjoying it.
A lot of people have types, and a lot of things like work for other people, and it don't work for other people.
No, for sure. Run it.
He has to love The Office. It's like a priority for me. I love God.
Wait.
What?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
The Office, like
the first thing you mentioned.
I'm kidding.
Oh, girl, I thought you were about Your Office.
No,
you talking about the show The Office.
Yeah, duh.
I was confused.
Why would I want him to love The Office?
Okay.
I want him to love The Office, Michael Scott.
Yeah. I mean, if
Anyways.
he doesn't, he's a psychopath, obviously. So,
Yes,
yeah, that
thank
makes
you.
sense.
So
yeah,
I have
for
some
sure.
people that agree with me.
I have to
That's
piss.
like a.
I have
Oh,
to piss.
she needs to.
I have to pee.
What?
No, sorry.
Wait.
What else?
You can get up and go.
What else does he have to have? What's the criteria?
No, I just said
For
I have
me?
to pee.
Yeah.
The criteria. I need somebody that loves God and takes that seriously, and that's really
Like,
okay. And then
like how? Like going to church every day, like every
well,
Sunday.
for me, it's not about church. It's about like a spiritual connection that he has with God.
A relationship.
That's what it is for me. A relationship with God, and
Doesn't matter what religion. If he's Hindu and you're Catholic.
yeah, he
that's
needs to
good.
love the Bible.
Oh, okay,
The
so
word
we
of
gotta
God.
specify.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah. That's what I want. And
Can't be a Buddhist.
no,
Hindu. No.
no.
I see.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I want.
Are you waiting until marriage?
I am now.
Huh?
She is now.
I am
She's
now.
reformed.
To have sex.
Yeah, I don't want to have any kind of sexual relationship with anybody before my marriage.
Okay. But you have had sex before, because you said you are
Yes.
now. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that's going to make it harder to find someone who's willing to wait?
No.
What is it about now?
Do I
that's
think
changed
someone
things where-
that is willing to wait? Well, I think
Well,
that's going to help me weed people out.
Well, I mean,
Clearly, it's working.
Oh, so I should go sleep around?
No, I'm
No.
not saying you should. I'm just
Okay.
saying that's going to definitely filter out.
Yeah, and that's something that I take seriously, and I think that it has filtered a lot of people out. Like, that's not a boundary that.
Why are you doing
you
it
tell them that
now
on
and
the
you weren't
first date?
before?
No,
You don't tell them on the first date that you're not
no,
going to.
I wouldn't even. Naturally, God comes up in conversations that I have because it's such a personal part of my life, but it's never like, "Are you a Christian? Do you love
not
God?"
your religious conviction. The fact that you will not be partaking in sexual
No,
intercourse, no matter how well the date
no,
goes.
I don't start off with that.
But at what point do you inform the guy that that's the case?
Maybe like the second or
Second date?
third, like yeah,
Michael,
probably around
yeah.
then.
Do you really believe her?
I'm Your Honor.
You think I'm lying?
Counselor, I'm just trying to.
No,
think
find
I'm
out.
I don't
lying?
know. I don't think you're
Thank you.
actively lying. I think that if he sat in front of you and you like really had strong feelings for him, you would do it for sure. Yeah, I
Sleep with
do.
him?
Yeah, you would. Especially because it's going to take that kind of dude for you to want to marry him anyway. Like, he's going to be bad boy. He's not going to be like some punk that's like, oh, yeah, let's read the Bible.
Well, then again, like,
Well,
it's not
when he
like
comes.
just.
Yeah,
if you
exactly,
can do
exactly.
Right, you
We'll
know,
cross
like,
the bridge when it comes.
Yeah, you'll cross it hard. What's that?
Do you want to find out the hard way, or you want to find out?
Yeah,
like,
she does.
Before marriage,
Find
She
out
does.
what?
like if
Bro, I love the church
he's really
girls,
good
bro.
in bed.
What?
If what?
If he's good
really
in bed,
good in
that's
bed,
what she's
like-
asking.
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
You're not worried about that?
No, I'm not worried about that.
Why the fuck would someone be worried about whether or not someone's good in bed? That doesn't really. Like you should judge people based on the content of their character, not whether or not their dick works.
Oh, it's right here.
I'm not saying it's just.
Well,
if
Is
they're
that
good
something-
in bed,
Is that something
but
that you take like really seriously? Like they have to be good in bed, and like it has to be the first time. If he's not good in bed the first night, then you're just gonna.
Hold on just a sec.
Mike Davis donated $200.
There we go.
Michael Sartain is the type of dude to steal your watch and help you look for it. It's not his girl, it's a seeking arrangements paid actor. Great to see Waller, one of the brightest, based minds walking the planet. Send regards to Tate for me.
Yo, Mike Davis, thank you for the big $200 donation, man. Thank you so much. By the way, if anybody's curious, Eric, could you swap the angle? This is Mike Davis here.
Oh, you're showing a picture.
We have, he's like one of our longtime supporters, so we have a photo of him in the studio. That's him in his Burger King outfit. He owns like 300 Burger Kings on the East Coast. So thank you for tuning in
incredible.
tonight.
And-
Michael, do you have a response to?
Oh no, Kylie, babe, you're a paid actor. Did you know that? We're not in a relationship. None of this is real.
Wow.
I guess it must be difficult for him
Where's
to deal
my
with that.
money? I need, where is it, man?
Where's a
That's so
paycheck?
funny.
I'll
That's
be
hilarious.
sure to tell Tate hello, and I still have my watch so far. So.
Yeah, still have it.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Actually, I just wrote Tate right before this. We started the show, so yeah, we'll say what's up to him for
Damn,
Mike,
where's my
and I'll
watch?
stop by Burger King for you.
Wait a minute.
300 Burger Kings, that's bad boy, though. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Low key, can I have a crown? Can you ask him for a crown? I'm gonna be flying soon. I want the Burger King crown.
Isn't there
I
like
can-
300 Burger Kings being shut down though, like around the U.S.? Or no? I think so, right?
No, I just, specifically the Burger King crown. I'm gonna be going on a flight soon.
So are you looking for guys at Bible study, or are you still looking for them on Tinder? Because you mentioned Tinder just a little while ago.
I was on Tinder, and I'm looking for him anywhere. He can show up anywhere. Like when I would spend the time on
Tinder's
Tinder,
where you default to, or
when I'm sad. I'm like,
okay.
man, like nothing's happening, and so I go on there, create my little profile, you know, get a little attention, and then I'm like, this is not how it's gonna happen.
Have you
Like,
tried-
it's
The worst
not gonna be on
afterwards.
Tinder.
Good
It's not gonna be on
Yourself
Tinder.
out there, though?
Have you?
Like,
Yeah,
besides,
yeah, like-
besides the apps, like have you ever like walked up to somebody and been like, hey, like I think you're cute, like this and this and that. Like have you ever tried that, or do you? are you
I
afraid of
think that I'm just naturally friendly and outgoing. I'm not gonna go up and say like, hey. I would say, hey, we should hang out sometime, but I would never say, here's my number. You should
No, not
call
like
me."
that.
So you're
more
not
as
a
a-
direct person, so you're an indirect person.
Sure. You have a question?
Yeah, I do. Okay, I was in the bathroom for this, so maybe I'm wrong, but maybe instead of Tinder, you said like
Into the mic.
Yeah,
into the mic.
Christianity is
Oh,
something.
Christian mingle? Yeah, I'm not doing
No.
that.
Christianity is something you value.
Why would you not do Christian mingle?
Because
That
that's
would
where
be-
the fucking
you
nerds
think that I should
are.
do that? You think that I
Well,
should?
I'm just curious. No, I'm just curious.
Bro.
What is your rationale? He's not wrong, but I'm curious. What is
Okay,
your rationale?
so, oh gosh, man, this is gonna.
Like, do you not see the corner you've painted yourself into?
I painted myself in a corner. Good, this is good. Let's help me.
Okay, look. Okay,
Dude, no, but he's
We're helping you. We're here
right.
to help.
So why would you not choose Christian mingle? I'm just curious.
I think so. My brother actually got married to his wife on Tinder, and I have friends. I know other people that have like had success on Tinder. A lot of girls I know like really like Hinge and Bumble. I know they don't really like Bumble.
Okay, listen. Okay, sorry. My bad. So I was in the bathroom, but instead of going on Tinder, why don't you just, if Christianity is something you value, why don't you just go to a church, find a good man in the South? I don't know. Go to a church to find someone that you'll like.
Justin?
I don't know.
Or
Okay, I don't know how to.
I feel
you
like
can
for
focus
this,
on yourself.
No, I feel like for this, like she wants somebody who's also gonna like kind of match her in like other areas as well. So she doesn't want somebody like it's just like, oh, Christianity,
Right,
like
but
all
it's
the time. But she also wants somebody to like match her with like the other things that she does as well. Like what else do you like to do?
Well,
For example,
no,
like-
listen, right, but it's been 6 years. I don't think she can be that
Stuck,
picky at this
single
point.
forever.
You know?
27,
What do you
right?
mean by that?
27.
Well,
I know.
it's been
I'm running
6
out of
years.
time.
Yeah, you're just getting into the
Well,
epiphany
no, I think
phase,
she
that's
should
why.
put her foot in the door or whatever and then experiment
She
maybe with
is.
people depending on what she likes.
She's going to do things the right way,
She
right?
doesn't need to do
Gonna
anything.
get
She
right
doesn't
with
Yeah,
need to do any of that.
yeah.
It's
She doesn't
my
need to do
suggestion.
any of
What's
Okay,
what's
so-
changed? What's changed
Let's
between the
talk about-
time you were
let's
like
talk about
23 and like 27 now? Like,
Okay,
why is
so
it? Why
I
is
was
this
in-
now a sudden change for you?
Well, I've been single for so long, and I'm like,
How long is long?
I was probably 21 or 22
Oh,
when
that
I
was the
when I
last-
broke up, when the like things ended. I went to nursing school, and then
Have there been guys between then and now?
there's been one that I had.
Well, like
feelings
relationship wise, but like I mean, like
People reaching out
one
to me?
night stands, anything like
No.
that? No,
for. No,
even all that time on
You've
Tinder.
never done one night stands.
no. I've never done a one night stand. I would never do that
Good.
ever.
Have you tried
so,
Christian
so
mingle?
What, so why do you think?
No,
Okay,
no,
he wanted to ask
Yeah,
me.
we
He wanted
covered
to ask
that.
me
Oh,
about
you
that.
guys covered that one.
I haven't done.
Yes,
I
we
haven't
got
done
there.
Christian mingle because I.
Farmers only?
No, should I try that?
It's worth a shot
I'm
at
just
this
kidding.
point.
I don't
Hey,
want
we're-
like first off I don't really.
One sec.
Oh.
We're giving you two seat boosters just because to bump you up a little bit. Here, just pass it to her if you can.
Ew. Me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you need a phone. You need
You're
a phone
too
book.
short,
Bro, what the fuck you mean? I'm 6'5".
clearly.
It still looks like she's sitting down.
There we go. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Christian
well, no,
mingle.
I'm sort of melting into the seat, man.
So are we trying to fix this problem for you?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, cool. You don't know what the fuck you
okay,
want.
okay.
So let's
Oh,
start right
okay,
there.
all right,
You
let's-
clearly don't know what you want. You're not going to know until it slaps you in the face. I
That's
think
good,
that you
that can
should
happen.
date guys and run around telling them you're not going to sleep with them. It's probably not going to help. But
Okay.
because I do agree with her that sex is going to matter to you. You say it doesn't matter, but like on
No,
your
I
wedding
didn't
night,
say it
if
didn't
it's-
matter to me.
Yeah, I'm well.
No, you
No,
looked me in the
no,
eyes
she-
and you told
And I
me
said
Right.
it
that
didn't
I
matter.
said
She
if,
said that why would anybody would not matter. She said
Yeah, it
it.
matters.
then
I
why do
think
you
that that's
it does
really
not
I think that
matter?
that's really important.
Why am I being wrong? What?
Jesus Christ.
Why do you think that's why it doesn't matter?
I don't even know what the fuck I said 30 seconds ago,
Speak in
honestly.
the mic.
You said,
Okay, what did I say? What did I say?
You said that sex doesn't matter because
Okay,
you're
you-
gonna judge based on character.
You
and
should
not that.
you should judge based on character. Like,
Closer to
what
the mic.
makes you say that you're good at sex?
Okay,
You know?
but
Well,
just
my thing
'cause he has
is
a-
like yeah, sure, sexuality has a lot to do with somewhat to do with compatibility, but you should really base your judgments on whether or not someone's good, you know, whether or not someone makes you laugh, whether or not blah 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 blah. I don't know. Maybe you're not too familiar with that. Maybe I'm not too familiar
Perfect
with
is
that.
boring.
But
I wonder-
okay,
I
I'm
wanna
not
know
saying
why-
perfect.
Say it louder.
I'm not
Say it
saying
louder.
perfect,
People
but
in
boring.
relationships because they're
Perfect.
attracted,
but
not
my
because they're
thing is-
perfect.
My thing is when she had first stated that she didn't say that that all she was looking for was sex.
well, I was
Exactly.
She didn't say that. She
It's
was just saying
personality
she
too.
was just saying that if he like for example if he has a 2-incher and it's not pleasuring her and it's like come on now.
Here we go.
Like,
All right,
he's
now
just-
we're off to the.
But look. If he had money, you guys would be all over him, wouldn't you?
No.
Okay, but would
Well,
you?
I don't
would
feel-
you?
no, hell no.
I
Okay,
would
then
not.
why are you
You
saying
wanna
that
know
we
why?
would be?
You wanna know
what
why?
I mean?
Because I make my own money, and I don't need a guy to be there in my life when I like what.
Justin,
I need
what
a
do you
guy
think of that?
and
Which
me-
is why
me
you'll be
personally,
alone the rest of
I
your
know,
life.
But you know what? No, that's not true.
Straight
You wanna know why?
into the mic, please.
You want to know why? Because I need a guy that I know will have my back, just like some kind of Bonnie and Clyde thing. You know, he has my back, I have his back.
But how do you making
But-
a bunch of money help him have your back?
Yes, because he'd be running his own thing. I'd be doing my own thing, and I'd be doing
So why does he need
just
you?
like a 50-50
So why does
payment.
he need you?
Why
And
does he
then
need
why
you?
why are you
Okay,
competing
wanna
with
know
your
why
man?
he needs me? Because a lot of people feel like, you know, there's always like that childhood side in you that you don't feel like you fulfilled enough. You know, and if you have enough money, you could fill that in. And a lot of rich people say they have too much money.
Totally.
Which is
but,
the problem.
But how does that make you attractive to a man who would then want to be with you? Do you understand the problem?
Well, I don't need to be attracted to a man because
But
first
it does
off,
help.
Well, time out.
though.
Why
It
would you
does
not? Why
help.
would you not need to be attractive to a man?
it does help. But then again, I've had so many exes that told me that I'm ugly. That I have been the ugly best friend where my best friend has been kicking up every single guy that I thought was cute. And I was sitting on the side and I was jealous. You know why? Because I was ugly. Because I fixed that. You can change your appearance and you can change how you feel. Your self-confidence, and you wear it, people would like that. You wear it on your shoulder and your sleeve, like, yeah, I'm that self-confident person. Then what do you say would matter to me?
Your ex-boyfriends were calling you ugly?
They always call me ugly.
Like
Everybody
while they
says,
were
like-
dating you?
Like, I mean, yeah, I have been cheated on. I have been the side bitch. I have been the main bitch. I have been the bitch that you've cheated on me with to make somebody else jealous. I've been through it all. But, you know, sleeping with a guy at the end of the day, you know, he doesn't care what you look like. I have been left for a prettier
Which is
girl.
why I'm
I have
not
been
just
left
gonna
for an
sleep with
uglier
them.
girl.
What?
But you know what? At the end of the day, I moved on my own. I did my own thing, and I kept moving forward. And I made my own money, and I still, like, what? I'm not...
Okay,
like, I
wait,
make my
going
own
back to
money,
what
and
you
they
were
always
saying-
come back to me.
Going back to what you were saying, or one of you said, how does money make you attractive, right? So, if you're a successful person, right? Are you really gonna date somebody who is like, I'm not saying below you.
Are you
but
talking about a
like,
man? Yes, a man would date
A
a woman
man.
who makes no money. Yes.
A
You
man,
guys would.
a man
All
does
three
not
of us
care.
in
You can
unison.
be a
and
sandwich
we can go look in the
artist at
chat.
Subway
All of us,
and
we
it
do not
doesn't
care
matter.
because your money is your money and our money is our money.
See,
Yes,
that's for you
and I
guys.
understand.
People
Okay.
my age, I have met guys that they don't want to do that. They want to date. Okay, the
If
people
you
I have
find a
dated,
guy that cares about how much money you make, you should leave the date immediately.
Exactly.
That's
She
what
is
I have
amazing.
done. But like all the guys that I have met, that I have talked to, they care about that type of stuff.
Those are fucking
But
bombs.
you know what? As a
I
female,
can't even
as
imagine.
all the
Yeah.
females
Because
that I
they
know-
intend on
Let me
that.
ask you, all the
because
females that I know-
their trophy, what's it called, participation trophy generation is not interested in being successful. So they think it's okay to live like that as a man, to where they're going to like. I'm concerned with how much money she makes. I've dated women that make $300,000 a year and women that make nothing. It doesn't make any difference to me. It matters the attraction levels that I feel and the femininity that I get and the loyalty that I get in the relationship that I get, not how much money she makes. On the other end, have women judged me based on my level of success, ambition, and how much money
I'm
I
sure
make
they have.
all the motherfucking time?
See,
That's
okay,
all they do.
See, for
right?
me, because I have dated so many guys that, for example, my last situationship that I was with for 7 months. For 7 months, I spent $5K on him. Okay, so because I have already been through that, I kind of, I know it's terrible.
Did you buy him a
I-
car?
I gave her
I
that
don't
wig
know.
call. I told her her man was
Problem
not
is
was
spending
in
money on
love.
situations.
You make a down payment
No.
or something?
Stupid.
But
I
like-
reality checked her. I reality checked her. I told her every single week that she kept working her 9-to-5 job, she was spending half of that on her boyfriend. Her boyfriend would drive all the way
Sound
over.
like somebody
or
has some good dick
situationship,
game.
Would drive all the way over to her,
Yep,
and
that's
then
what that
she would
was.
pay for
There's no
everything.
self-worth.
And then he would still use her. And
Okay,
then
but
I gave
back
her
to what I was
instances-
saying.
Explain use
The
her.
thing- Oh, we're not gonna get
Knock
into
it out with her?
That's
Okay,
my
okay.
thing.
we
But
know
my
what we mean.
my thing is because I have already been through that, I kind of want somebody at my level or higher, where I can know
No,
that
you
if
want
we,
somebody
if
higher
we go
than you
if
is
we
what
go
you
on a
want.
date, if we go on a date, I can know that he can pay for his half or he can pay for mine and we can alternate. Like, of course, I'm gonna pay for my
Don't date
side
dudes
too.
that don't take the whole bill. Like, don't date a man that will not. Like, I refuse.
Well, I feel like
me and
relationships should
you
be 50-50.
hypothetically went on a date, there's no fucking way on earth you would pay the bill.
At
Ever.
all,
Why?
like
Ever.
ever.
Why?
Because it's a man's job, and
Why
that's
do you think
okay.
See, but
why
peop-
do,
And
why
it's
do you
okay.
think
You
it's a
guys-
man's
okay,
job?
You
It
just
is a
said,
man's
you
job.
just
I'm
said,
not meaning
you
to-
just
You
said
wanna
you want
say
a
a
guy
lot
that's
of-
at your level or
At
higher.
my level or higher.
No,
yes.
higher. You want to look up to him because if you don't look
Okay,
up to him,
but
you
at the
think y'all are
same
equals.
time,
You're
that would
gonna
be
leave him.
hypocritical because, like, for you guys,
No,
you
it's
guys,
not
you guys
hypocritical.
wouldn't
You're a
care
woman, it's
if the
fine.
girl that you guys are dating has like a smaller amount
Nobody
of money, right?
cares.
Yes, of course. You
guys wouldn't care,
If
but-
you're asking
Bruh.
if there's a double standard, yes. Join the
there's a-
Marine
yes.
Corps. There's a double standard.
Yes. There's a
join
double
the U.S.
standard.
Join
And that's
the U.S.
okay.
Army. There's a double
so
standard.
for
It's
me,
that's
I
okay.
I feel rude. I feel as if like, okay, if I'm gonna expect this from this person, I'm gonna expect it from myself. And if I don't do that, I feel like.
Well, then how
I
about
feel
you
like
do
I'm
that
being
as far as like
asshole.
honesty and loyalty is concerned, but you don't need to do that as far as finances because we didn't ask you
That's
to.
what I was going to ask. It's
Okay.
not, you're
Right.
not sacrificing anything. It's a
No.
trade-off. So what strings come attached with that paying for the bill? Like, what do you expect out of the woman you're dating
Are you talking about like a first date or something?
in general?
Nothing. Be pleasant. Be my peace. You know. Eventually, down the road, there's probably gonna be sex, and then there's loyalty, and then that's it. You know, like
There's
And
no
that's it?
obligation.
There's
if
no
that's what you're
obligation.
saying. Yeah,
So
that's
you
where,
want
that's
that
where you're
whole
leading
I
the
wish
house.
I found
yeah,
somebody that
there's
was
no
like
obligation.
you guys,
Look, I don't
because
need
nowadays
like I get
people are
plenty
not
of
like
that. So, but that's the point I'm trying to make.
But
to
are
you.
you happy with that person?
We're talking about a first date. I think Justin's talking about a first date.
We're talking about a first date right now.
No, I don't mean sexual
So she gives you everything, right? So she gives you everything, right? How she cleans the house, she watches your kids,
Yeah.
she pays, maybe half the rent, maybe once
No,
or twice.
no, she
but
doesn't. No, she doesn't.
Half the rent.
Don't
but
need it.
let me just lay this out. This is from my point of view. So she pays half the rent. She takes care of everything. She drives everywhere. She takes you sometimes a lot everywhere, right? And you still cheat on her. Why?
You're asking us why we
And-
cheat
and
on
she
people we
also-
haven't
and
cheated
she also
on?
provides loyalty. Out there, like there's tons of people like NLE Chopper, like Nick Cannon, who cheat on their baby mamas. And
Oh, I think
they
those
do
women are fully
provide for
aware.
them.
I don't- wouldn't
They do
consider that
provide
cheating.
for
If
them.
you
Then
have a
why
baby
do
with
they
Nick
cheat?
Cannon-
And why do they continue to hop onto the next female? Because those females don't make them happy. That's
absolutely
Nick Cannon is a
Because-
terrible
That's not
example.
true.
It's
A man can
because
be
the
absolutely in love
girls
with a
are
woman.
having sex with the guys. That's
Yeah.
why.
Okay, but have you guys ever thought about it like with guys?
Okay, then
they
what about
think-
Krishan Rock? Krishan Rock was so down bad for Blueface.
That's a
She
low
tagged
value woman.
No.
These are two
Don't
mentally
say that.
ill
You're
people.
talking, you're
That
talking
is-
about
that is not a
celebrities.
low
You're talking
value
about
woman.
You're talking about
That is a
celebrities.
person
That's
that
a
was a
cele-
victim
They're
of
still-
manipulation
they are
of
still
falling in love.
celebrities.
Why do
She's an
females fall in
adult.
love? Answer my question. When do females?
It has to do with
Fall in love.
oxytocin release
Attachment.
after
Yeah,
sexual
first of all,
Attachment.
do you want the
Exactly.
You wanna know the
biological
answer.
answer?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And after that point, they become crazy. After that one night where they cuddle you, they fuck you, and they sleep with you. And after that,
Because women
they're
become
down bad,
emotionally
they're crazy.
Don't
You think,
sleep
why
with
the
them,
fuck?
man. Like, don't sleep with them.
Don't-
You have
yeah,
that
exactly.
option.
Yeah.
So
You open the
there's
gate.
street whores and there's house whores. There's two different types of females in this world. Obviously,
I think there's
if
more
your
than
man
two.
partner-
You know what? I wouldn't
you will
consider- I don't know
stay
about
home.
street whores
Like,
and house
obviously,
whores, and that's
I
it.
see you three
You are
as
giving me
housewives,
AIDS.
and I see myself on the streets.
That's
You know
gross.
why?
You are
You know
giving me
why?
AIDS.
I
You
don't
know why?
disagree.
Because the man that you're with, that you think will provide for everything, you sit at
Would you
home
like me to tell you
and
why you
worry about
would you like
him.
me to tell you why you
You
think
have-
of yourself
You
that
have
way?
pride
hold on,
in my
hold
man
on, give me one
cheating
second.
with you
I'll get
because you think that brings you up?
No,
That
it does
does
not bring
you
me up.
So why
But
would
you
you
always
want
have to
that?
have that constant fear that your man is cheating on you.
No, I don't. I trust my man.
Yeah, why?
Oh,
Why are you?
yeah, you
why?
trust your man until one day some girl texts you, "Hey, is this your man texting me?"
And guess what?
Guess what? You're gonna blow up
It's
on
'cause
him.
you're-
You're gonna hate him. You're gonna kick him out, and you're gonna start all back
Or-
over
okay, this
looking
is
for
why
you've
another
always dated
relationship.
shitty dudes.
But
Yeah, you
us
just said you're
street
gonna kick him
hoes-
out.
Us street hoes
Dude,
don't
I
need a
fucking have
relationship.
AIDS. This
I
is
don't need a
giving me AIDS. This is
relationship.
giving me AIDS.
Every guy that I have ever slept with,
Like, I'm
I
gonna
am
die
a
of
direct
AIDS.
person. Just like how she answered
You know
all
why?
the
You know
saying
why
that
you
she's
don't.
an
do you
indirect
know-
person.
Do you know why you don't need a relationship? Because you
Because
have
I don't rely on that
because
guy.
you have become
Dude.
the man you want to have a relationship with.
Yeah, that's not a
You are the
solution.
dude.
That's not a
You're
solution.
the guy.
Bad.
It's not
Why?
good.
You're the
Because you're hooking
masculine.
up randomly with people.
Yeah, okay.
You're taking
No.
advantage
I know,
of
but I
men's
don't-
feelings the same way that you
No,
don't want them
because
to do
before
you.
I sleep with you,
Let
I
me
always
know.
tell you what. Every guy that I have ever had slept with, I always lay out the facts. Listen. I don't like you. I like you for this type of
Lord.
period,
And
and we
he
can
likes
have
you to
sex.
sleep with
Yes,
him.
and yada yada yada. I will never chase
Do
you.
you think that's
I would never
conducive
this,
to a
I
healthy
would never do
relationship
that.
in the
Horrible.
future?
I don't need a healthy
That's a terrible way to
relationship.
treat
I'm
people.
communicating.
That's
why you
I'm
don't-
It's
literally
clear that you do not need a healthy
communicating to you
relationship.
and telling
Oh my
you what I
gosh.
dislike and what
because
I
you don't
don't
need
like.
a guy.
He
Let's
doesn't
go.
need to
Okay,
find
listen.
out whether he needs to fuck me or not.
Christ.
I can just tell him you could fuck me.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay, the
I'm
reason
being
why you're
direct.
attracting these terrible males is because you're presenting yourself as a low value woman
I'm
based
not
on the stuff that
anywhere
you are
near
saying.
terrible males.
Okay,
I'm
no,
doing
no,
just
okay.
fine.
But the people you're like, oh, I always have to worry whether or not he's cheating on me. The reason why you're getting those people is because you're presenting yourself as a low value woman. Your ideals are all off the walls. Okay, and you're putting it as if like it's a girl power moment. Why do you think
It's
you feel
not.
this? Well, that's the way way you're presenting yourself. Okay, Okay, and if you're
You just
presenting
told-
yourself like this
You
to
did
us,
call yourself a street
okay,
girl.
if you're presenting yourself
Right,
like
so-
this to
I am a
us, then
street
what do you
girl,
think
but I
they
don't
think of
present
you?
myself as a nigga. I don't care. I will let a
Got the
guy
card.
pay, like, I will let a guy
Shut it down.
pay for everything. I'm black. What are you talking
I'm
about?
kidding.
No, I said you have the card. We were joking
I
about
was
it
born
earlier.
with it. I don't need to.
She
I
didn't
have
know-
a question.
She didn't apply for the
I
card.
got, yo,
She
I
was
got,
born
I
with
got
the
a
card.
I got a
What?
question
That
for
is
you.
not something you
Very
joke
important
about.
question for you. How long have you had the neck tattoo?
This?
Yeah, how long have you had that spider? Can you turn to the camera so the camera can, yeah, just do a little turn, show them.
No
All
lie,
right, we
that
got-
is good ink though.
So, how long have you had that tattoo?
For about, I think, a year.
Has
A
it
year?
had an impact when it comes to dating?
I don't think she needs help with the
Because
tattoo.
actually, it fixed a lot of my dating.
It
It's
helped.
actually it saved me and I self-evaluation. I used to be fucking with guys that used me for money. I was in a 2-year relationship. I wouldn't even count it a relationship. It was a situationship
I'm
of
getting
2
it. What the
years.
fuck is
that
a
I was dedicated
I've
to.
heard that like
But he was,
what she's
but he was
describing.
dedicated
Nobody-
to
no,
somebody
there's no
else.
labels.
And so it was a situation between me and him because he was dedicated to somebody else and I was dedicated to him. So a situation.
Wait, is this, who was the
Chat,
one with the
help me, I'm
7-month
getting AIDS.
situationship? Was
Right.
that you?
That was
Okay,
me.
let's give you a little opportunity to talk. Let's talk about your 7-month situationship. Did you want something more, or were you happy with?
Oh no, I wanted something more, and
He didn't, or
So he said he did. He's in the military. Red flag, automatically. But
I'm sorry.
anyway.
What? Excuse me. What?
Mike
Sorry,
Sartain?
excuse me,
What do you
what?
think
Captain
about- what do you-
Mike
what do you think about this,
Sartain.
Cap?
Okay, maybe not just
Excuse me, I'm sorry,
personally,
what?
But no, it was a red flag, and but yeah. So basically, I wanted more. I wanted to be together, and I made that clear multiple times, all the time. And then he basically had told me that he was gonna be he was gonna go somewhere else, a different state, and when he came back, he wanted to make it official. Well, we had broken up 5 times in the middle of that 7-month period. And I don't know, I was like in love, but I feel as if I was just maybe just comfortable with the person. And I pretty much was just like, you know, like I want to work this out, this and this and that. I felt like I was the problem. But then after our last breakup, and I found out that he was already with somebody, his best friend had called me and basically told me that he had already moved in with her. So I was like, okay, that's cool. So after I heard that, it literally just like, all the feelings just went away so quickly. I started just like doing me, saving up, just working all the time. It was just like, just trying to make sure.
Is that where you're at now?
Just, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. But recently I just like met somebody and I have been talking to him for a while. But I still kind of have like that emotional like attachment wall kind of up because I feel like I don't want to get close to a person because I feel with me, I get attached so quickly. And if I do that, I feel like I'm just going to get hurt again. So it's more of like the trust issues. It's terrible right now. So, but yeah, I did want more, but he obviously didn't want that.
I think this is good. I think this is going to be a really good like turning point for you in your life because you do deserve somebody that cares about you and doesn't treat you the way that guy treated you. But also, you need to see your value as a woman.
And that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
That's honestly what I'm trying to do. I was always fixated on this, like, I was fixated on always, like, oh, I need a relationship. I want somebody to be there for me. I want somebody to have my back. I want, somebody to just, like, be able to talk to and, like, lay my head with next to, like, every
and you
night,
can
know
have
what I
that.
mean?
You can
Is
have
that
that.
is it a
that's what I
spider?
felt.
What is it? A Spider-Man, like a dirty Spider-Man
snake
costume?
It's snakeskin.
Oh, okay, my bad.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, just curious. Here, let's. I need to get everyone
gator
else
skin.
No,
here
go
in.
ahead.
So, okay, just kind of going back to when it comes to relationship status. You're single. I proposed to you last show, so we are engaged. I'd just like to remind you. Just that's kind of rude that you say you're single.
Bravo.
Excuse me. So you were on the show 2 months ago. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Any situations springing up in that time period? Any infidelity? Because clearly,
No, actually, I've tried. I've tried to go on dates. I've been going on dates, but I've been going on dates, but it doesn't really get past the first date.
Doesn't get
because-
past the sexual intercourse.
No, I've been
Oh.
staying. I have not been having sex.
Really?
because I'm really trying. I'm really trying to date for marriage now.
Huh?
What kind of OnlyFans do you do?
I've done everything.
So wait,
What are you
right
doing
now, hold on.
now?
This is a really important question. Right now, is there guy-girl content of you and another dude that's up that you're selling while you're looking for another dude?
Yes.
You understand how that might be a conflict?
Yes. I don't necessarily tell them that right away.
Okay, if you
So
start
you allow them to
seriously,
discover it on their own. Got it.
if you start seriously dating another guy and he asks you specifically, he doesn't even want you to take your whole OF down, but he wants the guy-girl content of you with another dude taken down off your page, would you do it?
If I felt he could be my husband, yeah.
What would he have to do? What would he have to be to be
I
that
think-
high? Like, you know what? I think I'm going to take down my OnlyFans.
I'm waiting for like that rom-com moment where I'm like, oh my God, I've known you my whole life. And I haven't felt that. But if I felt like that,
Do you understand how any man with any boundaries whatsoever is not going to find that acceptable? Like, do you understand that? Like, I'm not trying to be judgmental. I'm trying to be as non-judgmental of you as possible. There is no fucking way that a dude is going to be there like, oh, what does she do? Oh, mom, check it out. She sells, porn of her fucking some other dude on her OF. That's going to be a problem. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro, unless you find a cuck like Sneeko, you're not gonna find a man.
Yo, do not talk about
already started.
Okay.
We already started.
Yo, I do not
Okay.
co-sign on that.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Disavow.
All right. Okay. Unless you find a cuck, I don't think someone's.
You got 8. Speak closer to the mic,
Okay.
please.
Unless you find
Everybody.
a
You got
cuck.
to talk shit about people. You got to talk into the
Yeah,
mic.
you gotta
unless
speak
you
closer to
find
the
a
mic.
cuck.
Yo, because Sneeko's on his way over here. The way he's just going to
Well,
be
he
talking.
can sit in the
Sneeko's
chair
on the way over
there.
here.
He can sit in the chair over there. I'm
No, he
sure
needs to
he's
sit in the chair
good.
next to you so you can say that shit to his
Okay,
face. I wanna see
no,
that.
but he sits in the cuck chair. You gotta understand. You gotta sit right there. All right, but unless you find like a
girl's
cuck or
flagrant.
someone who really doesn't have respect for themselves, you might not find a good man. You'll find a man, but you might not find the man you're looking for. I mean, you're really pretty, honestly. Like I'd hit, but
She would hit.
I would hit.
It's,
I would hit.
look, it's really hard because my mom tells me this all the time, but I love like working for myself and making a lot of money, and this is the way that I.
Oh, you got
Can't
tattoos.
get away
You
from
gotta
that
show the
money.
tats. Show the tats.
All right, we'll show the tats. Yeah, so this is the way that I found to do that, to make a lot of money and just do whatever I want. But at the end of the day, I do really want love. So
you're aware of the conundrum that you've put yourself in.
How
Just
high
what I'm
a
saying is you're not being
priority is
delusional
that?
about it.
Like where on the list of things like OnlyFans, finding love, marriage. Where's the marriage and the finding love at? I mean, you say you want a relationship, right?
I do. I want to find love more than anything. But like to quit OnlyFans, just hoping
That's part of anything.
Also, I think I do hope that if it's my person, like in the movies, if it happens, like I'm the most incredible person in the world to them, right? So I would think that they would love me no matter what. That's what I would hope.
You know what?
You realize that's a fairy tale, right?
I know I believe in fairy tales, and I don't know if it's going to exist for me.
Don't you want a guy that says get off of that?
Yeah.
That would
You mean
say
like if
you
he
don't
gave me the
deserve
money
that.
to
I mean, is
supplement
that
it?
what you want? Is that what you're looking for?
I don't want to do nothing. That's the thing.
Well, you don't have to do nothing.
How many
Like,
people-
as in nothing on OnlyFans or nothing like.
No, like I don't want a man to just be like, all right, I'm gonna save you, and then give me all this money, and then I just sit around doing nothing. Like I
do you want to have kids? Like, do
I
you
do
want
wanna
to build a
have kids.
life with somebody?
And that's something I don't really, I don't know yet how that's gonna work. I don't know how having kids and doing OnlyFans. I haven't thought that.
Your OnlyFans. Your OnlyFans. OnlyFans.
Hell no.
Just you two. That's it.
Just us. Okay.
You know what? There was somebody. We'll pull up the video really quick since it's topical. So you were on the show last time, and we asked if we'll go around the table really quick on this. Just a question, guys. We're gonna have you see if you would date the following guy. Eric, could you pull up Zach really quick?
What is this?
I'm gonna pull up. This doesn't apply to the men at the table unless you would be.
Bro.
Unless you. Okay, so would you date
Jesus.
this guy? He's a very nice guy. His name is
Mike
Zach.
would totally hit it.
Eric, scroll down. Yep, his name's Zach.
Bro, it keeps getting better the further you go down.
It's
Um,
Jesus. He
Yeah.
came to save
Very,
you.
very.
Are we doing Smash or Pass? Is that what
Have
this
you
is?
met my Lord and Savior?
He's got some good flow in his hair.
Plays
Like,
video
And you know
games?
what? He
and
actually
he has
looks
an
good
axe.
when he doesn't have
He's
his
got an
hair
axe.
looking
He's like
that.
capable of defending you. So
there.
there's that. Just
Clean
really quick, we'll go around the table for the girls. Would you date him? Yes or no?
Yes.
Hold on. Again.
Yes.
Would you go on World of Warcraft raids with him?
Stop it.
Yeah.
I see.
I've already seen the episode.
Just yes or no? Would you date Would you
No.
date Zach?
No.
Not your type. Okay.
No.
I wouldn't.
No, but we'd be best friends.
You'd let him buy you dinner? Is that what you're saying? Yes.
I think I would, but like he should play better games like Fallout. That's a good one. Skyrim's pretty good too.
I agree on both.
Yeah, dude, Fallout's
Blasphemy.
fucking base. You want
Way
to see my
better games,
tattoo?
yeah.
Madden.
Agreed.
Madden.
Totally agree.
But I haven't followed.
Would you date him?
It's a no from me.
What if he's like down to wait till marriage or whatever, and he's
That
Christian?
You meet him at
doesn't-
Bible study.
That's not
No.
worth waiting
He's
for.
a good
No?
dancer.
No, it's not
No?
gonna. It's not gonna
No?
do it for me.
I mean, you got a boyfriend, so I don't know if you're down.
Hell no.
Hell no. Okay. So Eric, go back. Pull up his profile again, really quick. Okay, his name's Asmongold. He's like all the way to the top. He's probably one of the top Twitch streamers. He makes millions of dollars a year. He owns like some companies. He
And
makes.
he only has
sorry.
110,000 followers, really?
He's
Well, yeah, I mean,
huge
Twitch
on
doesn't
Twitch.
translate to
Oh,
Instagram.
yeah.
Huge
though.
on
Like,
Twitch. Like,
yeah, he's huge on Twitch. though.
I should revise my statement. He makes millions of dollars a month. Does that change the calculus at all for any of you?
No.
Chad, World
Dude,
of
I
Warcraft
mean-
gamer. Like he's a Chad gamer.
I mean, like
top tier gamer.
I mean, I don't see what the problem with dating gamers is. Like, I won't date a guy unless he plays video games, because then we don't really share a lot in common. So, well, yeah, my priorities are kind of fucked. But like, I want someone to play video games with. Like, I want someone who's actually good at Dark Souls. You know, like not some
Yeah.
like.
Elden Ring.
Yeah, Elden Ring is. Yeah, I want someone who can get past the tree sentinel. That's
I
all
have
I'm
no
asking
idea what
for,
you're talking
bro.
about.
I beat his
so-
ass 15
So
times.
now, does that change your mind about this guy?
The tree sentinel.
So he actually saw us
I
on the previous
saw
stream.
that he saw
did,
the clip.
Did you DM him? Did you slide into the DMs?
I'm a little shy about that. So I followed him on Twitter, and I was like, maybe he'll see that I followed him. But he didn't follow me back, and I'm very shy to DM a guy first, because like,
Wow.
what if I get rejected?
That could have been your guy, and you just
So should I?
probably.
But
Post a picture of yourself with an
Get rid
axe.
of the jacket behind you if you can. Just put it on the ground or something. Okay, moving on. You're single. Rest in peace. RIP's in the chat. What's going on? Like, because here's my question for everyone else who said they're single. What does being single actually mean? Because someone can say they're single and be sleeping with like 3 dudes, you know? So, like, when's the last time you hooked up? When's the last time you've been on a date? Like,
Got after
you're
it.
single, right? But
Yeah, I'm actually a virgin.
Huh?
Do you have the Myron soundboard where you say that's cap? Or
I have a different one.
oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
And you're doing OnlyFans.
Yep.
a virgin.
So you're not doing like porn on OnlyFans.
I'm
You're
not
just
having
showing
sex as a
I
virgin,
see.
correct? Yeah.
What is happening right now?
He's playing.
I think that's amazing.
It's the sad
Because
bottom.
you probably have a lot of guys that would be trying to get after you, especially because you're on
Is that because of a-
OnlyFans,
is that
and
because of
that sounds like
religious
you've set a
reasons?
boundary.
If I was religious, I don't think I'd be participating in OnlyFans. So no, it's not for religious reasons.
Well, you wouldn't be the first one to say that. That's what I'm just gonna say. It's like a lot of girls will be like, gosh, I forget where we saw this recently, but it's like you go around the table and you got all these girls who say, you know, I believe in God, blah 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 blah, and yet they're on OnlyFans or they're doing.
Sure.
You know,
I try to remain relatively consistent. I'm just incredibly picky when it comes to.
so it's not a
any-
religious thing. You're just like, I'm just.
No,
holding
it's
out.
just a visceral sense of pickiness.
And how old
Can
are
you-
you?
24.
Can you describe an incident where it got close and it didn't happen, and why did it not happen? Like for you, you're 24 and you've never had sex. So like, what happened where it got close and you decided to not do it? Because you're saying you're not a virgin for moral reasons. You're a virgin because you're picky. So I'm just curious, did anybody even get close, or does this whole idea of sex just not seem appealing to you?
And before I have you answer that, Justin, just really quick, you think she's telling the truth? Think it's the truth?
Not a betting man. I'm pulling for her. I hope she's telling the truth.
Okay.
So
Do you want to answer Michael's?
Sure. It could still be for moral reasons, just not for like conventional religious reasons. Like I personally just don't believe in biting the bullet and just participating in hookup culture. And even though it might seem inconsistent that I'm on OnlyFans, well, holding out for me, it's very consistent because I just hold to my own moral compass in the sense of doing what I want to do. And if I meet someone I'm in love with, then.
But do you ever make out with a guy that was hot and heavy and then something stopped you? Does no guy even get that far?
I would say guys have definitely pursued. I think just because I haven't done it, it's very easy for things in rest to stay in rest because there's no muscle memory for it. It's probably
Is
harder
that
for
Isaac
you.
Newton?
Yes, it is. It's
Okay.
3 laws of
Yeah,
motion.
Yeah.
First use Isaac Newton for a vagina. I respect.
It's
respect. No,
He said that about
It's in the book.
abstinence. Yeah.
It's in the book Principia, written in 1689.
Yeah. So I'd imagine it'd probably be harder for you because you have that muscle memory or that like remembrance of what it was like.
That's what
I
I'm
don't
asking.
know.
Have you even gotten that far? Have you made out with a dude and considered having sex with him, and then you stopped yourself during the night, or have you not even gotten that far? We haven't even got to first base with the dude.
Also, is this a born again thing, or are you proper virgin?
I'm a proper virgin.
Proper virgin.
Yes.
Brian's intrigued.
Do you understand what I'm asking? Like, you haven't even gotten to first base. Like, the dude hasn't even like made out with you where you thought about having sex with him.
I've had the desire, but the desire isn't congruent with my like mental desire, if that makes sense. Like I've had like the bodily desire for it, but I have a completely independent thought process of
Yeah,
that.
I totally get that because I'm a virgin as well. So.
Stop the cap.
Dude, okay, bro. Okay, there was this one time with my uncle, but I did not. Oh shit, I can't say shit. Like I was kidding. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a really fucked up joke, and I'm sorry. There was no time with my uncle. He's in prison, not because of me. But it was a joke.
Let's move on.
What?
Okay. Wait. So, question: are you waiting until marriage, or it just the right guy hasn't come along?
I'm just kind of a hopeless romantic. Like I just want to be in love, and I'm not sure if I have yet. And for me, if I even kiss a guy at a club who I'm not into, like I'll go home feeling disgusted.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's my question. You haven't answered. Have you kissed a guy at a club? Have you kissed a guy on a date? Like, do you understand? I'm not trying to pry too much, but like you're virgin. We'll just call that getting all the way to home. Have you even gotten to first base with the dude? Because that would actually be a completely different story that you're telling. Do you understand what I'm saying?
First base as in kissed a guy?
Yeah.
Yes, I've kissed guys. Not frequently in that setting, like that one-time setting, because the few times I have from that sample size, like I just personally don't feel good afterwards, like kissing someone.
From kissing someone?
Even on a first date, like I have to go on at least 3 dates to kiss someone, to be honest, to feel okay about it.
And then has anything ever gotten further than just kissing someone?
It'd be uncouth to give you a detailed sexual
that's fine.
biography.
You have the right to do that. Well, my point is, like, it's, for some people, there's like a mental fixation where like they're just asexual. That's what you're starting to sound like. You're just not interested in sex at all.
No, that's not true at all. Like I said, I have a very strong bodily desire, and in the moment, like I could totally see myself enjoying it. It's more so I know afterwards I won't feel good after, because if I don't feel good after kissing someone, it felt good in the moment, then I think sex would be, you know what I mean, a way bigger bullet.
Can we just have you pull your hair put the hair behind your back? Your hair?
Are you trying to see my cleavage?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not me, like the chat's been asking for.
No, it's good for business.
It's just like, I'm just like, I'm looking out for you. Like I pulled up your OnlyFans here just like to check like if there's anything that could like discredit your claim that you're a virgin.
Oh,
it's
you bought all my content for research.
Well, I didn't buy it. I'm just like on your blank page because I don't pay for OnlyFans. Right. But you only have 8 posts, like hello. But
I mean, a lot of it's in the messaging, you know.
Hey, do you write your own messages or do you have someone write your messages for you?
I script the messages. Most people go on my OnlyFans to like debate me, so I respond to a lot of people.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
She's found a business model by being the virgin OnlyFans content creator.
Virgin OnlyFans girl.
I don't really brand as virgin
That's
because
really
I feel like it
niche
conflicts
marketing.
with the OnlyFans image. The virgin thing is a relative. I planned on not coming out with it for a while.
I think you should use that actually. I, think
I was saying the same thing. Like you could piss dudes off and get them like to pay to debate you and call you names. I think that's a great way to make money.
Sure.
That's what we're doing now. That's what
Do you think
Brian Rolo do.
Do you think that being on OnlyFans is like limiting you from finding the guy for whom you will eventually want to actually have sex with?
No, I mean, it's all subjective. You could say that, you know, me not wearing a hijab, you know, I'm cutting off a section of men, me being brown. There's men who probably won't like me for my race. I'll just find a man who has congruent values with me. I'm not going to tailor my lifestyle to like a subsection of red-pilled men.
So if you have an OnlyFans and you're a virgin, and you just explained to us that you're waiting for like some very high quality guy.
I didn't say high quality.
Oh,
I
really?
said
okay. So what would be your ideal guy then?
high level of chemistry. When you say high value, you're probably relating to income, height, things like that.
High value, but I mean like it's high enough to sort of be your ideal guy that would be the guy that you would want to have sex with.
I don't know if we have the same metrics of ideal. What do you mean by ideal?
No, I'm just asking you. What would
Ideal
be
is
your
what you think
ideal
ideal
that
is.
you would want to have in a guy so that
That's
you will
high
have
value to
sex
you.
with them?
For me, romantic chemistry is incredibly volatile. It's not based on any barometers of like, oh, he's in school, he has this career or anything.
So it could just be random dude off the street.
100%. I am not hypergamous at all.
I think you're probably way more hypergamous than you think you
Yeah,
are.
I completely
In fact,
disagree.
you are so hypergamous you won't have sex with a guy until the guy is the guy that you're looking for.
Of course, and then if I had had sex with guys and then they were, you know what I mean, made less than me, and then you'd say, oh, because we broke up, it proves that none of those interactions counted, right?
Can
I can't really win.
tilt the microphone a little? Tilt it. Other way. there you go.
I think the fact that you are a virgin right now just proves a point that you're like to a very high degree.
The fact that I'm abstinent means that I'm waiting for someone richer than me.
No. So
Didn't say
you're
rich.
confused with
Didn't say
hypergamous
rich.
with this idea that women are bad. Hypergamy doesn't mean women are bad.
When did I say bad? When did I even imply that?
Yeah, you are the one who's saying that you're putting words in his mouth.
I'm just
or you're
asking
saying,
you what would be your ideal enough to get
But
with
where
a
did
guy.
this notion of women being bad come in?
No,
no one is saying that.
Yeah, but you're saying to him, you're putting words in his mouth about what he's going to say next after you have sex, and that he's going to judge you, and that's not what we're saying. Hypergamy is just an algorithm. It's an evolutionary adaptation that women have. It's not a negative or positive thing. Like you said, it's not negative.
I'm
That's
not
fine.
sure if it's an evolutionary adaptation. I think the reason women have historically been hypergamous is because they were barred from higher education. So obviously the average man was going to earn more than them. But by 2050, we're going to see a total reversal of hypergamy.
Hypergamy
we're going to see
hypergamy during the
hypogamy.
Pleistocene epoch was because of barred from education.
In general, you can't really deduce anything from hypergamy historically because men on average have just made more than women, but now women are out earning men.
Hypergamy existed before there was money.
Hypergamy has nothing to do with money.
I'm just telling you, studies have shown by 2050 we'll see a complete reversal of
Let me explain what
hypergamy.
you're doing here is you are conflating hypergamy with the values and the monetary set and status of today. Whereas when we talk about, when I've talked about hypergamy in the past, it's not a social construct. It's not something that's been created. It's something that is innate.
I'm using the current definition of hypergamy, which is that women date someone with a superior sociological or monetary background.
Sociological.
Socioeconomic background.
Yeah, socioeconomic. Yeah.
Okay. No, because when we talk about hypergamy, it's not just about money. It's not just about status. It's also about, like, is this guy arousing enough for me to want to get with? Is he a hot guy? Is he the dude that I want to get with because he does it for me? That's what I was asking you. I'm not asking you, like, how much money does he have to make? I'm just saying, what's your ideal that guy would get in there? Who would be the guy that would make you, the OnlyFans virgin, want to have sex with this guy?
Wait, I'm confused. Can you clarify your definition of hypergamy? You're saying now that
hypergamy is very simple. It's alpha fucks and beta bucks. Okay, so it's is this guy arousing? Is he sexual? Is he a good genetic match for me? Is he somebody who turns me on? Does he have a strong jawline? Is he 6 foot tall? Is he got a V taper? Does he have a 6-pack abs? Does he turn me on? There's the arousal side of that, and then there's the beta buck side, which is the provisioning, protection, and parental investment side of it. So what you're focusing on right now is just that one single side. What I'm saying is, what combination of all that would be the guy for whom you would want to have sex with?
Right, and I don't think I can give you, like, on paper, a list of traits. Like, I personally don't value height. I don't value physique. For me, like I said, romantic chemistry is incredibly volatile.
So the last guy you were with was, what, shorter than you? Taller than you?
I'm not going to get into details of it, but I've been attracted to guys who are my height or shorter. I genuinely don't care. For me, I'm hypergamous maybe in the sense that I want someone with equal intelligence.
But again, that's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad
It's
thing.
not a bad thing.
I haven't implied it's bad. I'm just rejecting the premise that I subscribe to hypergamy.
It's not a subscription.
So let's just say you don't subscribe to it, but the supposition that you made previously was that it was somehow cultural and it wasn't genetic. So we've put that to bed over 40 years ago. Okay, the study of evolutionary psychology, Dr. David Buss's first study in 1989, where he looked at 37 different cultures. In all 37 cultures, women wanted men taller than them. In all 37 cultures, men were more interested in casual sex than women. In all 37 cultures, women were more interested in men who were better at provisioning. This is not and these cultures had no attachment to radios, television, or film. They had no attachment to others. So Papua New Guinea, sorry, and the Andes, they had absolutely no contact with each other. In all of these ones, men on average had 90% higher upper body muscle and 50% more lower body muscle. And when you look at all these things, these are genetic. These things are not a function of culture. So that's a mistake to think that hypergamy is something that's created because men created some sort of patriarchy that created a hypergamous situation. That is not the case.
Well, I think we were just using conflicting definitions of hypergamy.
Okay.
I was referring to socioeconomic background, which is the
in
definition.
your discussion with him,
that's easy to do.
In your discussion with him, but in my discussion, because my podcast is on evolutionary psychology, there is no evidence whatsoever that the concept of hypergamy comes from culture. Just like my heterosexuality does not come from culture, and what people are attracted to does not come from culture. We've proven unequivocally, unassailably, it is genetic. Now, there's variations within a culture, what some people find attractive as others, but in all 37 cultures, they found facial, symmetrical faces and signs of youth to be attractive.
Height.
An average, on general, men who are taller, not necessarily 6 feet tall. Some places don't use the imperial system, but not always, but generally men who are taller than women. And in all of these different cases, the men who are more competent, an allegory or an analogy for competency in 2023 is money, whereas there was no money during the Pleistocene epoch. Competency is now referred to as money, the ability to garner resources. That's what's most important, but there's no, to your point before, let me just stop right there. There's no science behind the idea that it's cultural. There is none whatsoever, because there would be some culture where it wasn't the case, and no such culture has ever existed or currently exists.
Right, and you're using a very multi-dimensional application of hypergamy. Of course, people are attracted to competence. I was referring again to socioeconomic background. Competence can map onto a lot of different facets. It can mean earning more. It can mean competence in helping you as a woman take care of you, but that doesn't translate. Like, I kind of want you to give a more clear definition of what you mean by hypergamy in the multi-dimensional sense.
Can I combat
Go ahead.
that? Because, so you're saying that you think that socioeconomic is cultural. Like, that's standard for us, not just looks, not taller or anything like that.
Repeat the question?
Okay, so say you're a woman who makes a lot of money. You would date a man who makes less than you, because we've bled that out of our culture, right? Women have the access to higher education, things like that, and we can make more money, correct?
Yeah, we're seeing like a reversal of hypergamy, at least in the socioeconomic sense, yeah.
So, and that's your standard for yourself. Like, you think like you would not date a man who makes more than you, whatever.
Oh, it's not that I wouldn't. I'm saying that's not like the cardinal reason I'm attracted to someone is not based on wealth.
So you don't think it should be?
I don't know about should be. I don't know about adding morality to it. I think you should do whatever you know what I mean? You should pursue what you're attracted to.
What is the cardinal reason for you to be attracted to somebody?
That volatile sense of chemistry. And that's
what
usually,
does that mean?
Usually it's based on a shared sense of intelligence or humor. And if I find that in any person, for me to meet someone
so the guy could be 400 pounds and you would still find him sexually attractive because he's as funny as Danny DeVito or Jim Carrey.
Well, funny and smart. Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah. For me, it's about wits and humor.
I see. So all the fat guys in the audience right now are like man, I just got to brush up on my stand-up routine.
I have found overweight men who I'm very attracted to because I find them funny. And some people might say that they develop that humor to kind of make up for their looks.
You realize they're looking at your Instagram right now.
What?
You realize the chat's probably digging up your Instagram right now. Right?
Good for them. But yeah.
Dude, okay, that was a bunch of word salad. Can we talk about something else?
You got to get closer to the microphone.
Okay,
I can see that you're
that
too far
was
away.
a bunch of word salad. I think you're really intelligent, by the way. But can we talk about something else, bro? We've been on this for like 20 minutes straight.
I think we heard every third word you said.
Can we talk about something else? Because we've been on this for 20 minutes straight. Did you hear that one, Michael?
Okay, here we're gonna do. We're gonna shout out everyone on Twitch. Eric, could you pull up the Twitch? Jeremy, we'll get to that in a sec. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a Prime sub and a follow if you have it. If you have Amazon Prime, you go to Amazon Prime. You link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. I'm going to shout everybody out here. Canna, thank you for the Prime. Sailor Noob, thank you for the gifted sub. Game Dev, thank you for the Prime. Nerk20, thank you for the tier 1. Hey, look, thank you for the Prime. Johnny, thank you for the Prime. Desert, thank you for the Prime. Xlith, thank you for the Prime. Canna Lover, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Galardas, thank you for the Prime. Lady Noni, thank you for the Prime. Kaimzat, thank you for the follow. Snake, thank you for the follow. Closed Shop, thank you for the follow. Flying Kiwi, thank you for the Prime. Batty, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. Twitch.tv/whatever if you want to follow and drop us a Prime sub. Appreciate it, guys. And then let's get a couple soup chats in while we have it. So we have Karma here. I'm going to re-trigger this. Karma, I told you to leave the business card in your pocket, Nev. Goddammit.
What?
Huh?
Oh shit! Sorry, my bad, bro.
Word. Okay. And then that's going to take a little second here to pass through. I got to wait for it here. We have John Galt with the $101. Thank you, John Galt. I'm going to have you read this one, okay? Go ahead.
All right. So, Rollo Tomasi tells men to get vasectomies, avoid marriage and family creation. Terrible advice. Manosphere is equally as dysfunctional as the blue-haired feminists who hate men and childless cat ladies. Look to Matt Walsh or Ben Shapiro for better advice.
Your response?
Yeah, well, first off, that tweet was, let's just say, tongue-in-cheek, first of all. And then second of all, if I told you to go jump off a cliff, are you going to go do that? If I told you that the fastest way to make $1 million was to steal it, would you disagree with that? If I told you, see, the thing is, the problem that I have with Twitter and a lot of the social media stuff that's going on right now is you can't open your mouth on social media without it being advice. You can't go on a show, you can't go on Instagram, you can't go on Twitter without people saying, you're giving advice, you're trying to influence me to do something, rather than actually having some sort of thought experiment. Now, when I was talking about that, when I brought that up, I was bringing up the idea of what makes a high-value guy and what is the quickest way or the quickest path from point A to point B. So would that not be these days simply don't get married, do not be concerned with family creation, focus on your your mission, whatever that happens to be. And yes, I said get a vasectomy. Now I'll tell you what's funny is when people come at me and they say, oh, Rolla thinks that we should all go and sterilize ourselves. And I'm not telling you to do that, okay? I'm not saying go get a fucking vasectomy, okay? If that's what you want to do, fine, go ahead and do that. But it's not I'm not influencing. I'm just saying, look, this is the fastest way for you to protect yourself from having children if that's the way you want to, if that's where you want to be. So guys who don't have those accountabilities, they don't have those liabilities, those are the guys who are going to outperform the guys who are already tied down by those things. Whether or not that's a moral issue or an ethical issue, that you can go take that up with Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro all day long if you want.
We got one here from Zentians. Thank you for the 100, man. To the ugly 304, not sure who this is directed towards. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you ever even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone is dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. No idea who that's directed to.
Well quoted from the movie.
Well
Bravo.
done. Well done. Was it Billy Madison? Is that?
Yeah.
Is that it?
That
And
is
then
pretty good.
we have. Let's see here. We have Wiley50. Thank you for the 100. Avery, go for it.
Good for you, Avery. Sex is something beautiful between a husband and wife. Sex outside marriage is pointless and cannot be blessed by God. You're 100% correct. Stay faithful. Shalom.
Wait, but you didn't
Wait,
say.
I did have
you didn't-
sex. though.
Shalom.
Yeah, you didn't
Wait.
say you're waiting until marriage.
Now I'm like trying to chill out, but I definitely haven't done that in the
You
past.
said you were dating for marriage. I
I'm
think that's what you
dating
said.
for
Yeah.
marriage.
Dating for
yes.
marriage.
I have had sex. Yes.
Yeah, you're not.
cheated
waiting.
on Brian.
You're not, yeah.
You've cheated on
Infidelity.
Brian.
No, that not since I've seen you.
Oh.
I've been a good girl. So.
No, all right. If you say so. Okay. All right, we have Roman here, CHF. Thank you for the 100, man. Really appreciate the support. Go for it, Avery.
Some of the people at this table are barely able to form a proper sentence. Looks do matter, but so does language, among other things. Greetings from Switzerland.
Thank you, Roman, for the donation from Switzerland. I don't know if you're in the French-speaking part or the Swiss-German-speaking part, but much appreciated, man. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Dankeschön, if you're, I don't know if that's the same in Swiss-German. But okay, Jeremy, thank you for the big $200 super chat, man. Thank you. Do you want to read this one?
You assume that's about me? I'm the Mia Khalifa from Wish in your eyes?
Yeah.
Not my words, Jeremy.
Well, considering you're related to Destiny, why don't you have take a shot at that one?
The Mia Khalifa from Wish came here with an agenda. She's Destiny's little lapdog. Destiny went on a world tour calling them trafficker. Shout out Justin Waller for helping men level up. Real G.
Do you have a response to Jeremy?
That I'm here as Destiny's lapdog? No, I actually told him he's not allowed to watch this on stream right now. I don't know if he is, but
You
yeah.
told him he's not
Not
allowed
allowed?
to watch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why is he not allowed to
What?
watch? I don't.
Is that a FinDom thing?
What's going on there?
Oh, I just said because he probably would have watched it.
Because
Would you
you're
want
on
him to
or-
watch it?
Huh?
Why would you not want him to watch it?
Yeah.
I don't know. We're friends. I was like, I want to see how I do first.
What?
It's
I don't
not-
really
it's
follow.
not that deep.
I was more interested in your response to the Wish Mia Khalifa thing. If you have thought like a rebuttal, maybe more like a Walmart version.
I've heard every
Do you want to shoot
marketplace
shots back
under
at
the
Jeremy?
sun.
You want to say something back to Jeremy? Pearl
I'm
Jam?
flattered that he paid 200 when he only needed to pay 100 to get your attention, right?
That's more directed to me. That's more directed to me.
Can,
So you
can
say
a
something
porn
to
star
Jeremy,
be
I'm just saying.
like of Middle Eastern descent and not be Mia Khalifa? Like, I think she's
I know.
kind of like
I know,
got
she's
the
ru-
monopoly
she's
on that
ruined
shit.
the
Like,
archetype,
it's-
hasn't
you know
she?
what I'm saying? It's like one archetype. Other people, there's a lot of people who look like that.
And then he also said something to Justin here. Shout out Justin Waller for helping men level up. Real G. Do you want to say anything to Jeremy, Justin?
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Means a lot to
Jeremy.
me.
Appreciate it. And then we have Davon Jackson here. Thank you for the 100, man. Good to see you back. Michael, me personally, I wouldn't take that level of disrespect.
Oh well.
Did I miss
Well,
something?
I-
Was someone disrespecting Captain?
Cappy.
We're good. I
Michael?
just said it a lot, so I'm
Cap.
making sure he heard him. It was a joke. Like, don't. It's not that serious.
You can
It's
pull that.
really, It's
Go
really
ahead.
not that serious.
Go ahead, Eric. You can pull it up. Avery, if you want to read this one, go for it.
Translation: she's got a business model of catering to fat, unhygienic midgets who all think they have a chance to crack the code. Tate 101, she ain't slick. It's all part of her tactics. Waller, take over the mic like the alpha you are. You're the reason I'm watching.
Do it now.
No pressure, huh?
So you believe that males are alphas?
No,
What, say it again?
Justin's an alpha.
You're an alpha?
That-
No, this is Justin.
That's what Mike
I know we all
Davis-
look alike, but this
I'm
one's
sorry,
Justin right
sorry,
here.
I'm sorry.
Why, you don't think there's such a thing as an alpha male?
No.
Why?
Not really.
Do you
I
think there's
feel
such
like-
thing as an alpha female?
No.
Hey, out of
I
curiosity,
feel like there should be somebody who should pull the weight and somebody who should be.
Okay, so
Do-
you're
do-
so
do
you're
you have a-
egalitarian.
Obviously, a relationship is a scale. So, if you feel like you're investing too much and that person is obviously pulling away, so what is there any reason for you?
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Thomas Corex donated $200.
Thank you, man.
Brian, first off, great panel, at least on the male side, very based. Question for the girls on the panel: who are your role models in life? Second question: how many of them came from a broken home? P.S. Brian, you thought the $200 price tag would stop.
Bad ZXC, thank you, man. Really appreciate the 200. By the way, guys, just a reminder, if you want to direct your donations to Streamlabs, just so we don't, YouTube doesn't take their 30% woke cut. Here, let me just pull that one up. I guess I'll retrigger it. Wait, it was a question for the girls on the panel. Who are your role models in life? Besides Mia Khalifa.
Mine.
And second question, how many of them came from a broken home? Okay, that's
I can
in
answer
depth.
that for you.
Avery, confirm or deny broken home?
I did not come from a broken home.
We'll go around really quickly on the
parents still
broken
together?
home thing.
My parents are not together.
Just
Is that broken?
broken home?
No, I'm-
Broken home?
No, my parents have an arranged marriage.
Broken home?
Yeah.
Broken home?
I would say yeah.
Broken home?
Divorced, but still all in my life, so good.
Patrick Bateman, broken home, confirm or deny?
Hell if I know, bro.
Well, you're too far from the
Okay,
mic.
hell if I know if I came from a broken home or not.
Are your parents still together?
Oh yeah, they're still
Okay.
together. They've been together for like
What
27
about
years.
you? Huh?
huh?
What?
I'm just like, how do you not know what? Never mind.
No, I'm
so
like
confused.
hell if I would know. Like, I mean, my parents are still together. Whether or not they like each other, I don't fucking know.
It's not about your parents, though. It's about you. Like,
Oh, me.
Were you loved as a
Did you
child,
have
basically?
a hard upbringing?
I guess so.
Okay.
My parents are married and they're in love. Not a broken family.
No, I did not come from a broken home.
Okay, and then the other thing was just your role models in life. Avery, Harley Quinn.
Yeah, Harley Quinn's one of them. Also Steve Carell. That's it.
Steve Carell and Harley Quinn. That's a
Okay,
pair.
that's a good combo.
That is a pair.
I don't have any.
No role models.
No.
Destiny.
No, I think I can do better.
Then
Yeah.
Andrew. What about Andrew Tate? Is
Yeah,
he
that's the one.
He's the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
My mom.
I would say my dad.
My grandpa.
Shit. Patrick Bateman, Ryan Gosling.
Oh my god, this chick's a troll. Okay.
No, I'm not. I swear. I like his business ethic. I like his work ethic. Okay, I really like it. I guess my uncle too. I don't know.
Okay.
You want
Wait,
to throw,
hold on.
Batman in there too?
Your
Yeah,
uncle.
The one in prison.
Okay, my uncle is not in prison. That was like a joke. That was a joke. My uncle's not in prison.
All right, the FBI is knocking at his door right now. Go ahead,
Aspen.
My
on.
role models
JC.
are
I got hope for you. Come on.
Michael Scott. No, I'm just kidding. My role models are the people that pointed me towards truth and love and that are personally in my life. They're some of my high school mentors. And
Teachers?
no, it's like youth group.
Okay.
Just when I went through my hard time in life, they just were there for me. And they are happily married. They're people that do amazing things with their lives. those are my role
But no
models. And
one
then probably
person in particular.
no one, no.
JC?
Michael Scott.
JC?
Mm-hmm.
JC?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
I
that
love
guy.
Jesus.
Okay, cool.
There you go.
Role model.
I would say
Besides
like,
Michael Sartain.
Besides Michael Sartain.
I would say just the women, like in my family, like my mom, my grandparents, my aunts, and then also just like I grew up doing pageants and cheering. Like I've done that my like whole life. Just women that were older than me that did that too. There was a lot of women that I could look up to that were involved in that as well.
All right, very cool. We have a chat here from Wiley50. Thank you for the 100. Correction on my last super chat. It was meant for Aspen. Avery, this one is for you. In regards to giving up OF, the FAA is hiring air traffic controllers, early six figs, one of the most respected jobs. I'm not just saying this so I don't have to work overtime, I swear. I mean, my understanding of the FAA, the air traffic ATC, it's a super stressful job, and they, like, for the first, 10 years, you're in, some dog shit regional airport for,
Yeah, it's really hard.
Yeah, and it's stressful.
It's a super stressful gig.
You want me to do that?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't handle stress very well. I don't
Rip.
know.
RIP in the chat.
That's.
I wonder if there's any one who has OnlyFans who's also in air traffic control, and they do it at the same time and shit. You know, how nurses will go into the janitor closet and get fired from their hospital job. There's an ATC controller who's just
Is OnlyFans your
Just
only source of income? Do you have another job besides? Is it a side hustle, or is it something that you do just to the exception of everything else?
It's my main source of income.
Yeah.
OnlyFans in tandem with TikTok and sponsorships and stuff.
Okay, so influence and OnlyFans.
Yeah.
We got a question here from Stifler. Ask the ladies to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. So, go ahead, Avery.
6.5.
1.
What? Come on. 1?
I mean, isn't this a humbleness test? You say something over 6 and they humble you anyway?
Yeah, but
Is that too low? 5.
What? I mean, now it just seems like you're wanting to give me the answer that you think we want to hear, but what do you genuinely, what's your own self-assessment of your physical appearance?
I don't know if I self-assess in that quantitative of a way. Do you?
Yeah, I do.
You look at us all and you already have a number in your head.
Well, I want to give you guys more of a look over, but
I think
I
it's a
could
simple
assign.
question.
I suppose I could assign a number. Yes, 1 to 10. I don't intend to do it unless you guys ask me to. But
I feel like just rate yourself
Well,
today.
we'll go around the
what do you
table.
feel like right now?
5.
sure. What about you?
7. I'm not humbling myself, but
Sure.
not everybody's perfect.
Okay.
No matter what they say.
I feel like it just depends on the day, but today it's like a 6.
Like a 6.
It's on a sliding scale per
I
day.
don't know. 5.
I feel like it depends on the time of day and what day, but
Today, this day, May 7th.
probably a 7.
What about around twilight? Is it
Okay,
higher
I
or
mean
lower?
like when I'm just waking up in the morning, because we can go from 2 to 7.
No, the
2
evening
to 7.
twilight.
Uh-huh.
In twilight.
Like the twilight
7.
time?
7.
So better
Okay.
lighting that works for you.
Better
Yeah,
lighting.
golden
7.1.
golden
The
hour.
golden hour.
Yeah. Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I kind of like the scale thing too, but I guess I'll say a 7.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Stifler, for that. That was.
That's
did
I
you
think that's the
object?
first time I've ever heard on any paddle girls didn't go say, I'm
No
a
10,
10.
no
I'm
10.
a 10. I'm
You
a
guys
10.
are starting a movement.
Didn't that dude say he was a 10 on your show the other day?
The dude.
A dude?
Which
Who?
dude?
Oh, wait. No, he's talking about Gary the Numbers guy.
No, that big gremlin looking thing that was on your show.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
Gary the Numbers
Oh,
guy.
no, he made a thing. It was on, what was it on? Like a video talking about how
So,
she
what was
Carrie's
her
a
name?
10.
Hold on.
Allie. Her name-
Allie.
Allie.
Yeah.
So Allie did. She was on No Jumper. They showed her
Yeah,
TikTok on
yeah.
No Jumper, and she said these dudes don't understand that I'm a 10, so I'm at Wendy's right now eating my feelings
meeting
away.
her feelings.
Good times. Good. So, did you object? Do you object to the rating scale?
No, I don't object to it. If someone
okay.
sees themselves in a way where they can quantify it, go for it.
Sure. Because sometimes we get pushback on this question of oh, it's kind of weird, rude to try to dehumanizing to try to view someone. To rank someone by or rate someone by their physical
Qualitatively.
appearance.
It's not even the
Quantitatively.
rudeness. I question the objectivity of it because I've noticed when Fresh and Fit does this and you do this, the intention is kind of to rate the woman's delusion or humbleness, which kind of proves that the rating system is subjective because the argument is it's objective. But if the girl says 10, then the guys will call her a 2.
Yeah,
and if
it's
the girl says
subjective.
2,
That's-
they say, funny how the girl says 2 is the hottest girl. So they base it off personality,
You're
proving
right.
that You know what I mean?
It
You
is
factor in
subjective.
personality with
Well,
looks.
it is personality because if you're over here and you're like, oh yeah, I'm hot shit, this and this and that, they're gonna be like, whoa, she's over here thinking she's all that, so let's go
Right.
ahead and humble her really quick.
But
But if you're kind of nice about it and you're kind of like, oh yeah, I feel like maybe I'm an 8, I'm a 9 today, like I'm feeling okay, then they're gonna be like, okay, that's cool.
Sure,
Like,
which proves that looks aren't objective.
Actually, then if we're talking about that, then I changed my answer. I'm a 10. Then
Uh-oh.
we're talking about that, then I'm changing my answer then. Because if I don't care what anybody says, like everybody can say any hurtful thing. I play COD. Like y'all have heard so much hurtful
Call of Duty?
things. Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, the first
Those
one,
are some
2019.
hardcore lobbies for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
S&D too. I promise you.
Okay.
No, but
anyways,
you're correct. It is subjective, and that's why we asked you. You're the subject in this time, and you're rating yourself, right?
Sure. I don't know if that's the optics of it.
Every time we do Access Vegas, we have some, in my opinion, some very stunningly gorgeous girls on there. Every guy in the chat says, "Oh, I can't. Why don't you get some normal girls on there? Why don't you get like?" That's the number one thing we had to deal with from day one, was people saying that the girls on our show were fake. They had big lips, they had big tits. There get some real girls on there kind of thing. And so it was the subjective like opinion of these guys that these aren't like quote unquote normal girls.
Mm-hmm.
So all you really have to do is go walk through any major airport today, and you can go find normal people. Are they going to be the people that you want to have on your podcast? Are they going to be people you're going to poll for like these kind of questions? I don't think so.
Big announcement, guys. We currently have 10,000 plus viewers. That is a record.
You'll get more.
That is a record for whatever. The chat is on fire. Holy shit. Thank you, guys. I think our previous highest was like 8,000. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think everyone's just like overcomplicating things. Like, it's just they just asked you like whether or not you think you're a 10. Like, in my opinion, if a fat bitch is fat, you call her fat, or if someone's ugly, you call them butt ugly, But like, if we just overcomplicate things, like oh my worth is like.
Okay,
if
I'm
you
sorry,
saw
Keeping
someone
it real.
This entire video, you have been talking about personality, how it doesn't have to do.
Yeah, no.
But now all of a sudden
I've
you're
been talking about
you're
personality.
No, because now you're talking down about somebody how they're
Okay,
fat, how they're
well, if
ugly,
a fat
but
bitch
yet
is
you're
fat, you
kind-
call her fat. Like
well, if I
personality
say you have an
aside.
ugly personality, do you have an ugly personality?
Well, yeah, that's your opinion, but like
Exactly.
personally,
So at the end of the
But
day,
you've been-
it's
you've
still
been
an
contradicting
opinion.
yourself this
Yeah,
entire
I
video.
am
At the end of the day, so you're
I
getting
don't
mad
think
at her.
that's
and you're
contradicting
judging-
It's not
herself.
contra-
She's talking
Can
about
you,
two
can
different
you let me
things.
finish?
You can
You
talk.
haven't
Can you
let
let me
anyone
talk?
Yeah, if I
finish
can
for
talk
the last
after.
hour.
If I can talk after.
You just
But
keep
you've also
you just
been
keep going. You
interrupting.
just keep going. Are you
Careful,
done?
she has a neck
Are you
tattoo.
done?
Oh my
Like
God.
I could wait. Like I'm one of those teachers. Like I
Wait,
could wait.
hey, hold on.
$200.
Thank you, man.
Here is a better way to gauge this question. When you rate yourself, what subconscious image do you use to rate yourself? Your Instagram photos or you just getting out of the shower and looking at yourself in the mirror?
That's an interesting question. We're stealing that question.
Yes.
Thank you, Bads EXE. Thank you. Really appreciate the support. Speaking of the rating thing, and oh my God.
Mike Davis donated
Thank you, man. Holy
$200.
shit.
Mike Davis's ratings for how much I'd pay for an out call with each guest.
Alcohol.
$300 Farah, $0 Nikki, $0 Rosie, $0 Ali, $300 Nev, $500 Aspen, $300 Kylie, $0 Zartane. If he returns my watch, Waller, $1,000,000 if he paid me.
Bro, I gave him his watch back, pimp. What are you
got it right
doing?
here.
What is
Bro,
it?
he's
He's got it
going,
right here.
man.
I'm sorry, Mike Davis. I don't know what I did to Mike Davis, but damn, man.
Mike Davis. What's thank you guys for all the support.
If he's
Appreciate
using
it.
words like outcall, he's from Nevada.
That's hilarious, man. At least it's funny.
But anyways, back to what I was saying. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm really not. I just don't like being cut off because I literally just sat here 2 fucking hours to listen to you talk, and I just can't talk.
You came here to talk to everybody.
I understand that, but
You've
am
been-
I cutting you off?
You've been cutting
Oops.
people off this entire
Put that
night.
anywhere.
Who?
You.
And I just have.
You took up like 20 minutes vomiting, shitting out word salad.
Whoa.
20 minutes straight.
Why are you getting offended that I want to have the conversation with you?
I'm not offended.
Yeah,
but
'cause
you
you're
just
trying to
jump
call
in
me
when I'm
out.
trying to literally finish my point. I haven't even got to the period.
Okay,
yet. It
go
was
ahead.
A comma.
Now is your time. Go
it
ahead.
was literally a comma. I
can
literally
talk now.
forgot. I'm so mad.
Ladies,
I remember my
you're
question.
both pretty.
But
It's
anyways,
okay.
It doesn't matter
I-
if I'm
can I-
pretty.
can I
It
be-
matters
let-
about what I fucking stand for.
What
Right.
you mentioned the period. Can we please not talk about menstruation? But I don't know. You said something about periods. Or
I
something?
said a
I know.
comment.
Bad joke.
Can I bring some? Can I get nerdy with us again, real quick? So beauty is actually not subjective. There's tons of studies that show when you overlay. There's a famous one where you overlay the pictures of several thousand psychology students over each other. You come up with an average, and that average is more attractive than the other people. It's rated as more attractive than the people in the classroom. Also, there's studies that show that infants, young children, look at people who are more attractive for longer periods of time. I've hosted over 45 different bikini competitions, and exactly, I've hosted over 45 different bikini competitions, and in doing so, when I ask the guys who's going to win, it's almost always like the same 3 girls. We generally agree. There's no study that shows that beauty. Now, to a certain extent, obviously, some people like bigger butts or bigger lips, but the idea of facial symmetry and signs of youth, clear skin, things like that, those things tend to be universal. So those things are not subjective. They're actually objective, and that's a really offensive thing to a lot of people. When you look at Victoria's Secret and they show other body types, and I'm all for inclusivity, but they're not going to change what I find attractive or what Justin finds attractive or what Rolo or any of the men in the chat what they find attractive, because when you leave that door open that beauty is subjective, it really for the most part isn't. Like, you can tell when something is beautiful because of symmetry and other things, and there's just tons of studies. There's tons of evidence to show this.
That was a beautiful point. But I would like to talk to you again. What you said was that there was a double standard in what she was saying. And okay, what you said was she calls it like she sees it, and that's wrong. Because, and then you sorry, was it you?
For what?
You talked about how we just got in that argument. But you're saying that she's calling it a double standard for caring about somebody's personality when she meets somebody, and then calling them ugly or fat.
I just don't want to fuck a fat bitch. Sorry. Okay. I just don't want to fuck a fat bitch. But okay, yeah, you go.
Are you bi?
I mean,
are you trolling? Like, what's going on?
Oh, I just don't want to
go.
Okay,
like you're funny and shit.
Okay, look me in the eye and tell me you'd fuck Thrognak the Destroyer, who comes on here every once in a while.
Okay, but that's not what we're saying.
I'm just trying to get a read. Yo, Ivan, thank you for that, man. Appreciate it.
Jr. donated $200. Stop focusing on dollar. If you got you, then great. These girls have no sense of tradition. False studies is what they preach, and listen to other women on what a man is and wants. Set your value boundaries and get experience. A man is a leader and a woman makes it worth it.
Yo, Ivan Jr., thank you for the $200 donation. Really appreciate all the support, guys. Really appreciate all the support tonight. Do you want to continue with your point about not wanting to fuck fat bitches?
Okay, I just don't want to fuck fat bitches. Okay, I just don't. Like,
you said wait, what?
Dude, I just don't
I know
want to
you're like
okay,
joking
if a fat
whatever,
bitch went up to me and said, "Hey, sexy," I'd be like, "Hell no."
Are you bi?
Dude, I don't fucking know. I don't know.
So you like what you like, basically.
I like what I like, but
so
like,
you like a person,
Okay, listen. I just don't want to fuck a fat bitch. You don't have to overcomplicate.
Okay, back to
I don't want to fuck a fat bitch.
Back to what she was asking me. Back to what she was asking me. You were saying how I was basically saying that's contradicting, right?
Yeah.
Earlier, she was saying how are you gonna date somebody? How are you gonna marry somebody and then not know if that they're good in bed, right? And she's over here saying,
well, I know they're not good in bed because they'll break it.
First of all, let me finish. Okay, you want people to let you finish. Thank you. My thing is, you're over here saying that, oh, you're over here judging, you're being biased, this and this and that, but yet you're over here saying I wouldn't fuck somebody who's bigger than me, so, like that who's ugly, this and this and that. You have your own perception as to who's ugly and who's big, right? So it's like for you to be like straight up and say like, oh no, you're ugly, like you're fat. But yeah, you're over here saying like, oh no, I'm not judging that. You are being biased. And
okay. Look, I'm not an architect. I don't want to fuck a fat bitch. Like, can we just? I don't want to fuck a fat bitch. You don't have to.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, establish that. Thank you very much.
We don't have to overcomplicate things. I doubt anyone. Okay, but just.
I'm just
I
dumbing
just
down.
don't
So you have a type.
I am not trying to complicate
it.
She merely asked me a question, which is why I was just trying to.
Can I simplify your point a little bit?
Go ahead.
Jesus.
Okay, so I think the point is, you shouldn't judge someone based off the act of sex, right? Sex isn't the end all be all. But biologically, we pick the mate that is best for us. You're not gonna want to mate with someone who, say, is obese, say, is short, and you want your kids, you want your offspring to be stronger, powerful, tall, in good shape, right?
Yes.
You will not. The way you are wording it is way better than what she had said.
That's why I said I was simplifying her point.
But hold on, let her finish. Let her finish. Go ahead.
The whole objective, like her whole objective is, I'm going to have my preferences, but sex isn't what makes those preferences. It's the preferences that lead to the sex, right? They lead to you picking a partner in general. It's not just about sex. So she's not being a hypocrite. She's laying out her preferences that get you to the bed.
No, but what I was saying was earlier she had said something about it being about like how you feel towards a person and not about looks. But now she's talking about looks.
How you feel towards a fat person or a skinny person is definitely about looks, but it is also how you feel about those looks. It doesn't change. Everything is, we see something, we all see the same thing, but we all perceive it differently. So it is how you feel about a thing. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay.
That makes no sense.
So really,
Absolutely makes no sense. No, because because we're human beings. We are very good at pattern recognition. When we see someone who is overweight, when we see someone who has like lost a limb, when we see someone who is in some way deformed or disabled, we look at them as not necessarily a lesser human being because of their personal value, but we do look at them and we say that person is not going to be able to run away from a bear. Okay, we look at that and we have an instant instinctual understanding just by looking at that person, whether or not they're going to be physically fit, whether I want to have sex with that person, whether I do not want to have sex with that person, whether that person is going to be somebody that I want in the trenches when I'm fighting a war, or when I need somebody to balance my accounts or something like that. So there's absolutely a look that we see when we look at someone. So when people say this bullshit about like, oh, you can't judge a book by its cover, well, the reason for a book cover is to sort of let you know what's inside the book in the first place.
Yeah, no, I agree with you completely. I was just
and then the other part of that is sex is the glue that keeps a relationship together. So without that sex, you got no fucking relationship. Okay?
Yeah, well, what I was going to say was that, like, I was saying that
into the mic.
I don't want to judge anyone, like, based on their sexual performances. And I wouldn't get to that point because I wouldn't go for a fat woman. So I wouldn't know what her performance was like because I wouldn't bother with that. If that makes sense.
All right, moving on.
So
also,
can we address
okay, one more.
That question that guy said of tradition. I come from a different background. If we're talking about tradition, my parents were immigrants. So I'm not immigrants, but still, I come from a completely different background. In my culture, whoever's the fastest person to pay, you get to pay. However, we eat as a family. There's no such thing as a separate dish. Everybody eats off what everybody has.
Everybody eats.
Exactly. But in most cultures, and there's different ways, and there's different thinking, and there's different types. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody has a thing. Me personally, the reason why I've been in a 4-month relationship is because there's a standard there, and there's a boundary that I put out. And if you don't succumb to that, boundary, then if you don't come to that, boundary or meet it in any type of way, then there's no reason for me to move forward, because I feel like a relationship is a partnership, obviously. I believe in 50-50 because of my cultural background. And
what's your cultural background?
I'm Chinese.
And so you think that the Chinese believe in 50-50? In
No,
egalitarian
but I
relation, in
because
egalitarian partnerships.
My parents divorced, and my dad left. And so, obviously, there's split custody. And there's child support, and if you don't pay for that child support,
do you think that? Okay, I got that, but do you think that the reason why your parents split up is because that egalitarian ideal didn't work out for the both of them?
Of course, and that's whatever it is between them. But as a kid, you're caught in the loop.
So is that cultural, or is that just something between a man and a woman?
But I also watched a cultural person come from a strict, background. My grandparents, she couldn't go outside. She only had books, everything like that, working, everything like 9 to 5, everything. And so my mom got sick of it and came here to America to live out the American dream. And so obviously from that point, you have to start out from scratch. And my mom started out from scratch by herself with nobody to help her until she met my dad. She met my dad, and my dad helped her and pushed her forward to a certain extent until their agreement and their disagreement and didn't fulfill each other. They divorced.
What was the agreement?
Their marriage. When you say vows.
Okay, what were the vows?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
So
because I was too young. But in their terms, in their eyes, they had agreed to a certain vow and a certain agreement. And if one of them just doesn't fulfill, why would you stay in that relationship?
Someone breached the contract.
Yes. So why would you stay in that relationship?
Not saying
You have no
would.
reason to. So you move on, you progress forward. And as a man, you know, as a female, and you constantly rely as a man, and then the father figure, the male figure of the household just disappears. What do you have left in that household, in that foundation? What do you build off of a male-built foundation? Nothing. So you have to start out from scratch. And you build that foundation yourself. And as a female,
can you just like stop karate chopping the table?
I'm sorry.
please?
As a female, you know, from starting from
We know you're
nothing,
female. That's been established.
my mother, starting from nothing to something. She from below minimum wage to above minimum wage.
Okay.
And by herself, she did that all by herself. So
Would she have been better off if she had a guy?
Yes, of course. But you know, in those time periods when she needed the guy the most,
So
she
she
realized
needed a
that
guy.
She needed a guy.
But you don't need a
Obviously,
guy.
my mom was so into, you know, a relationship where it's you put a certain degree and you put a certain degree and you make a house.
What are we talking about?
Where was
I'm
this
not-
even
Like
going?
you know,
what do
like
we-
in a marriage, you need two people.
Are you still talking about 50-50? I want to bring Justin
yes,
in on
you
this
need like
because-
you need
Justin,
a marriage
there you
to
go.
agree.
I want
How
half
do
an hour of
people
Justin
agree
Waller.
into
I'm giving you a
marriage?
layup.
I
How do
need
you agree
Justin
into
Waller.
a marriage? You don't mind brain her. You don't mind wash her. You don't force her to agree anything. She chooses to agree to go. What is she into? If you lay down that foundation, what she's getting into.
A woman cannot look up to a man who is her equal.
But okay, you said you're in favor of 50-50. Justin, your thoughts on 50-50 dynamic?
I don't believe in 50-50 dynamic. I believe a man should take care of a woman in every way. And I think that's what he gets to do.
And of
as
course,
a man.
and
As
from
a man.
and then
when you come
then
across
when
a
I
real
meet the guy-
man, you will accept that because you'd be happy to be in his frame. Because you look up to him, you want to get behind him, you want to be on that ride he's going to take you on.
Exactly.
You know, he
But I
he
also
wants
have
to
a
do these
certain
things.
point
Yes,
because
but
I feel-
but I'll tell you, a man is not going to sit there and listen to you tell him your standards because he's
I'm
not.
not going to tell him my standards. I'm going to lay out a foundation of what I want in a
just a
relationship.
sec, guys. Hold on.
Donated $200. Jarulna really cares about this woe is me backstory. You came from a broken home and you dunked your dignity in the dumpster because you decided to not get professional help for your mental issues. Godspeed.
Your response to bads_exe?
Mental issues are kind of shaky.
You have trust
I don't
issues,
really.
I can tell
I
you
have
that
trust
right now.
issues. Yes, of course I do. But then again, you can't breach.
Hold on just a sec.
Mike Davis donated $200. I'm not gay, but I'd go gay for Waller. With his fiery red locks thrown in his face, and his piercing gaze that cuts through my soul like a sharpened blade. Ever since I discovered Waller, I got off Viagra. Take the mic.
Welcome to the Whatever podcast.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks, Mike. I think.
That's crazy. Hey, man, we're going to go to a Burger King afterwards, Mike, just for you, bro. Can you tell me where the nearest Burger King is, 24 hours?
He owns 300 of them.
He owns
Must be one of
300.
them.
No, that was Mike
the same
Davis.
guy?
Yeah, I think that was Mike
Okay,
Davis,
so
wasn't
no,
it?
yeah.
That was Mike Davis.
Mike,
This is
Continue.
hilarious.
you're in Miami, right?
Yeah.
Mike Davis, do you own any Burger Kings in Miami? Could he host you at the Burger King? Like,
Sure, bro.
I mean, maybe after what he said, maybe
Yeah,
not.
that one's tough. That one's
It
tough.
might be.
Yeah.
It might be tough. Sorry, we got two TTSs that came through, one right after the other. You guys were kind of having an exchange. Justin, did you want to come back in, or did you?
Go ahead.
No problem at all. I said what I had to say. I do believe that a man is going to want to take charge and control the relationship.
course, and I would
oftentimes I think that women, particularly ones like you that are going to be a bit more headstrong, they're going to want to hold on to their independence until they find a man that they find is worth letting go. What's really hard for a woman nowadays is to find a man worth the fuck enough for you to be able to let go. And I think that'll be one of your biggest challenges moving forward, particularly because of how headstrong you are. You know, and that's all I really have to say about it. If you find that right guy and he comes through and he's just like you, just everything that you think you want is no offense, not true. When that man walks into your life and you're going to be able to put a lot of walls down that you wouldn't previously be able to put down because the man is worth you being able to do it. And when you trust you can be inside his frame and you're safe inside of that, you will let go.
No, I absolutely agree.
So
you know?
that's what you said was that she's gonna have a hard time finding a guy because of how headstrong she is. So she.
But
Well,
he's been
she-
critical of men, too.
Yeah,
No, I know,
yeah,
I know.
and,
I'm
and,
saying
and
I
her
think that
particularly,
that-
she's a little bit more
I
boisterous.
think
If I'm
that
being
that
fair,
is
you
something
are.
that gets in the way of me finding a guy because
What's
I'm.
that?
Because you're headstrong?
Yeah, because I'm well.
No, you're not. You're a sweetheart. You and her are two different
No, I'm really
things.
headstrong. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, I'm very independent. I have goals for myself. I think that comes off as intimidating to a lot of guys.
Why do you think that?
Well, that's my only assumption. I might be wrong,
can-
but
can
I don't
yourself-
understand why people aren't
I actually
approaching
think
me.
it's the
feel like
I think
it's
it's the
right.
pipeline more than anything. Can I give you guys all a piece of advice? You can write this down. Do whatever with it you want. I would find a local chapter of the SPCA and start volunteering there. I would find as many soup kitchens and food pantries as I could and start volunteering there. I have found empathetic human beings are the ones that you probably want to be with, people who show a level of kindness. I throw charity events specifically for one of the reasons is generally people who are narcissists and psychopaths can't keep coming to charities where they don't get anything out of it. Wounded warriors, anything for underprivileged children. Shout out to the Midnight Mission in Los Angeles. Shout out to Operations Blankets of Love, a domestic abuse charity, anything like that. The people that are associated with that, I would not only would I try to meet other people I want to group with, but I would also invite a date on that. For me, frequently, it used to be my first date would be somebody that I was interested in. We'd go volunteer at a soup kitchen. We'd go volunteer at a food pantry. Because the reason why is like a lot of the times you guys are talking about like cruelty and a lack of empathy. I promise you that will work better than Tinder when it comes to personality if you guys started doing that. But I haven't heard any of you say that because your method by which you're meeting people tends to be solely online. And listen, I know Roland and I talk about this all the time. Instagram is the #1 dating app in the world. Mm-hmm. And I agree that it's the #1 dating app in the world, but it used to not be like that. I'm old, and I remember when it wasn't like that before. And so I would recommend you guys try some IRL stuff where you're actually volunteering and trying to serve other people. And when you find somebody else in that method, especially with your values as a Christian, I think you're going to be shocked at how awesome it is. And I don't mean just going to church. I mean finding someone else who's doing something for wounded warriors or especially for animal rescue. That is the catch-all for everyone. Everyone loves animal rescue. So that's what I would recommend for all of you guys. If you're having trouble finding someone who's compassionate or finding someone who's trustworthy, that's what I would do.
If I could just add to that, Michael, good chance you'll find a good guy at those places. You might also find someone who committed like a misdemeanor and they're doing community service hours. Just saying, just a caveat to Michael's thing.
And you might find a simp too. I mean, there's that risk, right?
There's that too,
Yeah.
right? There's that too.
There's a bit of psychopathy that works for love. There's such thing as dark love for sure.
All right, we have
I do help people, but to a certain extent. Everybody deserves kindness to a certain extent. You could help all these people, don't get me wrong, in a homeless shelter, and some of them have some roughed up lives where they were in the child, they were a child and they messed up and now they can't progress as adult in life, and that's why they're on the streets. But then there's other people who have came from a great lifestyle, great parents, they just messed up with drugs. Yeah. And then with drugs, they messed up, and then now they're in a washed-up place. That's what I do. I help them.
Yeah, I think we're confusing two different things. I don't want you to date the people at
home. You don't need to date bums.
I want you to help
literal bums.
I'm just saying I do help them, and I do help them to a certain extent. I do help the people who are drugged out, they do show that progress that they want to change. Everyone needs a little bit of, realization of their lifestyle.
What are you talking about?
He's not saying date homeless guys. He's saying like when you go there'll be people there that you might want, like at the soup kitchen too.
I build my friend groups. I specifically build my friend groups around charity.
I understand.
Wait, I'm sorry. Were you saying to meet somebody there to continue going on those?
Bro, it's not that heavy. It's not that fucking heavy.
It's not that complex.
How about this? Fucking community service and shit.
Oh, to meet someone there and then continue going with them while they're volunteering.
Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
I heard you wrong.
All right.
I'm just saying. I was
he
just
said.
saying that people in this world deserve a certain amount of kindness, to a certain extent. When you see a homeless person out in the streets, by the freeways and everything, asking for money, what is your first thought?
Whoa, is it what are you talking about? The empty platitudes here. We're gonna move on from that. I don't know where you're.
You're off topic.
I'm saying,
dude, you are so off topic.
Dating show. We can talk about the nuances.
You're a great humanitarian.
Okay. I mean, we can talk about the nuances of humanitarian work, but kind of unrelated,
Okay, might I just add something? Honestly, I love your advice, but most people I know nowadays, they don't want a good guy. They don't really want that. They want to be.
I think I might be able to fix this with a sentence. You want a man that can slit a throat and hold a baby in the same day. That's what you want.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's who you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's at Michael's event, but he could also be Michael when Michael's in the military.
I'm sorry, was that sarcasm or like were you actually being for real?
No,
like,
I'm being for real. Like a lot of people, like the partners that they choose, I don't know.
No, I'm talking about you. You
Me?
specifically. That's
no,
what he was asking.
But what was the question?
If you would be with somebody who would slit a throat and hold a baby at the
You're
same
fucking
time.
right.
hell
That's what
yeah,
you
hell
want
yeah,
as a
yeah,
woman.
yeah.
That's what
That's
you
what
want.
I want someone who
Yep.
not afraid of guns and shit. Like I want
Absolutely.
someone who can hold their own. Like,
That's the kind of man
like I
you
don't
want.
want a fucking soy boy liberal cuck or whatever. I don't.
You
fucking
want a man. You want a man that could
Yeah,
could
I
be
want a
good
man
with your
who's
kids
a
and
man
at the same
who's
time
not
kill
afraid to
somebody
be a
that
man.
came in your
Yeah,
house. That's
yeah,
what you want.
Yeah, 'cause,
So no
like,
blue hair then. No?
Hell no! What
Okay,
the
good.
fuck, dude?
Who
No.
are we talking about, by the way? We do that a lot.
Dude, I don't know, but I'm just saying. Like,
All right, let me get a couple of these super chats here. Let's see. Did we? I think we did. Wait, did we do this one? Oh,
No,
wait.
you haven't done that yet.
Wait, did we do this? Wait.
Yes, we did that
I'm
one.
keeping
Correction on
track
that.
of super chats for you now.
Landscaper69, thank you for the 100. Avery, do you want to read this one?
To the panel, what was it you dreamt of doing with your life when you were little? How close or far are you from that dream? What changed your path? Just trying to understand this lost generation.
Let's keep the answers short on this one. So what was it you dreamt of doing with your life when you were little? Let's just answer that one. Go ahead.
I wanted to be a singer. I was doing that for a bit, and then I lost my record deal, and now I'm doing OnlyFans. So.
Can you sing pretty well? Do you have a talent?
Let's hear it.
No. Dude, it's too embarrassing. No.
What's that song, At Last, by, do you know that song?
I've heard it. I don't know the words.
All right, go ahead.
I wanted to work in media, which I'm fulfilling.
You wanted to work in media?
Yeah.
Which you are fulfilling by doing what?
Working in media.
Are you talking about OnlyFans?
OnlyFans is an aspect of media, sure, but I also have a TikTok. I also write for websites and magazines.
Okay.
But even if I was just doing OnlyFans, I would consider that fulfilling it, sure.
But the question is, what was it you dreamt of doing with your life when you were little?
Did I specifically dream of doing OnlyFans when I was little? No, it didn't
Probably,
exist.
well, it wasn't around.
Yeah.
I suppose sex.
Like I
has
said,
been
I dreamt
around.
of doing media.
Fair enough.
Working in
What
media.
about you?
Just a One Piece journey.
Here, turn
a
microphone
One Piece
straight
journey.
towards you.
One
Straight.
Piece
There you go. Go ahead.
Me? Honestly, when I was little, I wanted to be a police officer, but I changed it. I want to be a nurse. Am I doing that right now? No, but I'm currently working so that I can get my car and continue going to school. What changed my path? Yeah, I don't know.
Go ahead.
Always wanted to be in the medical field. I'm almost in the medical field. Nothing's straying me from that.
You're the ER nurse, right?
Physical therapy is what I'm looking at, yeah.
You're the ER nurse. Okay.
I just want to be happy, and I want to make other people happy.
That was your childhood dream? To be happy?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
can see it.
Good
What
times.
else? Was there nothing more specific than just be happy?
I don't know. I want to find what makes me happy. I think
Closer to
it's
the mic.
a bigger thing. I want to find what makes me happy, and I want to make other people happy at the same time. Like, I'm not sure what will make me happy, but I want to find it.
Go ahead.
You will not find
My
happiness.
dream as a child was to do something big with my life. I think make a big difference. And later on, it was being a trauma nurse, which I have found that. And then I'm moving more towards humanitarian stuff.
Have you saved a life?
I've saved many lives.
See, there you go. You've done something big.
ER nurses.
I know, it's
stick
staying
in
close.
there. You guys got this, and nurses in general. But even the ER gets tiring. You feel like you're not doing enough in there.
What about you?
I always wanted to be a model and actress, but I kind of gave up on like acting stuff, and now I just do modeling.
Okay. I suppose this is asked to the rest of the panel. So
Living the dream.
Michael.
It's funny, man. I don't know. I can't even. I always wanted to be a Longhorn, and I ended up doing that. And then it was never my dream to fly for the Air Force, but I ended up doing that. I don't know, man. It's tough. But I think maybe working in radio, but I sort of ended up doing that with the podcast. So something similar to that.
You were a pilot, is that?
No, I was a civilian pilot. I was in the military. I was a navigator. I was an instructor navigator on KC-135.
But
Yeah.
in the military, you were not a pilot.
No, I was a KC. Yeah, navigator.
Navigator. Okay,
yeah, and then I
gotcha.
worked in counterintelligence near the end of my career.
Okay, cool. But you said in your civilian life you were a pilot.
Yeah, I flew a Cessna 172 and a Piper Warrior.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Super cool. Justin.
Yeah, man. When I was a kid, I always said I was gonna be a businessman. It was very vague. I don't think I knew what I meant, but it couldn't have worked out better, man. Life's a dream.
Hell yeah.
Truly.
And
When I was a kid, let's see, when I was 10, I wanted to be Ace Frehley. That's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be in Kiss. That's what I wanted to be. As simple as that. No, I mean, I always wanted to be a a touring musician, which I got to do for quite some time when I was in the late 80s and early 90s, and I still play in a band right now. But it's so much more than that. It's like I'm a creative individual. I don't think a lot of people really get that from me, because like when I'm doing what I do here right now, they think I'm like super analytical, but I actually am very much, you can tell from my thumbnails, I'm very much an artist too. So I've always been an artist, and I do exactly what I wanted to do. So.
Very talented graphic designer. And I suppose I'll answer the question. At one point I wanted to be a magician, and then that didn't work out. And then I wanted to be a professional surfer. That also did not work out. Landscaper69, thank you for the donation. Avery, go ahead.
Brian, it depends on if you go terminal, low, tower, or en route radar. En route gets paid way more, but is significantly harder. Aspen, have you ever listened to the Bible in a Year podcast with Father Mike? If you haven't, you should. It's fantastic.
Aspen.
I have not done that.
Okay. Cannon, thank you for the $100 super chat. Really appreciate it, man. Is that a gecko face palming? Hello? Is that like the Geico gecko? I don't know. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. American Virus is Freedom. Thank you for the 100. Avery, go ahead.
As a traditional guy, I look at women that sleep with a lot of men as someone that is willing to have a kid with those men. A man that is willing to sleep with a lot of women are willing to emotionally damage ladies they don't want to stay with. Neither is healthy.
That is so true.
Anyone have Justin thoughts on this? Michael, Rolo, any thoughts?
I think you don't necessarily want to have kids with everyone you have sex with. So I don't know if that's necessarily the case.
It's
I do think it's leverage to judge people, but I mean, in some cases you do. Here's the thing: subconsciously, though, you do, and it's more so with women than men, where women will, like, again, the oxytocin release that happens after a woman has sex with a man is more powerful in women than it is men. So I could see that argument subconsciously, but I think cognitively, I'm not sure if that's
no. It's just the argument for licking the ice cream. That's all. There's the ice cream store, and some guys get to go into the ice cream store earlier or like at all, go in there, and what they do is they go and lick every flavor of ice cream. So when everybody else goes in there, they realize that, oh, hey, this ice cream's been licked. That's a metaphor. I know it's dangerous to use these days, but it's a metaphor for the fact that guys, there's this belief that a certain percentage of guys are going and essentially sleeping with all the women and then damaging those women. And then those women, when they find the real guy, when they finally get to be 28, 29, 30 years old, and they're trying to do the right thing, then they're damaged goods. And all because some sinister group of very elite men, a small percentage of them, have ruined those women because they had sex with them. Well, the problem with your estimate there is you also have to remember that women choose to have sex with those guys in the first place. So you got to look at it from both sides. I know you got something to say.
No, I agree with you. I don't think he's wrong. I think that, there's a certain level of man that can go through an alpha widow, a bunch of women. I'm just saying I believe that. And life isn't fair, man, so you need to compete very, very hard, understand where you fall in the rank of things, and put yourself in a position to be the highest level of man that she could be with. Because until you do that, then there's not really a conversation. I'll just keep rolling through them, and all the other guys like me will. So that's your problem to handle, my friend. That's why you should work so hard. That's why everybody watching this shit should work so fucking hard. Be the best man you can possibly be, because if you love your wife, even if it's your future wife, you are going to be faced with this scenario, and that's the only way that you're going to win, my friend. So,
Justin, just a question. When you say faced with that scenario, what do you mean?
So every man is going to compete after he's married, regardless. Like, hypergamy is a real thing. Respectfully, by the way, it is very, very real, and it is something that you're constantly going to be doing in your life, is competing. So
performance. You have a burden of performance.
Yeah, men do have a burden of performance, and it's very important that you realize that and accept that ugly truth of the world. You can get mad at women and blame it on women, but the truth of the matter is, unless you're doing the work to maximize every part of you in every way, then you should look at no one but yourself. So go find a mirror, my friend, instead of typing on this channel and talking shit about how women are hypergamous. We already know that. So all you can do is build yourself up to the man that she would never leave.
Yeah, his argument that it's unhealthy for men to run through a bunch of women is not going to stop men, especially high-status men, from doing exactly that.
100%. He's just complaining.
Yeah, and the fact that you complain about it isn't going to change it either. Like, again, on one hand, we have 17, 18 years of Facebook, and on the other hand, we have 300,000 years of Homo sapien evolution. The evolution means more, and women will be hypergamous, and men will compete with other men over women. That is not something that happened because of the United States of America or because of TikTok. That is something that has been the same same since we were descended from Australopithecus. That is always the way hominids have been.
All right, we have Davon Jackson here. Thank you for the $200 super chat. Yo, pause, please. I believe this is in response to Mike Davis's comments towards Justin that were perhaps romantic in nature. Mike Davis seems to take a liking to sometimes the men on the panel.
He said he isn't gay, but if he was gay, that's what he said. He did qualify that.
Fair.
Shit. Really tricky position because he's being so nice to me.
I'm the same way.
$100.
Thank you, man.
On behalf of the military homies, are military guys red flags in the dating scene? Why or why not?
Yeah, we can go around the table on this. Avery, is it a red flag? Why or why not?
I don't think so. I don't know. I've actually never dated or matched with a guy in the military, but no.
No, it wouldn't be. I'm kind of confused. Why would it be? Like, what's the presumption?
I suppose, I mean...
PCS, TDYs, like you're caused to travel on
like deployments and stuff. Like,
but it's honestly the military men get taken advantage of more than they're the red flags. It's quite the opposite. Like military men get cheated. There was a show called Army Wives, I believe, on CBS that just illustrated this entire point. It's women, especially after World War II, guys would be deployed for 2 years. They'd come back and it was like a 75% divorce rate after that. So it's quite the opposite. It's men who get married and then deploy. That whole situation tends to be a red flag.
What's it called? A dependopotamus? Is that? Have you heard that term, Mike?
Dependopotamus.
A dependopotamus.
Dependopotamus. Yeah.
Well done.
Is that?
There's women who just scour around Fort Hood, just looking for.
I got a follow-up question for you, but let them finish.
But they just scour around Fort Hood looking for any like second lieutenant they can get their hands on, or any So I think it's quite the opposite as far as being a red flag. Most military guys I know don't have the ability to cheat. We can do a 15-month deployment in Iraq. You don't have the ability to cheat. So.
Yeah.
Is that a red flag to you?
Yes.
A military guy is a
yes,
red
I do.
flag?
It's because I just don't like that feeling of just waiting for somebody. I'm waiting for you. I have loyalty. I have trust. I have this. I have communication. I have that as a person. And I invest all this with a person that's completely far away. And now this person has a lot of other things in his, view at this point. He's exposed to new things. He doesn't have time for that person that's waiting at home. So now she's stuck at home waiting.
Okay, so no long distance relationships.
Exactly.
Got it.
I'm gonna say yes,
Yeah.
due to personal experience and also like other people's point of views.
So you've dated a guy in the military?
I dated a guy in the military. That was my 7-month situationship. There's a lot of issues between us, but like for example, I would you're not allowed to do this, but I would also sleep in his barracks, and I would hear a lot of the rumors that was happening. For example, he has this friend who has a fiance. He has another friend that is married, and they would have girls over at their rooms all the time. They have these things called barrack bunnies or something like that.
Yeah, desert queens is when you're deployed in barrack bunnies.
So
I think the other thing we have to differentiate is I think you're talking about enlisted infantry, and there's a big difference between that or just enlisted in general.
Well, I'm talking about enlisted, and I'm talking about other people as well that were outside. For example, like I have girlfriends, and then his friends would be like, hey, like set me up with your girlfriends, and I'd be like, you guys already have somebody though. Then they'd be like, okay, but they wouldn't have to know because I don't know the girls personally.
So they're trying to get on the down low.
Exactly. So I don't trust any of those guys.
Okay, so it's a trust thing.
It's a trust thing.
I don't think you can judge everybody by the actions of a few, but I don't
Speak up a little bit.
I don't think you can judge people by the actions of a few like that. Like it's not a trust thing. I think if a man is willing to put his life on the line to learn how to protect our country and to protect me, I think that that's not a red flag.
Hey, maybe I'm biased because my uncle was a Marine, but I have nothing but respect
Once
for...
Marine, always
No,
Marine.
he's still a Marine. He's still a Marine.
He's still a Marine. I have nothing
Hoorah.
but respect for members of the military. Honestly, it wouldn't be a red flag at all because, one, that shows that the guy is very willing to die for his country, which means that he has...
Pro-social, good guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Aspen, what do you think?
Yeah, I love this country, and it would raise eyebrows just because one of my life goals is to have my husband with my kids there as much as possible. But for the right guy, I would accept that.
Kylie, would you date a military guy?
Hey, Michael. No, yeah, I think it's great. I can see how some girls wouldn't want to like deal with like dating somebody actually like currently active duty, like in the military, because of the whole like waiting game or whatever. But
Now-
out of it, and that's great.
Quick
I
follow-up
would.
question. Do you guys know the percentage of Americans who served in the military? Or served? Is it serving or served?
Ever served?
Ever served in the military? Percentage of Americans?
Probably really
No?
low.
No?
65?
65%, really.
Anybody?
Anybody want to
40?
throw out some guests?
9%.
Anybody else?
40?
35.
I feel like I remember.
Yeah, the number is 6% of people have ever served, and that's active duty, reserve, or anything like that. A lot of people don't realize it's like less than 1% of the U.S. population is currently in the military, and so yeah, it's actually a much lower number than people think. They did a YouGov survey, and people thought it was somewhere in the 40s.
Yeah.
40% of Americans, or they thought 65% of
65.
Americans
She actually said
had served in
65,
the
that's
military.
what
No,
I'm
it's
saying,
about 6% of current people living right now have ever served in the military.
Can I have you just scoot your microphone? Can I have you scoot your microphone to the edge of the table?
Pull it towards you.
Pull it towards you. Thank you. All right, we have a super chat here from AGM 1991. Thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate it. Avery, go ahead.
Avery, I have a question for you. There's a woman that I'm interested in, and I feel a connection with her. Any advice? You want a perfect relationship, get your relationship with God, Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, and God's Word, NKJV. Trust me and believe me.
So what's the question? There's a woman that I'm interested in. I feel a connection with her. Any advice?
I think that's what.
I feel like I need more information here, but
I feel like he needs to be telling that girl the advice he just gave you when he asked you for advice.
No, I think that was meant for Aspen, because there's another one like under this that said, "Oh, I said the wrong girl again." Later, I don't know. I saw it earlier. So I think
okay.
that was meant for Aspen.
Well, then I'll let you answer.
This one?
Yeah, I thought I saw one earlier. I read this.
I mean, this is a
earlier.
very
This was
general
while ago.
question. Any advice? Is it for Avery or for
that's
Aspen?
I don't know.
You should answer. I'm curious. What do you want?
I don't know. I need more information, but I just can say what I want. I just want to be treated like I'm the prettiest princess in all the land.
All the land?
Yes, and
Okay.
like
Out of curiosity, have you ever gone out with a guy who didn't treat you like you were the prettiest princess in all the land? A
Yeah.
guy who maybe it was a little harder to go
I
out with
feel-
than that?
Manx1 donated
Oh.
$100. If only you really understood the relationship between real men and what they deserve. Top G types and what they really look for is totally not what you give. If the girl second from the left could find a guy worth having, we could save the world.
Derek Man X, thank you. Thank
Second
you for
from the left,
TTS.
that's you. That's Aspen. Just say
Second
Aspen.
from the left.
Aspen's easy to remember.
Can I respond to that guy?
Sure.
I would say be somebody that can lead her towards the Lord, and also someone that can cut a throat and hold a baby.
Sorry, guys, I'm
That's
adjusting
going to go in the
something
title of this, this show.
here. Sorry, guys, I'm adjusting something here on my laptop. While I do that, is there anything? This is a question I often ask. Is there anything dating related anybody wants to get off your chest? So either something that you specifically want to ask, maybe a question you have you want some advice on. Men are pissing you off in some way. Is there anything dating related you want to get off your chest? Go ahead, Avery.
I don't know. I don't want. I mean, I'm not having luck in the dating department, but I'm not gonna like shit on men for that. So I don't know. I don't have any questions at this time.
What about you?
I'm confused. Am I inquiring dating advice?
Well, so is there anything dating related that you want to get off your chest? So any specific topic that you'd like to talk about related to dating, or maybe when it comes to dating, men are pissing you off in some way? Just give them some prompts here.
Well, they seem to be traditional, so I'd like to talk about like what their standards are for a female partner.
You talking to Justin or?
All of them.
I'm curious about that too.
Start with Justin.
Let's start with Justin.
Because you're willing to provide 100% for a woman. So when I asked earlier strings attached, I didn't mean in terms of her putting out for the date. I meant like what woman qualifies for that treatment.
Loyalty. I think positive feedback, giving appreciation. See, the beautiful thing about love really is that when you give to your family tells you how much they appreciate it. That's what makes it fun, right? That's the beautiful thing about love, is to be able to take care of somebody, provide for them, protect them. Ideally, somebody who's very intelligent, that I can connect with on an intellectual level, is very, very important to me. I think it makes it better. particularly if it's going to be any kind of long-term thing, not short-term, like just sex. Like if I'm going to be around this person for a while, I'm going to want to respect them mentally. And also, I want that person to be on my mission with me, like supporting my mission. So particularly, like let's say I met a girl like you. If you were doing OnlyFans, at some point, you would recognize the path that I'm on and want to get behind that program and support that program with all of your talent and your efforts and everything. So I think a man should be able to give a woman a mission to get on with him, but is on the path that he is leading. A man should be the leader in the relationship. And for that reason, I'd want a woman that could get inside of my frame, and be happy to be there. So in a nutshell, that's what I'd be looking for.
Okay, so you wouldn't want the woman to get off OnlyFans because it's like sex work, but just because that's her individual career path, and you'd want her to kind of like abandon her career for your path, or specifically because it's OnlyFans/sex work?
OnlyFans wouldn't be ideal, I can tell you. Like I probably wouldn't like that if I'm being 100% with you. But as far as her wanting to do something that she's passionate about, if she wanted to work and for whatever reason she had a passion in some area, I would support that. Ideally, she'd want to help me with my mission, but if she wanted to do something that she was passionate about, I would let her do it. Now, would I wife up a girl on OnlyFans? No, I wouldn't. Would I look past it to get to a place where I could build her to somewhere else? Yeah, I would. And I think that is a man's job, is to build a woman up to where he wants to go. For example, if you meet a woman, you should be wanting to build her up so you can take her with you to meet those millionaires that are going to invest in your deal, or the billionaires on a boat in Dubai. That a man's job should be, in part, to build a woman up to the highest level he possibly can. So it's an investment that the man puts into a woman to try to build her up and make her the perfect partner for him. And that's just a part of it. So yeah, that's how I look at it.
That makes sense. So the cardinal thing you look for is loyalty. Can you characterize what makes a loyal woman? Because like depending where you fall in like the red pill spectrum or even not the red pill spectrum, some guys consider a woman, you know, going to parties or even like having a public Instagram account an act of infidelity. So what do you consider a loyal woman?
I would probably have the password to that Instagram account if it got very serious. I'd be able to see every message. Yeah. And she wouldn't have a problem with that because she'd want to be inside my frame. Women don't want space from men they're actually in love with. They don't want that. In fact, women want nothing more to be enthralled by a man that they actually want.
So
they're like, please let me give this to you. I want you. That's the kind of that's the kind
where
of
I was gonna go.
And you can't fake genuine desire.
Yes.
So it's not transactional at that point. At that point, you would want to do everything that it took to be a part of that man's life because you were truly in love with him.
Sure. Does that lack of space go both ways? Like, would she also have your passwords or no?
Absolutely not. No, she wouldn't.
So how does she feel your genuine love? Just from the financial aspect of you caring for her and
See,
building her up?
I'm glad you asked that. It's very, very important that the people in the red pill space start to include the fact that you're there for her. You'll sit there with her knee to knee, like you are truly best friends. You are emotionally there for her. I also say a lot that a man should be the mountain that a woman's emotional waves crash into. He should be there for her fully. This isn't like big G pimping type stuff. Like he's truly there for this woman in every way. They're talking all the time. They're in a constant contact. They love each other. It's true love. Is it dark? Yeah. But listen, if it's not me and you against the world, if the love's not dark, if it's not me and you against everything that everybody's saying, I don't want that love at all. Because that's that boring shit that ends up going off anyway. So many people get married every day in America. They make these vows to be, you know, hey, I'm going to be the best man I can be and all this other stuff. But they come home, they pop open a beer, and they get fat. You want a man that's actually on a mission, that's out there trying to do something so he can make your dreams come true and take you on a carpet ride through time and space. Nothing more.
I completely agree with the notion that a relationship should be two individuals building each other up and pushing each other. I'm just trying to investigate the asymmetry and why you would have her passwords but not vice versa. Is it that you wouldn't trust her, or is it that you'd want to monitor the messages before they come in so that she doesn't see them first? Like, what is the intention?
No, she would be able to see them, but it's just a trust thing between me and a woman. Like, you would want me to have your passwords. Not even me. If you were in love with said man, you would either want to either get off of it.
There it is.
Or, yeah, because
there
you have to understand as a man, like you, for example, beautiful woman, very smart too, by the way. I think you've been pretty impenetrable on this show. I'm very impressed by you. This isn't Riz, like just genuine compliment, truly. But your marketing yourself on the internet would be a no-go for me, because if you were truly giving yourself away to a man, you wouldn't market on the internet. And I do look at it as marketing when a woman has her titties all over the internet. And that's no disrespect. That's just if it were my girl and I'm the person that's doing everything I can to fight and make her life 10x what it'd be without me, then that would be a simple expectation. And I don't think that's too much to ask.
I think that's 100% your prerogative. My issue more is when men have asymmetrical standards. So they want a girl who's not showing her titties on Instagram, but then their explore page is full of Instagram models and they're liking their posts or they're watching porn. So for me, if I found a guy who wouldn't want me on Instagram and that was the love of my life, I would just want him to not be on Instagram either. If he wanted my passwords,
sorry, go ahead.
if you want my passwords, the same cuts both ways. And if anything, it makes more sense for the girl to have the guy's passwords because guys will be the first to argue that guys are the first to stray.
Just related to the asymmetry thing. So I kind of want to add a little bit to that. So for example, do you think that a guy who desires a woman with a low body count, who doesn't have a promiscuous past, yet, for example, he might be promiscuous or he's got a bunch of women or he has a high body count, do you quarrel with that? Do you take an issue with that? Because you mentioned you have an issue with asymmetry. Do you have an issue with that?
100%. Like I said, I think it's your prerogative to find someone who matches your values. I'm highly selective. I want a partner who's also highly selective. I don't think that maps onto body count because, for instance, if a girl tells you, like, I have 80 bodies, you can't deduce how selective she is because that could be...
No, you can deduce she's not selective if she has 80 bodies.
You can't.
Yeah, that's a bit high.
You can't
High.
because...
That's a bit high.
Wouldn't you argue women have access to fuck every single man on this planet?
sure.
She still has a 99.9999% curve rate.
80s.
Not
80s,
80.
80s, you're proving my point. That means 80 is
a lot
pretty
of
high.
dick.
That's a lot of penis.
Lot of
I'm
dick.
saying
A lot of
context
penis.
is important, and I wouldn't... Context
A
is
ton of
important.
penis.
I wouldn't reduce it to just a number. For instance, body count usually just refers to penile vaginal sex. Like, would you consider her
counts, too.
selective if she has just
Anal.
a ton of lesbian sex?
But she's like fucking
blowjob
ran
actually
through. That's
counts.
the issue. She's ran through.
Ran
all
through,
that.
And here's a
ran through in a
bigger
very specific
problem.
way. They don't
Ran
care if
through in
you.
a
They don't care if you fuck 1,000 women, but one guy they care
Yeah,
about.
wait,
I
let's
don't
be
really
very
wanna
clear
get
here.
AIDS, so yes, they
Everything
do care if
between-
they fuck 1,000 women.
Sure, but typically the traditional body count conversation doesn't care about that.
Here, let's have Justin come in. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to be very clear about this. You're looking for a fair situation, but newsflash, the world is not fair. Like,
Men
that
and women
man,
are different.
That man is going to get up and go through stress every day and face the challenges of the world while you have a pretty cush life. Men have always slept with multiple women. It's not fair. It's bullshit. I know it hurts. I know it sucks. I know it's not a good thing to say, but it is absolutely true. And you are at the top of your sexual marketplace value. And
How old are you?
there's going to be, she's
24.
24.
Am I past it? Yeah.
No, you're at the, no.
You're about to hit
I'm
the
2
wall.
days
Sorry,
old
sorry,
in
sorry.
24.
No, it's all good. You're probably at the top, but let me tell you where you're not. You're not at 30 where you're out of time and you want to have children and you're absolutely in love with the man and he loves you in every way and you feel safe around him. You're not in that position yet, so you can't see an outcome where you would give a little to take a little back. And I'm cool with that. But I will tell you this, when you get up higher in age and the clock's ticking and that man's good to you and you trust him and you feel safe around him and he's truly your best friend and you look up to him and admire him, then you might think differently about how you feel now. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just telling you that your opinion might change in time.
Sure. My point was in response to his, which is would I have a problem with the asymmetry of wanting a woman with a low body count while having a high one? And I would, because what I consider a valid reason for preferring a partner with a low body count is that it's better for pair bonding. You're less likely, if you don't have that propensity to seek novelty, you're less likely to stray. People who are more promiscuous, they tend to be more unfaithful.
Correct.
That cuts
but those,
both ways.
Those studies do not. The studies clearly show that is far, far more likely the case with women than men. In fact, in some cases, after a certain amount, it's negligible with men. With over 20, when women have slept with over 20 men, it's like a 17% chance that she's still happy in a marriage. For men, it does not show that drop off. It does when we're talking about virgins. When we're talking about two virgins, yes. But the thing, the question you asked before, what is the one thing before you went to the bathroom that you're most upset about with dating? It's that people don't look up these studies. That is the one thing I'm the most upset about. People are listening to Oprah Winfrey and Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg and Dr. Phil. And they're not listening to Dr. David Buss and Stephen Stewart Williams and Gad Saad. There's studies on every one of these questions that we have, and they've been handled. Beauty is not is subjective. It is objective. The fact of hypergamy is not something that is created. That's cultural. We know now that it's genetic.
Sure, let's stay on topic. So my point was that guys are seeking virgins, so the reciprocity of that would be a guy who's also a virgin. Like you just said, you can cite a study that proves that when both partners are virgins, there's a higher, the pair bonding is more intense.
Correct. So
but you're not going to be attracted to a man that's a virgin.
Yeah, that's the other problem. Yeah.
But guys typically, when they talk about body count, their ideal body count is 0 in a woman. So I was giving you the Converse.
Uneducated guys who don't fuck.
Yeah, those
are the
guys don't
that
have sex. Look,
yes.
you want a low body count. I'll say a single digit number is probably what you're looking for as a man.
I'm not even saying I'm looking for that. Like I said, I don't think you can deduce selectiveness from a number because context matters. You could have gone through a breakup and been traumatized and maybe fucked 80 people in 1 week, but then you were abstinent for 6 years.
I'll say that was a broken bird.
That still makes you a hoe.
That's a broken bird.
Go ahead. I got one, but go ahead. Let her go.
Okay, I just think, you're overcomplicating things. Again, everyone's overcomplicating things. I don't think anyone wants to sleep with a woman or settle down with a woman who has 80 bodies. That's disgusting.
How am I overcomplicating? I'm
No,
breaking down why.
I know you're breaking it down, but it's something that doesn't need to be broken down. Most people, if they hear that you have 80 bodies, they'll be like,
That's good.
I bet
That's
she
good.
fucking
Keep going.
has AIDS.
Let me tag something on at the end of that there. The reason why men have a sexual, I won't say revulsion response, because there's a human revulsion response, but it's intense for certain things, like you want to get away from a dead body. Like you want to get away from a dead body. You want to get away from things that smell, like feces. Fear of heights. There are things that human beings are instinctually want to get themselves away from, okay? When you're looking for, when a woman, it seems like she's easy, or she's had 80 bodies, or she has children from another man, there is a hesitation in men that is instinctual. And the reason for that is because that woman represents a bad bet for his paternity. That's why the body count matters to guys, and it doesn't matter quite as much to women. For a guy who has a high body count, I believe it was Sterling who was saying this, is that that is like one of the highest ways of demonstrating higher value, or pre-selection. That's what it was. Because if a guy knows his way around your body better than you do, you know he fucks. You know that he has been rewarded by other women who have had sex with him in the past enough so he has the experience to know what he's doing in the bedroom.
Right.
So there's that aspect. But then the other part of it is this, is that the reason why promiscuity works one way for men and it does not work for women is because of that paternity. It's the understanding and the ascertaining whether or not the child is his child. Because since we were living in hunter-gatherer groups on the sub-Saharan African plains,
up until 1980.
Yeah, until we could actually
up
have
until 1980, we didn't
DNA
have
tests,
paternity tests.
Yeah, so men have, it's been in our biological, evolutionary, innate interests to know or to try to ascertain whether or not the baby is our baby. So that's why men mate guard. That's why when women and men get jealous because of infidelity, men tend to focus on the physical act. Did you have sex with him in the bathroom? Did he come? Did he have a bigger dick than I did? Did you get off? Those are the particulars that guys want to know when infidelity takes place. When a woman gets jealous because of infidelity, it's, do you love her? Am I losing my investment? Is my long-term security with this guy, is that in danger? That's where that jealousy comes from. So there's differences because men and women are different, and we have different priorities when it comes to reproduction as well as family creation as well. So when we're talking about 80 bodies, when you say, hey, I've had 80 guys, that's a pool of 80 men in which one of those guys, or probably some of those guys, could have been the guy that you can't get over. Or maybe he's the guy that whether he did or he didn't doesn't make any difference, but he's still thinking, like on a hindbrain, lizard brain level, that there's a possibility that she was impregnated by one of these guys and she can't get over that guy. You're a bad bet for my paternity.
Yeah, sure.
Your response?
I just love that we revert to these primordial justifications for wanting a woman with a low body
Where
count
else
when
do you
guys
wanna
are
go?
fucking
Where
with
else-
condoms.
where else would you go
when
with
guys
it?
find out
Where
hot
else
when
would you
girls
go
are on
with it?
birth control. If guys' main prerogative is to like spread their seed, then why is it they're looking for women who are on birth control? They're attracted to women with IUDs.
They're not.
It's not an intellectual
There's no
thing.
study.
I didn't say it was.
They're not.
I'm saying we use
cognitive
biology
doing that.
as an excuse when in reality biology
nobody's using
refers
it as
to
an
life
excuse.
and life's
Using it as an
processes,
excuse.
and our
And
capacity,
using
our
evolution as an
capacity
excuse,
for
not
culture, our
primordial.
capacity for culture falls under biology. Our development of paternity tests, birth control, condoms, that all falls under biology and our capacity
Culture
for
is
culture.
downstream from biology.
Yeah,
You don't get society, you don't get social construction without biology first that drives that.
Yeah, I think you're over intellectualizing a lot of this. Like like you said, it could be boiled down to biology.
That's
Like-
not a response.
Well, no, I just think that
It's a
you're-
response.
No, it is
but
a
your
response.
question is it right? And his response is, this is why it is. So the problem is, what people will do is they'll say, this man is just, what is this, a small dick energy or whatever thing that they have to say to make or denigrate men for having some sort of preference. And the reality is these things happen because men have 17 times as much testosterone as women. And throughout our evolutionary history, we are the ones that were the disposable gender. And because of that, we compete with other men for women. The men who make it to the top throughout history have had more sexual partners. That's just the way that it's been. It's not an excuse. If you have every right to think it's wrong if you want to think it's wrong, but it's not hypocritical because we're different. If you and I were to join the Marine Corps, I have to do more push-ups than you because the world is different for men than it is for women. If you and I were to join the fire department, I have to do more pull-ups than you because men and women are different. And so in this case, it's the same thing. I am not sure of the paternity of the child, of your child, but you always are. And because of that reason, your body count will always matter more than mine. That's just a function of biology.
That's a justification for not being polyamorous, not for not having a high body count. So that makes sense why you wouldn't want your girlfriend to be fucking 10 guys at once because you wouldn't be able to discern it. If a girl fucked 80 guys 10 years ago and has been abstinent still, how does that justification
Doesn't
apply?
matter.
Fucking
It's an
disgusting.
innate
It's
hesitation.
kinda
Okay, I also just wanted to say on the topic of biology, women literally they menstruate around like male testosterone. Like the more they're exposed to testosterone, the more they have sex, the more their cycle will align with that because of a very biological thing.
What is your point?
My point is that you're just intellectualizing again something that is very basic.
What does menstruation have to do with this?
Basically,
Because women, sorry,
Go for it.
I'm not finished.
That's all you. That's all you.
I mean, you said you were in
That's
COD
all
lobby,
you.
so you should be used to this,
Okay,
right?
but you said go ahead and then.
All right, just
go.
go.
Okay,
Just
what
go,
I was
say your
saying
thing.
Was that biologically our bodies
Closer to the mic.
Yeah, our bodies do sort of correspond with males. Like it's like the testosterone that they emit kind of triggers something in us, like the pheromones. So you can't just intellectualize something when it's already so.
Okay, you wanted to go. Go ahead.
Basically, the reason why men cheat is not because they don't like the girls. For us, like when you sleep with a guy, we're emotionally invested. For a guy, he's not emotionally invested into us. Most of the time, it's just the heat of the moment. And then the next morning after, and the next morning after, you know, that one night stand, there's that post nut clarity that he feels like he doesn't see a life with you.
That's the
He doesn't
oxytocin kicking in.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, he doesn't see a life with you, and he doesn't see you as a partner or relationship or anything.
For her, it's oxytocin.
And
for him, it's tryptophan.
And for a female, it's, you know, for guys, it's all performance. It's performance based. For females, we don't really do as much during, like, you know, when we're on the bed. It's usually the guys.
Can I clarify something here really quickly? Is because what you're bringing up is kind of a common misperception. Okay, it's like, well, and I see this in the chat as well here, is that it's like it's no longer the devil made me do it. It's my biology made me do it, and we don't have any control over it. No, we absolutely are responsible for our own actions and for as far as the results and any of the consequences that come after that. I'm not you know, saying that we should be absolved of any of those things. The other thing is that you're conflating what's known as was approximate goal versus ultimate goal. So in an evolutionary perspective, I might want, like when I met my wife for the first time and I saw her at the club, I didn't go, I wonder if she'd be a really good mother for my children. I wonder if we could start a family together and we could reproduce and like my focus is on actually, you know, breeding with this woman that I just met in the club. My focus is on, I want to tap that ass. That's the proximate goal. The ultimate goal is having kids and having a family and everything else. Now, that ultimate goal is something that is also downstream once again from the biology. So proximate goal and ultimate goal are both downstream from the biological fact that this is what men are about.
Yeah.
Just one thing on biology, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and Roller, you were making the argument, hey, it's kind of based in biology, paternity, uncertainty.
Mm-hmm.
And you sort of objected to that a little bit. At least that was my impression.
No, I didn't object to it.
She's not.
I'm saying the objection could also be based in biology.
Sure.
Wait, what's the objection?
Well, no, it's
But
the
you-
biology made me do it. My selfish gene made me do it.
I'm saying our evolvement of culture is also biological. Like you said, culture
it's
follows
downstream.
downstream.
But it's always, but our involvement in culture is always set up so that it fits our biology. Does that make sense? We don't build cities made of sulfur and ammonia, right? Because they're toxic to human beings, and we don't generally jump off our balconies every day. We have elevators. Our societies are created for the safety and procurement of Homo sapiens. So that's biology leads culture. Does that make sense? In every case, biology leads culture, but it's never the other way around.
I think what you were kind of getting at is you were saying, well, when you have sex with someone, you know, you mentioned birth control, for example. Well, why?
God damn.
You know, what's the deal with birth control? You know, you recall when you were saying that?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess my response to you is, well, if you're kind of saying men should disregard their sort of innate biological response to this, then shouldn't women also, for example, disregard their attraction towards men who are tall, for example, which has a root in biology? Or, sorry, go ahead.
I was saying men already disregard that biological need when they fuck with a condom on, because if they're if their goal is to spread their seed, because that's what the biological instinct is. But he kind of made the differentiation between approximate desire and then ultimate desire.
Or a conscious desire and a subconscious desire. You have a neocortex. That's what separates you from lizards. You can cognitively your genes have no your genes don't understand what contraceptives are. If your genes understood what contraceptives are, they never let you use them. Your genes want to replicate themselves, but you cognitively understand what contraceptives are. You subconsciously do not, and that's where the conundrum comes in.
Exactly what Michael said. Like you can want to spread your seed. That's the objective of sex, right? But you can also do that at a time where you're not ready to have a kid. So your biology, your genes, everything is telling you, like, I want to go through with this. Your brain up here is saying, I don't want a kid right now. So it has nothing to do with that argument at all.
Well, I would say also most people who are having sex, it's more for it's like casual.
It's recreational.
It's recreational. Yes. I want to have just a little back and forth with you.
The thing about the tall preference.
A little bit, but it was more so. I guess you said it was a bit of a double standard, right? Well, you say, okay, when it comes, like, for example, a guy who has a high body count, you object to him desiring a partner who has a low body count.
But then how come short women can desire tall men? Is that what you were going to ask?
Well, you're preempting me a little bit there, but basically, I mean, I guess my question to you is it wrong to desire things in a partner that you yourself do not possess?
No, and I don't think that was the basis of my argument. We were talking about a study which posits that 2 virgins have the optimal marriage success rate. So I'm saying in that's not...
Well, I think you're shifting a little bit, because initially I think you were saying, well, I don't know your exact wording, but it sounded like you objected to, for example, a guy who has a high body count desiring a woman with a low body count.
Yes, in that specific instance, but I'm not making the generalization that you can't want something that you personally lack. Well, I was saying in that specific instance, it doesn't map on because of the study we mentioned, where it does map on.
It's not reasonable to hope to, like, I'm just going to be honest with you, the probability of the person you marrying being a virgin is infinitesimally low. You understand that?
Why? I thought guys are more often virgins than girls. It's way harder for guys to get laid.
No, I agree with that. You won't be attracted to him. No matter what you tell us about your energy and the connection and the chemistry, no offense, like, I just don't believe that you fully understand what you're attracted to. I think later on, once you come to the realization that you keep finding these certain individuals attractive for certain reasons, and those reasons have to do with hypergamy, you're going to come to the realization that the things that cause those men to be virgins are the reasons why you won't be attracted to them. And the likelihood of you finding a man that you have chemistry with is far more likely with a man who is attractive to the opposite sex. So the likelihood of you finding a dude who is also a virgin it becomes progressively lower, and probably lower the longer you wait. It becomes progressively lower.
Well, I just wanted to go back to the point where you said, like, oh, they're fucking us with condoms because they don't want to have kids. I think the reason why they're fucking you with condoms, not you specifically, but in general, is because you've made yourself so easy. Like, they don't want to fuck someone who might give them gonorrhea, in my opinion. I think it's more of a safety.
No, they want to fuck other girls that they don't want to get pregnant.
I don't think she's wrong, but I don't know where that came from.
No, I don't know. No. It's been stuck in my mind.
It's the proximate goal. Like, I want to get off with that girl. We got it.
It was a dunk that came out of nowhere, but I don't know where that. I don't know how we got there. There's a loose ball foul. Yeah, technical too, but 2 free throws. That was a good point, but I don't know how we got there.
Question for you: is that an expectation that you have? Do you think that's going to happen for you?
Marrying a virgin guy?
Yeah.
It's not, yeah.
No, I don't care. Like I said, I don't conflate selectiveness with body count. I've reiterated that several times.
Okay.
That I don't value the guy being a virgin. I want someone who's selective and has high standards. Because to me, that's what correlates with infidelity. So
do you think there's men out there that would be with you and have not slept with women that are less attractive than you?
Wait, can you rephrase that?
So, for example, if you date a man, would you expect that all the women that he had slept with would be at your level or higher?
Oh, that's not even technically what I meant by selectiveness. I more so don't want to date a guy who's so horny and down bad that he gets like one DM from a girl and he jumps on it. Does that make sense? So that's what I judge fidelity on. That's like the parameter I use, not body count.
Okay, but can I ask you a question? Because you're over here saying that you yourself are not selective, but you want the guy to be selective.
When
So
did
you
I
want-
say I'm not selective?
she's
I said I'm
certainly
highly
she's a virgin.
selective.
Well,
She's
no, but she
selective,
was.
allegedly.
You were saying how like you don't care if like they're fat, if they're this, if they're that, if they have more money, if they have less money.
I'm selective, just using a different metric than you are.
So you just want them to be like smart and funny, basically.
Yeah, I would say that's still highly selective. The average
Yeah.
person is a dumbass.
The average person is actually average. The average person has a 100 IQ. I understand what you're saying. The average person is not a dumbass. It's just they're overrepresented by, sorry, I'm going to go down a path and get myself in deep shit. Sorry.
Oh, we got another one?
Yeah, and we'll
Got a
do
live one?
We got a couple super chats here coming in. I just wanted to kind of put a cherry on top on our little conversation. So what I was kind of getting at, and I don't know if you've kind of almost walked back your position a little bit, but I think it's this whole thing of women objecting, for example, to a man who has a high body count, and he doesn't want a woman with a high body count, or he wants a woman with a low body count. I mean, women desire traits in men all the time that they don't possess themselves. They want a guy who's funny, but they're not funny. They want a guy who's rich, but she's not rich. They want a guy who's charismatic, but she's not charismatic. So, I mean, I think it's both men and women desire traits in partners that they themselves don't possess. Men and women we're not equal.
Sure, if I prefer a brunette guy over blonde, that's a preference. When guys talk about preferring a girl who's a virgin, that's not their preference. That's a philosophy. They're saying a
anyone
girl
here
who's
is
a
saying
virgin.
virgin.
They're
It's
saying
not
a
a
girl.
philosophy.
It
That's
is
a preference.
It's a preference on the fact that they think that girl is less likely to cheat. They think she'll make a better wife. When I prefer a brunette, it's not because I think he's going to be a better husband. It's not because I think it'll propagate the nuclear family in America more than a blonde. But when they talk about girls with low body counts, that's kind of what they're propagating.
So what you're saying is that it's
They're
a more
conflating.
valid
They're
preference?
conflating. I'm saying they're not really referring to preference. They're saying there's a reason they use the term low value woman. I'm not calling a brunette a high value guy or a blonde a low value guy.
Wait.
Red pillars will call a girl with a high body count low value and a girl who's a virgin high value.
Well-
So it's not preference. They're mapping it onto what they consider objective virtues.
If I prefer a woman with a low body count, isn't that a preference?
It is, but you know the sphere we're referring to, the red pill sphere, they'll say that's an objective
A man who
virtue.
has never even heard of these terms.
Have you heard of
could
the
have a
red pill sphere?
preference.
I've never heard of this.
Red pill sphere? Is that what we're
I don't
calling it
know.
now?
What is-
I
what
thought it was
is-
a manosphere.
What
I thought
red
it
pill is
was-
this? What is this
Yeah,
thing
what
she
pill-
speaks of?
I don't know why you're attaching this. I mean, before the red pill's a fairly new. I mean, within the past 10 years, really.
20
Get
years.
the book, by the way.
The difference,
Rational male, by the way.
what marks a preference is subjectivity, but when guys talk about girls with low body counts, they're typically thinking of it in an objective way. So even a guy who's not red pilled, they'll probably say this girl with a low body count is objectively better, right? That's why it's
I'm
still
really
a
not-
preference, but
Right.
you understand what I'm saying?
But that judgment is based on their biology, and it's based on subconscious effects that's happened through evolutionary psychology,
But
right?
it's not really a preference
don't
for
think
them
so.
specifically. They're saying it's a
But
preference
better
for their
for what?
gender.
Better
Men
for
just
what?
don't want to fuck
Huh?
whores.
Better for what? Yeah, they do.
Okay,
Better
but
for
they
what?
want to fuck whores, but
What
they
do you
don't
mean?
want to like wet.
Every
A
man
woman-
wants a slut. He
Okay,
just
they
wants her
want
to be
a
his
but like, they don't
slut.
want to marry that slut.
Every man wants a slut. He just wants her to be his.
So if
Yeah.
I like brunettes over blondes, I'm not going to say girls prefer brunettes over blondes. When guys say I have a preference for low body count, typically they say guys prefer girls with
So-
low
so
body
let-
counts.
let-
Do you understand why that's not necessarily a preference? Because
No,
they're
it's-
not
it's
they're
still-
not
it's still a
speaking
preference.
specifically for themselves. That's why I'm saying it's more of a philosophy.
I prefer vanilla ice cream over poop ice cream, and that's because of my genetics. Like that's the reason why. Let's go back. Let's go back to this other thing you were saying. How about this double standard? I know several men, and I have several clients that are under 6 feet tall, and they don't get chosen by women. Shockingly, some of them don't get. They have a harder time with women than taller men. That preference is also based in evolution, and we as men are fully aware of it. Do you think that's also a double standard that women have towards men?
Do women create a culture of podcasting and memes ridiculing men who are under 6 feet tall?
Yes.
Do I tell
Whoa,
a 5'10" guy is low
Yes.
value?
Yes.
In
Call her
retaliation.
daddy. Call her
Yes.
daddy.
I don't want
Yes,
that.
call her daddy. The biggest podcast in the world.
$50
Yes.
million.
I'm
by
just
the
saying
way.
I have yet
Memes.
to see a
Me-
blue pill podcast.
No, it's not Blue Pill Podcast because they don't. No, there's all these things. What do you call a guy who's
Fucking
5'11"?
awesome.
A friend? You haven't seen this meme?
Watch anything by Ben
Absolutely.
Shapiro and Matt Walsh. You'll see a Blue Pill
Absolutely.
podcast.
They crucify men. And they actually show, when you look at dating apps, it goes, they show Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge. they show a distribution of what women find attractive, and 6'3" is actually the prime number. Once you get above 6'3", 6'6", it actually starts to drop. At 6 feet tall, you're still really high. It goes 6 feet, and at 5'11", it plummets. This doesn't happen in Europe because they use the metric system. But in the United States, at 5'11", it plummets. Yes, men do get ridiculed for being short. Yes, they do.
That's not being ridiculed.
Yeah,
They're
it is.
not being- they're not being chosen
Okay.
selectively, and they're being made fun of for being short. I hear women all the time. I listen to women talk all the time, and one of the main complaints is he's a great guy, but he's too short. So women
That's
are
not ridicule.
Yeah, no.
That's
no,
literally
no,
in that
no.
instance preference.
No, listen, because when I
where's the
said
ridicule?
when I said I wouldn't fuck a
But
fat
isn't
bitch,
not
you got mad. But all of
being
a
with a woman
sudden,
that fuck
now
with
that
that's
height
preference?
is into the equation for men, like it's
First
okay.
of all, I wasn't the one
Okay,
who
okay.
said
Well,
that.
some
But-
of you got mad at the whole entire fat bitch thing. So it's.
We're not mad anymore. We've moved on
Okay,
from
I know we
since
moved
then.
on, but I'm just saying.
That
I'm
was
just
like
saying
about
that
like an
height-
hour ago.
Okay, I know, but
Okay.
I'm just saying
My
that
point-
like that has everything to do with it. Like, because height, it's in the.
Well, it's a
symbol.
biological thing.
It's a
Okay, that's another thing. Is it's an innate preference if you want to use those terms. But there's a difference between saying I want a girl who's got like a brunette girl and a blonde girl, whatever. That's that's a fetish, a preference, whatever. But the reason why I am hesitant to get with the single mommy is because I have 100,000, 200,000 years of evolution that says that woman is provably already raising the child, I would have to raise the child of another man right there. So that hesitancy is not a preference. It is a biological adaptation to be aware that if I go and I put my resources towards raising that, participating in the parental investment of another man's child.
Hold on just a second here, Rolo.
Mia Khalifa, you're failing to understand that the double standard of promiscuity applies to marriage. Men want female virgins for marriage. Per Institute for Family Studies, multiple sex partners reduced marital quality for women but not men.
Alvin Sam, thank you for the big $200 donut. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I would say in general, women aren't necessarily more or less attracted to men based off their body count. But if we're trying to propagate the healthiest and most successful institution of marriage, that's based off both partners being virgins until marriage.
The original point you made was about a double standard. And the thing is, let's bring up one more part about this double standard. For me, being afraid to be with a woman who's been with 80 guys, there's actual studies that show, from an evolutionary standpoint, Institute for Family Studies, the study he just brought up, there's actual studies that show that could be deleterious for my relationship. For you to choose a man who's under 6 feet tall, some of the best fighters on the planet are under 6 feet tall. Some of the baddest Marines and Navy SEALs on earth are under 6 feet tall. Probably most of them. And so the point is, where you're provisioning, the reason why women prefer tall men is for protection. The protection paradigm doesn't fit anymore in 2023 because a guy who's 5'6" can buy a Glock. It's a different world now. So what we have to believe as far as our prejudice against a woman with a high body count still is effective. It's still an effective protection for us in 2023, but women choosing taller men is actually irrational. It's actually irrational. Jeff Bezos, it's actually irrational for you to do that. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the reason why, for our preference, both of these preferences are based in evolution. But our preference actually still makes sense. Whereas the preference for tall men actually, and I'm saying this as a guy who's 6'2", the preference for tall men actually doesn't make sense anymore. It doesn't. And that's the thing that's so crazy about it. So I actually think for women, men choosing women with a low body count actually makes more sense from an evolutionary standpoint, is not a philosophy, and is actually just a preference that's based on evolution.
You see, and just one thing really quick. You said that you seem to have an issue if we use the plural. So if on an individual level, a guy says, I don't want a girl with a high body count, you consider that a preference. But if a guy were to say, men, generally speaking, don't want women who are promiscuous or don't want women with high body count, then that becomes a what? You said that's a philosophy,
I
right?
didn't say it's a philosophy because
said
of
it's
the
a philosophy.
plurality. I said it's a philosophy because it's usually tied to the idea that this is what's better for society. The downfall of Western society is because of female promiscuity. That's usually what gets conflated in with this idea with low body count.
Well, I mean, you're taking it in an interesting direction. Would it also be a philosophy then to say that if a woman were to say, generally speaking, women prefer men who are tall, is that a philosophy or is that just an acknowledgement of
It's a philosophy
women's-
if they talk about it in a reciprocal way to the way they just did. So if I were to say tall men are objectively better, and if I was like a tall man supremacist because I said, short men are less than, tall men are what we need for protection, but usually women aren't even necessarily thinking about protection. Like he was saying, it's kind of a false equivalency at this point.
They are still attracted to
they
those men.
They are, but he was asking what delineates between the preference and the philosophy, so that was my answer.
Bro.
What?
Can we move on?
Yeah, can we please move on?
I have a question.
We're like in the okay.
You asked me.
My question is, I know that the height thing is actually like a real issue for girls.
Hold on just a sec.
Ivan Jr. donated
Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate it, man.
$200. Men following model types doesn't mean they want one. Social media is an illusion. A cheater is a cheater with /out social media. Listen to Waller. Feminism pushed both into working. Have ladies lost trust to be dependent on men and let them lead? Study 70.
Yo, Ivan, thank you for the $200 super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
You need to take us to Burger King with all these $200 super chats.
Hey,
Let's
there
go
we
make
go.
Mike
Let's go
Davis
back to
rich.
the boathouse,
Let's go make
man.
Mike Davis rich. Come on, he's already rich.
Okay,
He's got 300 fucking Burger Kings.
We got a couple hand raises here, so why don't we'll go you.
Oh, no, Aspen was going.
Aspen, then we'll go you, then we'll go you. Go ahead.
My question was, how can we? So I really liked your point about it actually still being a problem for women to have high body counts, but it's really not a problem for guys to be short and date them. Correct. How do we help girls get over this?
There's a lot of ways to do this. I actually think a function of gratitude, and maybe here's the issue that happens, and this isn't the solution, but this is part of the problem. What happens is a girl will go through her life and she'll be pretty average on social media. There's no average for men. Men are really good on social media, or they look terrible. For women can be average and still slide into a celebrity's DMs and still have sex with the celebrity, right? There's numerous stories about Leonardo DiCaprio, numerous about different guys just running through girls throughout Hollywood, okay? Chris Brown, Nick Cannon, etc., right? And their rosters never end, okay, when it comes to that. The problem is once she has sex with Blake Griffin the first time, or Nick Cannon, or whoever, every man from that point afterwards, she compares to, or rather, she measures her value based on the fact that she fucked an NBA power forward. Now, every guy after that has to compare to the NBA power forward, and when he doesn't, because of his finances or his height or whatever reason, she has an easier escape route. It's easier to pull the ripcord and to get out because she's already knows that she could have sex with the guy in her mind. Maybe she can change him. She can be the one to wife him up, or for her to be wifed up. And I see this several times where I have a lot of my female friends who are delusional, who live in Los Angeles, and they're saying, yeah, so-and-so, I used to date so-and-so. And I'm like, no, you didn't. I know him and his wife. I'm sure he fucked you. I have no doubt whatsoever. That dude never claimed you for one fucking second in his life. And I've seen this happen over and over again. And these girls legitimately defined their own attractiveness and their standard by some celebrity they had sex with. Or it could be, let's take it all the way back. You're in high school and it's the quarterback of the football team. Or it's the manager at the Denny's. Let's bring it way down. It's still like that. And so when that happens, you end up with women having, for lack of a better term, delusional beliefs about what their levels of attractiveness are. And so now everyone has to be at that range. And now they have what's called dopamine resets. Dr. Andrew Huberman talks about this. Their dopamine resets to the point where like they can only feel attraction for these men who are at these like unattainable
Apex
levels.
Yeah.
And then once they hit 30, once they hit, the end of once they get to an epiphany phase, then all of a sudden those things don't become quite as important. And that's another evolutionary adaptation. Because now they look back and now when they were 23 and didn't want to settle down and wanted to date the power forward, now they're 30, they look back and now there's a 23-year-old who is dating that power forward. And he's not calling her back anymore. Or if he does, it's just for sex. Mm-hmm. And so that's the problem. And so for women, a cognitive recognition that this is the cycle that you're going through and then deciding to not go through that cycle, that's the only thing that I can tell you. I mean, it's hard.
Yeah, it sounds like you have to actually rewire your brain and realize the good that...
You have to understand the situation and the conditions you are in.
An exceptional amount of gratitude for the situation that you're in.
Yeah,
I
and
think
see
would
the
also
other
be
good
helpful.
qualities that the guy might have and raise those higher than his height. You literally
He
just
actually
have
probably
to
has
realize.
more good qualities than the celebrity you had sex with,
Well,
but you're not
in
noticing.
their head. Yeah,
Yes.
in their head. They
Well,
have to
what I
rewire.
mean, when I when you were first telling us your situation, when I asked you like, are your standards or are your the guys you dated in your past, are they different than the guy you idealize as being the guy who would be, the guy who's aligned with God and a good long-term relationship? The reason is because when women get to be about 28, 29, 30, 31 years old, it's what I call the epiphany phase, and that's when women start to reprioritize those things. So when she was like 18 years old, she might be looking for nothing but the hottest guy that she can get with, like an athlete, a rock star, whatever it is, because that's the sexual energy, that whatever you want to call it, that she is at the peak of her game, and she can get that. Once she gets down to be at about 29, 30, 31 years old, it's not that she doesn't want a hot guy. She does. It's just that the priority switches, where he's got to have a better job, or he's got to love his mom, or he wants to have kids, or he wants to love God and go forward in life.
I think that is happening to me. Like, I think that's actually starting to happen, where it feels like I'm just maturing and being like, oh, like, what are these more important qualities? Because
you're thinking in the long term. Finally,
I was like, I want somebody that's hot and tall.
Well,
and,
you're coming out of what?
himself.
Not my words. You're coming out of what's called the hoe phase. 18 to 28 years old. That's when they're at the party. I was nice. I called it the party phase.
Exploration phase.
Yes, because you can afford to do that. Like when women say, men ain't shit. And when women say men are threatened by powerful, men are threatened by powerful men, or they have fragile egos, or where are all the good guys? Those women tend to be 29, 30, 31 years old, or older than that, because that becomes a priority for them at that point. You don't hear that from younger women.
It's funny because I have a lot of friends that are my age, and they're virgins, and they're single, and they're going to be amazing partners. And hearing what you're saying is actually making it make more sense. But I do also feel that...
Closer to the mic.
I do also feel that the guys aren't taking responsibility. And
you're correct in that assumption.
And so it's like there's like this trade-off. Like, we're going to... I wouldn't say lower our standards, but our priorities are switching. And then the guys, I think, are starting to wake up at that age too.
For sure. I would also argue that when you get to be 29, 30, 31 years old, you also got to remember that coincides with when women say, my biological clock is ticking, which is actually untrue. It was really probably when you were 22, 23 years old. And then on top of that, what is the average age of first marriage in the United States? 29, 30 for men, and 28, 29 for women. So it all coincides right at that point, conveniently.
Let's get a couple super chats in here. Did you guys still have a point? You had the hand raised earlier. We can get to it after the chats, or you forgot.
What the question
Sure,
was.
we can come back to it if you guys remember. All right, Davon Jackson, thank you for the 100. Avery, can you read this one?
Yo, can y'all fucking chill with these? Am I allowed to say that word?
Just blank over it. If you
Blank ass open-ended questions. Nobody gives a fuck, my friends. Be funny, make a comment, or shut the fuck up, please. And thank you all so far is at Mr. Girl levels of never answering a question without a thorough meta combo first.
Word.
No, he's right. But then again, I'm just talking. You gotta realize that I'm 18. I'm way younger than everybody else in this panel.
Wait.
Way younger.
I'm not way younger, but then again, as you said, I have the right to be in my home space right now. So anything I
did you
shoot
say
out.
that?
Hold on, wait.
No,
no one has a right
girl,
or
there's a
not
said
a
you
right.
were in your
That's
home
true.
phase.
Well,
and it's
but there's a girl.
Right. It's like saying I have a right for
Deserves
ministry.
got nothing to do with it.
Deserves got nothing to do with it. You just get to do it. You do it or you don't do it.
I do it, but then again, I do believe in a relationship. I strongly do believe in a relationship. But going forward right now, I don't see that, because that does not benefit me in any way. I need somebody that benefits me, that helps me push me to my goal. And if you don't do that, then
You don't need a man.
Exactly. And so I'll just be the man, and I play the man for so long until someday one guy will walk up to me and be that male lead and show me that, that I don't need to
That guy will have to be more of a man than you are.
Exactly.
And he'll have to be into men
Exactly.
as well.
Wait.
What?
Huh?
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
No, because you become the man you want to marry. Why would you want to get with, why would a guy want to get with another guy if he was, assuming he's heterosexual?
That's true. But then again, I do have female qualities. It's not just because it's just a front.
Do you think
Because
that you
I
should
have-
develop those female? Well, you're 18, right?
Of
Do you
course.
think you
I
should
do.
be there?
I
Do you think
eventually
do you think
down
that
the line, I
perhaps
will.
maybe you need to lean into your feminine a little bit?
Of course. But, down the line, I will experience that. But right now, I'm so focused on many different qualities, just like how some people want to be doctors, how some people want to be lawyers. I'm 18. I'm
You
starting
wanna
out
be
from that.
A hoe? Well, you said you wanted to do
So
like your hoe phase.
Some people go
did I
from
misread
18
the
to
situation?
19.
She's in her
so
party
if
years.
I get into a relationship, how does that push me to become a nurse? What does that male do to push me to be a nurse? Does he tell me to wake up on time to go to my classes? Does he tell me to pay? Does he pay for my
Thank you
courses?
for agreeing
actually?
with my tweet from this week.
Of course,
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I think you're setting yourself up for failure in a way. If you're like doing your whole phase this early, like you're not going to end up with meaningful relationships if you keep it up, you know?
Speaking of
having a meaningful relationship
Well, it seems like that's what you
is
see.
two different things.
Can I
There's also a main person
something in
and there's
here?
a side person.
Whoa.
As a guy, there's always going to be some guys out there. There's going to be a main and there's going to be a side. The main will always get mad at you at everything, every
Sorry,
little thing.
This
not
is your philosophy
vacuuming
at
and this and
18
that.
years old? Jesus Christ.
Well,
I have seen so many things. I'm telling you.
I think
I
it-
have seen so many things. And as a
I've seen-
female, as a guy, you don't want a girl constantly down your throat asking me where you are, who you with, and where you going. That's why a side person and a side doesn't really ask you that. They just sleep with you one day and sleep with you another. Whenever you ask, you always have that side person to talk to rant, to vent.
Can I redirect us here a little
Have
bit?
you been the side person?
Of course, I've been the side and I have been the main. I have played all this type
Let me
of parts.
let me see if I can redirect you, because we actually got on this tangent because the ladies were asking us what is our ideal mate, right? I mean, I'm just gonna read back because he came up with a lot of this stuff. Pretty much whenever we're on, it's like I kind of let you pick up half of it and I'll pick up the other half of it. The other half is that I don't want a woman who is submissive. I want a woman who has genuine desire for me. So when you talk about OnlyFans, I want a woman who is going to give up OnlyFans without being asked. That I am the one that she wants to say, you know what, I don't want there to be any fucking confusion whether or not I am into this guy and I really want to be with this guy. So I am going to take it upon myself to close my Instagram account, close my OnlyFans account, because I'm a ride or die girl. This guy is the one for me. I don't want to have babies. I want to have his babies. This is the guy that I want, and I want her to be so fucking sure of that she's going to change her religion and she's going to follow me across the ocean to my homeland and stay with me because she has that level of desire for me. It's not submissive. It's not enslavement. It is desire, so much desire on the part of that woman for that guy that she wants to be with him no matter what, ride or die. She's going to break me out of prison. Why would it not? We have asked this on Access Vegas several times, and I think the question we need to be asking is this, especially for the ladies on the panel here, is if you met the right guy and you have OnlyFans or you have an Instagram account, would you take it upon yourself? Would you have the insight to say, you know what? I don't want this guy to think that I'm actually advertising my sexuality to anyone else. I'm going to take that down on my own without having to be asked. Would you do that?
Absolutely.
If he was a ride or die girl,
of course,
or you were the ride or die girl.
absolutely. I would give him my passwords. I would delete everything.
No passwords.
And everything.
Kill everything off.
Because I would want that security. I want to have that security with my partner. But
Would
you can't just, you can't
so
just
what would you sacrifice, and would it occur to you to want to delete your OnlyFans, delete your Instagram, delete any of it, because you don't want to advertise yourself and you don't want there to be any confusion with that guy?
Of course, and I need that you need to be direct. You need to tell me face to face, sit down with me.
You
and
do it yourself. You have that
To
much
going
desire
forward,
to
to
say,
go.
you know what? You say, he doesn't need to ask me. I don't need to know what the boundaries are. I already know what they
There's a
are, and I'm going to
process.
do it myself.
There's a process
No, there's
before
not.
that. There's
I
a
would-
process
I would
before. How are you going to
argue
find that
that-
guy?
Hold
You know
on,
how
hold
many
on,
guys
hold
you
on,
guys
hold
are
on.
One
talking
thing
to?
I would say is this about it, is that I would argue that might not be in some girls' consciousness at 18. So, although I agree with Rolo, him telling you directly and you being able to do it with no problem and knowing that's exactly what you want to do because you're so in love with him, you have that true genuine desire, would be acceptable in my opinion. I think you would agree with that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But see, the problem is you get into this quandary, I guess, because usually what they say is, if the guy asked you to delete your account, would you do it?
Then it's insecure,
Then
right?
what they'll
Yeah.
say is, well, if he was the right guy, he wouldn't be asking me. No, what I'm asking is, if he's the ideal guy, would it be a concept in your head, an insight to say, I better cut this shit out?
Yes. Go.
I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, but I'm gonna say no due to the fact that, for example, OnlyFans. I don't have it. She does, right?
You have Instagram?
But
You have an Instagram.
I do have an Instagram, but I'm just saying for example, OnlyFans, because she is making an income out of it. If she's talking to someone and she all of a sudden just stops doing OnlyFans, she has no income, and then that dude just ends up not being that person. She can have a feeling like, oh, this person.
Yeah, but that dude is like Justin Waller. He's taking care of everything for you.
Okay, you want to come in? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, even when I'm talking to somebody, because I have a boyfriend now, and I've been talking to him. We got together recently. So it was important to me to make sure that I was talking to only him, even when we were just in the talking phase. So I think this whole idea, like, oh, there's people on the sides, and even just giving up, like, your socials and stuff, I'd do it in a heartbeat, because immediately I cut off every guy when I'm just talking to this man. He had my phone passwords. I said, here, go through my Snapchat. Like, it's all yours, because it's important to show that you're committed before you even start the relationship. That's how he knows.
That's really good observation, because the follow-up to this is you were talking about double standards just a minute ago, okay? So when a man and a woman get together in some kind of relationship, men, when they are trying to get with a girl, they're the ones who have to sell themselves because of performance. We have to be the ones who can qualify. We have to look good. We have to have a good job. We have to be funny. You think about all the criteria that men have to actually get in a woman's pants, much less have a relationship with that woman. Men have to sell themselves on performance. Women, on the other hand, advertise themselves on the sexual marketplace. So whether that's Instagram or that's OnlyFans or however you're doing it, women are the advertisers. Men are the ones who are the salesmen. We're the pitchmen. We're trying to get you to accept us as an intimate, okay? So, and then some of us have a much easier time of this. Other guys have to actually work their asses off to do that, right? So
For the record, I work my ass off.
Yeah,
You do
work your ass off.
He's trying to say you're too
So
good
when
looking.
when you get into a relationship, if it's closed on her end and closed on your end, what that means is that guy can no longer sell himself on the sexual marketplace. He can't pitch himself because he would be a cheater, right? If he's trying to go get with a waitress and you're in a relationship and he's flirting with her and trying to promote himself to get to sell his sexuality to that person, we call that cheating. But yet when women still advertise themselves on OnlyFans, on Instagram, we don't have a problem with that. Or women say it's my only source of income or whatever. And that's the hard part of this is we've attached that advertising to women's revenue streams right now. But it's okay for men, or for us to call men who would advertise themselves in a relationship, or pitch themselves in a relationship, we call them cheaters. But we don't say the same thing for women who are advertising themselves, and that's why I was saying advertise themselves once they are in that relationship. If it is closed on his end and closed on her end, it should occur to you to say, I'm going to stop advertising my sexy ass. I'm not saying, delete your Instagram, but take down the thong pictures, take down the sexualized pictures so that there is there's no confusion. Do you guys know what a soft launch is? Somebody knows what a soft launch is. Soft launch is when women have a new boyfriend and they don't show the boyfriend immediately. They'll show like hands together, or they'll show like the feet on the beach or some shit like that. Because women know that they will lose market share on their advertising if they show a guy, and suddenly that promise, that fantasy of availability goes away. The reason why women get upset about that is because they're still advertising from within a relationship where the guy has stopped, but the woman has not stopped advertising.
Okay, two things. What you just said, the last part, advertising in two different ways. In terms of advertising on OnlyFans, yes, 100%. If I was dating a guy, I don't know if I would advertise it because that would affect my business. But not every woman, most women are not on OnlyFans. Are you saying that like they wouldn't show hands because they still want to monkey branch and for men to pursue them?
Nothing to do with monkey branch. What it has to do is the perception of your availability is limited. It is curtailed by having the boyfriend in the shots and the photos with you. For example, there was a series of photos of, and I don't know the name, sorry, but the professional soccer players with their wives and their girlfriends. And you look at their Instagram, they're on the same beach and the same vacation.
No nudes.
No nudes, no nothing.
No
and you go and you
nudes
look
at
at their girlfriends or their wives' Instagram, and same beach, just the girl that's all alone sitting in the surf and looking sexy. if you look at like, so what is it, Ayesha Curry and Stephen Curry, like she still wants to, even after she's with Stephen Curry for fuck's sake.
She's with
Stephen Curry.
He signed a deal for $500
yeah,
million.
and she still wants, she's on Red Table Talk wanting to still say, hey, I want to be on Instagram. I still want to advertise myself. I still want to be, I still want other men to find me sexy. That's what I mean by advertising. It's not necessarily like the OnlyFans thing. Yeah, you're advertising yourself sexually when you do that, but it's not just that, and it's not just like the soft launch. It is the fact that you are still there advertising while you would have a conniption fit if the guy was out there flirting with the waitress because he's following his sexual imperatives while he has to curtail his and you're not.
I think I have something good to say with this.
If that's not a double standard, I don't know what is.
Not that like anything. I mean, it's fine if you want to do OnlyFans or whatever, and that's how you want to make your money. That is fine. But then if you do have that, you cannot come then and say, I want to find my perfect man. I've never had OnlyFans. I've never started OnlyFans. I never will have an OnlyFans because like one of my goals in life that I knew that I was going to want to have, whether that be like now, which it has happened for me now. I got lucky, like it happened for me. And I don't have an OnlyFans, so that's proof that it can happen and that it happened because of that, right? That I have like the perfect man that like I think that I would want to have is sitting right next to me. So that is proof for that. But I always knew that I would want that one day, right? Like I would want to be married to the perfect man of like my dreams per se that I would want to be with, that I would want to raise my kids with me. So I would never have that because I know that a man that I dream to have would not want a woman that is doing that. So like that's kind of a little take on that. And there's nothing, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But you can't have them both. It's just one of those things, you can't have it both ways. Like you pick and choose. If you'd rather have OnlyFans and make all this money on OnlyFans, which girls do, there's girls that make so much money to do it. So if you want to do that and have that, you can have that and do it. But just know it's going to be a lot harder, and you probably aren't going to be able to have this as well.
So I had a question for you earlier, and I totally forgot about it till right now. You said you mentioned as OnlyFans. You mentioned OnlyFans as a career path. You said career path, and you talked about a man taking away your career path. I'm asking if you had gotten on the cover of Vogue, if you had gotten on the cover of FHM, if you had gotten on something else that where you could make a salary over $200,000, $500,000 a year, and you didn't have to have OnlyFans, would you still do OnlyFans?
Yeah, I mean, I was already making a decent salary just off TikTok sponsorships, but OnlyFans is an insane amount of money.
So you would still do OnlyFans because of the money. What I'm saying is that like you got Giselle Munchin type money, you'd still want to do OnlyFans?
Not necessarily. Like, I don't think I could be bought. Like, for instance, like if someone offered me like $100 million for my virginity, I wouldn't do it.
Right. No.
Money isn't the incentive.
Yeah,
for me.
I would probably do it for $100 million. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, can I ask the guys a question? Like,
you choose a different.
I mean, I know you guys
offered more money than OnlyFans.
I don't think that's what he's saying.
No. What I'm saying is that you called it a career path. Does that make sense? Like being in construction is a career path. Laying bricks is not a career path.
Of like content creation.
Right. Well, the overall, but we're not worried about the TikTok part, right? The guy you're going to marry is not super worried about the TikTok part. It's this one part that they're going to have a little bit more concern about. Do you understand how? My only question is, I consider media maybe a career path, but OnlyFans is not necessarily a career path. Does that make sense? That's what I was confused when you were saying before. A man would want to take me away from my career path. And I think you're calling it a career path because it happens to be very lucrative for you. But I don't think it's a career path. I think and maybe I'm wrong, but what I felt like is if you were more respected as a traditional model,
Mike, a little closer to the mic.
Sorry, if you were more respected as a traditional model, you might not want to do OnlyFans. That's the only thing I'm asking.
OnlyFans earns a lot more. I was more so saying that because he was saying if he met a girl who's on OnlyFans, he'd want to transfer her into his mission, his framework.
Sure.
So I was asking, is the transferring because it's specifically OnlyFans or just because that's what she's currently doing?
The three of us are in some way or another performance coaches, and it doesn't really look good for us to be dating girls who are doing things. Like I could see if a girl had like old photos that were bikini shots or whatever, maybe, but like anything beyond that, if we're doing stuff with dildos, girl shit, I think it's going to be a little bit harder for us to explain as male improvement coaches why our girlfriends are doing that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's the reason why. So from a business standpoint.
The optics, yeah.
Justin, I know you wanted to come in, and then after Justin goes, guys, give me a little space to get through some of the soup chats here, and I'll try to get everyone caught up. Go ahead, Justin.
I think you nailed it. So I don't really have a whole lot more to say.
Okay.
I wouldn't let it stop me, but I would shut it down. And yes, I would want her to be inside my frame, not because it was OnlyFans, because it's a family mission, it's a legacy.
You had something quick? Go ahead.
Something quick. I just wanted to say that I think that having an OnlyFans is further perpetuating the hedonism that's destroying the country. I wouldn't want to be a part of that personally.
This is why I use the word philosophy.
Do you have a quick response to her? She said that OnlyFans is the
Okay, I
downfall
think
of the
that
West. Is that
yeah,
what you
yeah,
said?
basically.
Yeah,
like,
that-
for lack of
she's
better
affirming
word,
my point.
I said it's perpetuating the hedonism that's destroying the country, and it's really giving people fucked up.
Is that you,
fucked
Andrew?
up.
Is Andrew here? Andrew just showed up. He's the mystery guest. It wasn't me
There it
after
is.
all. Come on here.
It's really ruining the way that people perceive relationships and shit.
This is why I delineated between preference and philosophy, because usually people who believe that also believe that framework.
One question. You said and we're going to get to the soup chats, so just guys, let me get through all these. You wouldn't sell your virginity for $100 million?
Nope.
Yes, the fuck you would.
Bro.
I
would
wouldn't.
do some.
You sell your pics
I'm not
on
gonna lie.
OnlyFans. Yeah,
Yeah,
you would.
you sell your pictures.
Yeah,
I
because
would
that's
do
still
some-
within my comfort zone. You don't know the content I do on OnlyFans.
I might go with a dude for $100
I can make a
million.
lot
I'm
more
just
on
saying.
OnlyFans
You
if I do
basically
different
just
types of
jump to a
content.
You know how many?
Conclusion of
You know,
her?
I could like you could
Yes,
cure
yes, yes.
malaria in
Basically
Africa
just
for $100 million,
judge a
bro.
book by its cover.
That's
When
So
you
literally
normalize
just said
sex,
you don't
you
do that.
normalize sex. That's how it is.
based
Earlier on in
what
this
you've been
podcast, you
saying,
literally
I
just said you don't
doubt
do that.
you
Get every
wouldn't
dog
sell
fixed
your
in the
virginity.
United
Ladies,
States.
I'm
ladies,
saying
ladies.
what I
One
do
at
on
a time, one
OnlyFans.
at a
Hold
time,
on.
please.
I'm saying what I do within my OnlyFans is within my comfort level. I didn't know how much I was going to make on day one. I had to take that risk. I can make $1. I can make $1 million this month, right? So it's within my comfort zone. So I could 10x my profit if
You know
I
why
went
she
beyond
wouldn't?
my
You know why
comfort
she
zone on
wouldn't do that?
OnlyFans, but I
Because
don't.
the guy who would pay $100 million for a fucking for your virginity is
ugly.
not the guy you want to be fucking
No,
in
he's
the
gonna be
first
weird as shit
place.
for
Yeah.
sure. Wait, for sure. Hey,
Okay,
yeah.
hold on.
Shout out to Riyadh. Sorry.
The
Two
West
two
has
questions
fallen.
for you guys. So both of you do OnlyFans. Just how much do you guys make on OnlyFans per month? Avery,
Can't say.
6 figures, 5 figures.
Can you say what percentage of
Give us a
earners you're
range.
in?
That's the same thing.
Yeah, but no, I mean,
Give us a range: 5 figures, 6 figures, 50K a
do you
month,
make a
20K a
month?
month.
I don't disclose, but I
You
do
pay
well.
any dollars in the highest tax bracket of like what 36%? Do you ever get there?
I pay a lot of taxes.
Wait,
Yeah.
yeah, what? 100 mil? You realize like that is set up your grandchildren,
That's what I'm saying.
That is just you don't have to work another day in your fucking life.
I've never
100 mil.
considered that. Wow, I could retire off 100 mil,
that's
Brian.
not what you, that's
Like,
what you
that's a
con-
lot
that's
of
not what you
fucking- I'm
consider.
just saying.
Consider the social changes you could make with $100 million. That's what I'm saying.
Let's
Like,
say he's a premature ejaculator too. So
Okay,
it's
that's a
over quick.
utilitarian argument, but
Like he's a premature ejaculator. Does that change anything? Like so it's quick, you know?
I don't.
No.
I would argue that that's not even maybe the question to ask. The question to ask is the amount of money that you two girls are making on OnlyFans. Is it worth giving up a family and love? Because any man that is worth his fucking salt that you would even be attracted to wouldn't put up with it. I can tell you right now. And you, my dear, are a depreciating asset. So there, every day that goes by, you're going to be less and less beautiful. And at some point, there's going to be a history of you doing that. As beautiful as you are, you're stunning. You're a pretty girl. But no man that is going to be in your league is going to put up with it. And so the question is, if you were truly in love and you had true desire for a man that would put his foot down with you and tell you how it was going to be, would you or would you not give up your OnlyFans?
no, I wouldn't. Same way if I wanted to really
Then
expand
you,
my
did,
dating
then
pool,
you do
I'd-
not genuinely desire that man.
job.
You would not be in love with that man.
Your job's
Because
above
if
the
you were
man.
in love with that man, you would shut it down. And that day will come for you. It'd probably be way
Again,
down
why
the
don't
road.
I put on a hijab? Because then I can find a man who actually reciprocates. Because Muslim men lower their
Any
gaze when other
man,
women
any man that asks you
walk
to do it
by.
and you say no to, you're going to look at as a pussy. You will not respect him and you will not love him. Any man that you look up to and respect, you would quit doing it for. And that day might not be today, but it will come. Good luck.
If he reciprocates, if he quits occasioning the strip club, if he quits watching porn, if
sure.
he also takes that initiative, and I meet the love of my life, sure.
All right, let me
It's
female
basically
delusional
an
calculation.
action
Meanwhile, there's
thing.
10,
If he
20
shows
years of
you
He's
digital
got to be that
footprints.
dude. He's got to be that dude fully. He's got to be able to look you
Just
in the eye
like
and tell
as
you
I
shut
said,
that shit
men
down.
are
I mean
all
it.
performances.
Yeah.
He has to show
That's
that
it.
exactly.
Enough to let go. And that's what I appreciate about what you said earlier. The first time I agreed with you was a little bit earlier when you were like, yes, if I knew that I could be inside that frame. And that's what I was saying about women hold on until they know it's safe. I can respect a woman that'll hold on until she knows. I don't have a problem with the making money thing. Even the OnlyFans thing doesn't really bother me that bad. I get it. It's easy money and it's really good money. But if he comes along, it'd be hard for me to believe that any woman at this table would not let go of OnlyFans. Because
Of course,
once
but
he's there,
it does take a certain amount of process.
it
does
takes
take
that it takes
time.
that man.
Of course,
And
it
that's
does take that.
and that's
man.
why I believe in building men. You don't build strong men to spite women. You build strong men for women.
So
Hey, let me say something. The two of you are going to meet men, and initially you're going to be very happy. But the problem is there's a reason why they picked you and not someone else who isn't doing. I hate to say this because it sounds very mean, but you're going to ask yourself, why did this guy pick me and not someone who isn't doing OnlyFans? There is going to be a voice in the back of your head. It's like, why did this person pick me? And when they could have had something with less drama and less exposure. And that voice is going to be in your head. And then you're going to see what that thing is. That you're going to see what that chink in the armor is. Maybe he's a simp, or maybe he does not know how to define boundaries, or maybe he keeps getting out of relationships because he's outrageously insecure, or whatever. The problem is, it's not that you won't find a man. Both of you will definitely find men. It's just the problem is, when you do, you're not going to be wholeheartedly willing to change my religion and crawl over broken glass, like the way Rolo describes with his wife.
Genuine desire.
Genuine desire. You aren't going to have that genuine desire, and 78% of divorces in the United States are initiated by women. Do you understand?
Word. I got to jump in just because we do have to get some chats here. Okay, so we have Derek Man X here. Oh, I think this one already came in. Glasses, stop talking like you know men. Real men don't care how you feel or how you think. It's not real. We want what we want. Boom. Okay, Derek Man X. I think that's Travis. Thank you, Travis. Hold on, I have to wait until that one disappears. We have Spencer Park, who donated $100. Thank you so much, man. I'm going to start preemptively reading this after that one comes through. Mia look alike, should go to law school and would be a 1% lawyer, but the world isn't logical. Men and women are held to different standards. What makes a woman valuable is different from men. I can see how men would be intimidated by the way you talk. Your response.
They're saying I'm a very masculine woman.
Do you have a response?
Headstrong. I don't think you're masculine. I think maybe headstrong is
Do
probably
you have a
better
response to Spencer Park?
No, I mean, we've been building off the premise that men and women are different. I don't think we're arguing that they're the same. I was saying, where are those differences relevant in terms of body count when, again, we've proven that double virginity bodes the best marriages. That was my point.
That's such an outlier statistic, though,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
No, it's an outlier statistic because there's so few double virgin marriages, and also the double virgin marriages tend to be like Amish people. It tends to be people in like extremely austere relationship. Does that make sense? Most men and women do not get together in the United States as virgins. When it happens, there tends to be other cultural reasons. So it's really hard to say, is this if this is an outlier?
It's not a trend.
It's not a trend. What you can see as a trend is if you look over thousands and thousands of people, is men tend to not be super affected by their body count as far as their ability to stay in a marriage, and women tend to be more affected by it. For men, it tends to be their options. Like, for instance, if you happen to live next door to the Playboy Mansion, you're more likely to stray. For women, it's previous partners that cause them to be more likely to cheat. And that's what men are afraid of. On top of the fact that they have this innate evolutionary necessity to be with a woman who has a low body count. So there's a cognitive reason and then also a subconscious reason, and both of them are backed by science. That's the problem. Is it a double standard? Fuck yes, it's a double standard. Nobody's arguing that it isn't. But your question, though, is it moral? I mean, that's not something, it's not moral that I can bench press more than you.
Is it fair? No,
is it fair? No,
fair.
it's not. That's just the way it is. The other thing is, and it's just going to sound like I'm making an excuse. The average man, like I said before, has 17 times as much testosterone going through him than a woman does. Imagine the horniest you've ever been in your entire life. Multiply that by 17, and that's Tuesday for us. And that's the reason. Again, I'm not trying to make it an excuse, but now you see this irrational level of horniness, and then you realize that testosterone not only regulates your libido, but your assertiveness, your aggressiveness, your necessity to solve problems, your necessity to save your fellow man, right? Your bravado,
Slit throats and then pick
slit
up the
throats
baby.
and whole babies. All those things come from the same hormone that causes us to be outrageously horny compared to women.
Are we? I just got to keep going. Eric T, thank you for the 100. Would any of the girls date a 54-year-old who throws charity events? Join MOA.
I don't throw charity events. I know what you're coming at.
Show of hands. Who would date a 54-year-old man? Anybody? Okay. All right.
Got one.
Yes. Sweet. All right.
Wait,
we got.
I'm just more of a personality.
Really, like Rolo, you're talking 54, right?
55.
This is stunning, man, right here. Don't you like? What are you talking about?
Yo,
The older
Eric,
you
pull
get, the
up
more
the
being in
Twitch.
shape is a flex.
Yo, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Mods, if you could spam it in the chat, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a Prime and a follow if you have one. Link your Amazon Prime to Twitch. You can, every single month, you can do a Prime sub. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Shout out to Orange Runner for the Prime. Angelo, thank you for the Prime. Turbulence, thank you for the Prime. WizPiz, thank you for the Prime. Strictly Sloth, thank you for the Prime. Tispree, thank you for the follow. Martin, thank you for the follow. Bobby Gums, thank you for the follow. Hex Defy, thank you for the follow. Hess It Up, thank you for the Prime. Fat Queef Bro, thank you for the follow. Great name there, buddy.
You get
Tsunami
name of
Surprise.
the show, bro.
And yeah, thank you guys so much. Twitch.tv/whatever. Go over there, drop us a follow on the Prime sub. And then we have some super chats here we got to get caught up on. We got that one here. Avery, go for it.
Women also need to understand that the sexual organ of a woman does change with use. It doesn't feel as good, and you never know whose.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to press that. My bad.
Actually,
You never know whose child it is. A man's unit doesn't change, and unless a woman sleeps with multiple dudes, men know it is our child.
American Virus is freedom. Thank you for the 100. I don't know if that's true. The first part.
Which what he means is not by the sexual organ getting bigger. He means by sexual organ literally changes when a zygote is formed inside of a cervix. Inside of the uterus. Sorry, that's what he means by it changes.
Just say roasties, dude. Just say roasties. That's all you wanted to say.
This argument that
Come
women
and say
become
roasties.
looser when they have more sex, there's actually not.
But
a
he
lot
said
of
it doesn't
science to
feel
that.
as good, isn't that? I thought he was referring to that than loose pussy.
Yeah, I thought he sexual organ shape. Yeah, maybe that's also. It's harder for a woman to have an orgasm if she's had multiple partners. I've seen some studies on that. I'm not exactly sure.
All right, we have Bebby Demon 69. Thank you for the 100, man. Appreciate it. What male traits based on Darwin's natural selection could be most desirable to women in choosing a mate? Who's this for? Is this the panel?
I mean, Darwin's my
What
best friend.
male traits based on Darwin's natural selection?
Height.
Could
Muscularity.
These are going to be things that show competency
Physicality.
and things that show basically women during different periods of time would choose the man who looked like he was most likely, most capable of committing massive amounts of violence on her behalf to protect her and her children. When you look at it from that standpoint, then it makes sense why she fucks Brock the bartender, who's 6'3" or the fucking quarterback of the football team. That's the reason why. It's not like these things didn't just happen. Like I said before, my number one frustration is that we have these generic conversations when Dr. David Buss has written 5 books on this stuff, when Gad Saad has written books on this stuff, when Stephen Stewart Williams, Cindy Meston, Lita Cosmides, who's by the way PhD at right here at UC Santa Barbara, one of the leading evolutionary psychologists on the planet. And we still listen to fucking Dr. Phil, and we read books like The 5 Love Languages and The Secret. The answers are there. Read the fucking answers. The real reason why me and Rollo work together is because he's the only man on the planet that I know who reads as much on evolutionary psychology as I do. The answers are there. They've been there since the 1970s, and for some reason we choose to not read them, and we still believe things like beauty is subjective. It is not subjective. These things have been answered. They've been answered since 1975.
Matthew Self, thank you for the 100. Avery, go ahead.
Woman in the glasses is a smart woman. I appreciate her fighting back on topics. I just feel like she's just arguing to argue to prove her intelligence. She doesn't even take it in the opposite side of the argument. She just wants to argue to argue.
Your quick response.
That's not true. I stand for everything I argue. Maybe I'm not doing a good enough job explaining it.
You're
Are those
literally
prescription,
arguing
by
with
the
them
way?
right now.
Are those prescription glasses or?
Yeah, these are prescription.
There's no lenses in them.
Do you want to pop them off? I mean, you don't need them, right?
It's all right. She can do it.
What?
Please,
She's
right?
giving me like the death stare over that
No,
request.
that's
Okay.
fine. Let her
All right.
do it.
Speedy the Unsilent,
That's
thanks for
your
the
look. Go
100.
ahead.
Avery, go ahead.
As a high value man who is also tall with a low body count, I would only marry a woman with a low body count.
Word? Thank you, man. Speedy.
Thank you for your
Thank
preference.
You. Yes, thank you for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. We have Ivan Jr. Thank you for the 100, man. Sorry, Brian. There's a question to the panel. Have women lost trust to depend on men to the point they sell themselves on social media? Most relationships both have to work. There are men who can support a woman. Judging us and expectations are killing dating pool and marriage. Word. Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate it. Is there a question here? Have women lost trust to depend on men to the point they sell themselves on social media? Is this a rhetorical question? Hello?
It's not because of that. It's just an opportunity. It's just opportunism, is what it is. It's pretty much every girl that I talk to on, well, not every panel, but pretty much every girl I have encountered when it comes to wanting to get with a guy, they don't want to give up their OnlyFans. They don't want to stop advertising, and the reason they do is because they've been taught over the course of 2 generations to be distrustful of men, to say that they're never going to be able to be the ones who are going to be able to take care of me. When he comes up here and he says, I'm going to be the one who's going to take care of you. I'm going to take you to the restaurant. I'm going to pay for it. I am going to basically take care of your long-term security. To hear that is shocking today, right? Because women have this preconception that men are either they're borderline abusers, or they are incompetent, like buffoons, like Homer Simpson or Dr. Huxtable or whatever, sitcom dad that we want to throw out there, or they're incompetent. They don't know how to drive a stick shift. They don't know how to change a tire. They don't know how to tie a tie. And so if those are your three options, and that's what you think of as a masculine model or an ideal, or that's your archetype in your head, of course you're going to want to go to college, go get your career, get your money on point, become the man that you wanted to marry, because you can't trust no man to do what he just said, which is, I'm going to take care of business for you. And yes, I would absolutely agree with that assessment, because women are fearful that they'll never find a guy. And when we talk about like submission, which I think is the wrong world, I think we need to talk about deference to men's authority. But I think that it's more about the fact that women need long-term security longer than they have the ability to consolidate on that. So if you've got 18 to 28 years old, where you're in your peak sexual market value years, that's 10 years in a lifespan that might be, 90 years old? So, and you're gonna need long-term security far longer in your life than you are going to need it. And that's why we sell women on this, be independent. I'm a strong, independent woman. From what? Independent of men. That's where that comes from 1970s feminism is where that's from. So you're gonna say,
yeah, if your argument is that men have fallen short because men are not acting in a masculine, chivalrous way, we agree with you. We do not disagree with that at all. Men have certainly fallen short. That's the reason why the three of us are coaches. We agree with you completely. And in that happening, it's even worse in that general society is telling them to clearly do the opposite of what Justin Waller is saying. Like, literally, not only are we not being coached to be masculine, we're being coached to not be masculine. And thirdly, we're being taught that it's borderline illegal for us to act in a masculine way. There is, Andrew Tate said it the best. There's just masculinity. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. Yeah. Toxic people are toxic. Toxic people can be feminine or masculine. Toxicity is toxic. Masculinity, again, when you want someone to save you from a burning building, you want a fucking ton of masculinity. It's not toxic then. So that's the issue. It's like, if you think things are bad, you're correct. They are bad. If you think men have fallen short, correct. They have fallen short. If you think 99% of men are simps, which it's kind of the ones on OnlyFans who are subscribed to you guys, you're correct. We agree with you on that. Men need to step up as well. And that's created the society. That's why these shows are becoming, these panel shows like this are becoming so outrageously fucking popular, because we're all seeing this happen at the same time. By the way, I want to say one other thing. I don't think the hedonism is the decay of Western society. I think it's a denial of science. I think that's actually the decay of Western society. Sorry to go off on that topic.
All right, one thing. So you brought up hoe phases, sort of, kind of.
I did.
Rolo did.
Go ahead.
Rolo did. So we'll go around the table on this. Who here has, at any point in time, had a hoe phase?
Yeah, I have.
Had a hoe phase?
Are you
I've had a
still
hoe phase.
presently in it?
I am not presently in it.
I assume not, given your assertion that
She's on
Your version.
OnlyFans, of course.
Yeah, if you
she's
consider-
monetizing.
She kissed like two dudes on a date. She didn't have a hoe face.
hoe phase. Have you current hoe phase
Of course.
in the hoe
And
phase
it
right now?
was to like lead me into something like that. It wasn't because I chose. It was because.
What do you mean you didn't choose?
I mean, I did choose, but it was also a factor in of what happened before it. It was actually rage and anger and revenge that fueled me to push me to be this hoe phase, because I felt like I was getting back at the guy at that time during my first hoe phase.
Wait, so?
But then that's typically why a lot of
You're
people.
18. How many hoe phases do you think you're going to have?
Not very many on this.
Baker's dozen.
But it just happens to a lot of people where they invest so much into a relationship that either the guy leaves or the girl leaves, and then the one side will just be left broken, and obviously that side that is broken is filled with rage to do better. Or there's also another scenario. If it was a female, there's only two sides that you could choose. Either sleep with this homie to get revenge, or you can work on yourself, sit down and really think, like, is it really possible for me to just, get back at him, or just feel like I just don't.
That sounds like the Joker story arc.
So you're
Okay. Hold on. I want everyone to have a chance to answer this question. Go ahead.
Have I been like
Have you had a hoe phase? No hoe phases?
No.
Zero hoe phases?
zero?
Partial hoe phase?
No.
Hold on.
SoCal Surfer 805 donated $200.
RIP's in the chat.
Ryan is the new Jerry Springer.
Eh.
Love it. Also, question for the guys. Would you sell your booty hole on camera to Gorlick the Destroyer for $100 million? Also, need lie detectors for all guests. So many people full of shit. Also bro, UCSB alum. Let's go.
Let's go, SoCal Surfer 805. Thank you for the big $200 soup donation.
No.
Really appreciate it. You would not 100 mil? 100 mil?
I'm good, bro. Thanks.
That's a tough one.
I'm living
Brian,
the
what do you
life.
think? What do you think, Brian?
I have more respect for myself than that.
No STDs, right? Is the scenario like you?
Yeah, I
an
guess
STD?
that we know STDs.
No STDs? 100 mil? Bro, I don't have to work another day in my fucking
It's
life.
not that, bro. I'd be like you could get legislation passed for 100 million. Like you could change the world with 100 million.
So you'd be gay for pays.
Hell no, man. That's disgusting.
$20 is $20.
That's gross. I would never do that. That's gross. You could change the world, though. You could change the world, though.
You could change the world. You could change the world. So, okay, no hoe phase. What about you? Has there been a hoe phase?
Not really. I guess a partial one.
Partial hoe phase?
Yeah.
What's a partial hoe phase?
I just consider that talking to like a bunch of guys
What-
after.
when you say a bunch of guys, how many are we talking?
Oh, not a lot, like 4.
Four? Okay.
I don't know, but like not like talking. I don't know, like
sex?
No.
No.
That's why
Just
I mean
like
partial.
dating them.
Yeah, like
Okay.
going out and just I don't know. It wasn't really a hoe phase. I just got out of a breakup and was just dating.
So let me clarify it. So a hoe phase is what? Are we sleeping with them? Or are
I'll
we
tell you. I'll
talking?
let her finish. I'll clarify. Go ahead.
First off, I just wanted
Closer
to
to the
say,
mic.
I
Scoot in.
think people should take more accountability. But me personally, I have not had a hoe phase unless you count Discord, where I e-dated 2 guys at once, which is honestly a fucking joke.
Double shifting.
But
Okay.
Aspen.
No. That long relationship that I was in, I was committed to him, and so I think that maybe if I wouldn't have had that, my story would be a little bit different. But no, I have not.
Kylie.
No, I've never had a hoe phase.
You're not in it right now.
Kind of related to the hoe phase
No,
thing.
let me
go
let me say, just to clarify your question. I hate that we call it the hoe phase. It was my second book in the timeline I put in here. I called it the party years, is what I called it, and it's not because every girl turns into a raging slut, during those 18 to 28 years old, but that is when you are at the peak of your sexual marketability. So for you to consolidate on a guy who's going to be a good long-term prospect for you, usually that happens right around 22, 23, 24 years old, when you're at the peak of your sexual market value and the peak agency for women. So that's why the epiphany phase, I peg that right around 29, 30, 31 years old. It's not that women are going out and actually becoming actual hoes. It's just that is the span in a woman's life when she has the most potential to find a guy. So it might be 1 or 2 guys, but you're doing more dating during that period of your life than you will be for the rest of your life because of the marketability on the sexual marketplace, not personal worth, but later on in life. So you've got a span of 10 years where you're advertising yourself, where you're out there, where you're going to the clubs, you're having a good time, you're being just regular college girls, right? So whether or not you're a raging slut or you're not is kind of immaterial. That's why I hate calling it the hoe phase. I'd rather call it the party years, because that's when women are their most active.
Then let me clarify it then. No, I did not go through a hoe phase. I did go through a party phase.
It's because you're 18, you're just coming into it.
Of course. But I do have like a certain of where what I want. I already have an idea of what I want. And if that person fits that idea of what I want, then I can go forward and process that relationship. That's why I say there's a process before, marriage.
But you're in a better
before
position
dating.
at
Of
18 to
course.
28.
And that's why I do agree with you. Then everyone does go through a little party phase.
Is there musical chairs over here?
I'm just going to pee.
Oh, okay, cool. Here, while she does that, we have a chat here. We have Stagner with the 100. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Why, when a woman doesn't have a man, she often has to take on the masculine role, but when a man doesn't have a woman, he doesn't necessarily have to take on a feminine role. Does this prove that masculinity is more essential to survival than femininity? I don't know how to enter that one. Maybe I'm looking to Rolo on this one. Oh, do you want to come in? Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say that's exactly why the nuclear home, the importance of gender roles is so important, because women have to take on this masculine role because there needs to be a masculine role, but they shouldn't. They need to take on a feminine role, because that's why most of the time, like, single mother homes don't work out. You have sons that are criminals. You have high divorce rates with women that tend to be more, like, the breadwinners, more headstrong. So I think a lot of like that question specifically is stressing the importance that they are separate and that they are divided super like strictly, I guess you could say.
Mike, do you have a quick thing on this?
So we talk about proximate and ultimate cause. When you ever hear a woman say, I don't need no man. Yes, me and Rollo and Justin need men too. We need men to build roads. We need men to, put up electrical wires. We need men to build an infrastructure. We need men to run an economy so that we can buy and sell goods. We need men for all kinds of these things. Proximate cause, no, you're a woman who makes $300,000 a year and you have a Mossberg by the door. You don't necessarily, quote unquote, need a man. Ultimately, we all do, because masculine traits aren't necessary for survival. They literally are survival. That's what masculine traits are. They are there for the survival of the tribe. Feminine traits are the survival of the child. And when she has a child, the child is going to come before the husband. The unconditional love that women have is reserved for a child. And by the way, thank you for that. Women should be like that.
It's a feature, not a bug.
It's a feature, not a bug. And we as men, those of us who understand this concept of evolutionary psychology, we're grateful for the fact that our wife would throw us in front of the train in order to save the child. That's the point. That's how our genetics get passed on. But survival in general, the question was, is masculinity more important for survival? Absolutely. That is the definition. That is where masculinity comes from. Those men who stormed Normandy back in World War II did so for the survival of their tribe, putting their own survival to the side for the love of their country and specifically the love of their family. That is what that's what masculine traits are. It is for the survival of the tribe. Whereas feminine traits, they also aid in survival. Everything we do aids in survival, but it's more the survival of the offspring specifically.
We have a donation request here from someone who wants the girls on the panel to rate him on a scale of 1 to 10.
Oh, boy.
Eric, I believe I pulled up a guy's Instagram profile. Not Zach's. It's just like, Josh. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna review Josh's Instagram profile, and you girls are gonna give him a little rating. Okay. Let's see. Scroll down. Okay, so keep scrolling. Let's check out all his photos. Scroll down. Okay, there's a lot of not photos of him.
He gets a point for the cat.
Scroll up a little
All right,
bit.
he's got a cat. There. That's him with a female friend, maybe.
art.
All right, scroll down. We'll scroll down even more. Let's see what else.
I don't hate his composition, but he's doing this wrong.
Let's see. Keep
His
going.
photo composition is actually good. His color correction is good.
Instagram?
Yeah, I mean, dude, listen, join MOAmentoring.com, bro. Like, this all we do is fix Instagram.
That's him with a parrot or something, or some sort of avian animal.
Wait, there's a shot of him in the kayak.
There you go. He's got a little chest tattoo. Okay, scroll down a little more. Maybe that's him and his mom. Okay, that's him with. I don't know who that is. Okay, all right, you get an idea, ladies. Just your rating of him on the scale of 1 to 10. Scroll all the way back up to the top really quick.
Wait, scroll down a little bit.
Which
what is
one?
the pink tree right there?
The pink tree? What?
Right there. There's
Bro,
pink
just rate
trees.
him. Just rate him.
Like,
I didn't see him.
because it was a
How am I
scenery.
supposed to rate? I don't know how you rate like a guy's Instagram because you don't really
like
see them.
maybe
on
his physical appearance. I reckon.
His appearance.
His appearance.
Where
Avery.
was he at? Was he the cat or the tree? Maybe he was the buffalo in one of the buffalo pictures.
He's in a
Talking
couple of
about-
pictures.
He's got some
Okay,
blonde
go ahead,
hair.
Avery.
I think he's cute, honestly. I would say 7.5.
I don't even remember what he looks like. Can you pull it back up?
There you go. There you go.
Which one
Okay.
is
Is he a waiter?
Did you see? Okay,
Or is he LDS
That
right
one,
there?
right?
he's the guy with the blonde.
I don't know.
All right.
He's a drone enthusiast. That's all.
If you had a sign,
10.
all right, go ahead.
6.5.
Like a 3.
3. Okay.
A 4.
The very fact that women can't even remember your face like that after that quick, that's
But
your answer.
I- but I
That is your
remember-
answer
I-
right
I
there. That's
remember
that's
the
your rating.
series, the
Forgettable.
series.
Go ahead.
Damn.
Well, he seems like a bit of an NPC. Like, got that kind of fluoride stare to him, but I'd say maybe a
Fluoride
7.
stare. I'm
Bro, she
stealing that.
said
I am
NPC and
stealing
fluoride in
that.
the same sentence,
I'd
bro.
say he's a 7.
Bro, they're black helicopters circling us right now. Are you kidding me?
I'm not a glowy, I promise.
What's a glowy?
I would
I'll
probably
tell you.
give him a 7.
7. Really?
Maybe 6.
We're going by looks, right? I would
Yeah.
give him
Yeah,
like
just looks.
a 3. He looks like really short and like he can probably barely pick up like a 20-pound dumbbell, so I don't know.
All right, now tell us.
R-
Now tell us
RIPs in
he's
the
the
chat.
highest
Bro.
earning like banker in
That still
Kentucky.
doesn't make him more attractive.
Because
though.
that's
I
isn't that
mean,
the
that
isn't
just-
that like the shtick? It's like here's the punchline.
RIP's in the chat for what's his name? Joshua. Joshua. RIP's in the chat for Joshua.
I thought he was the Buffalo Yellowstone.
Did you have something quick? You were raising your hand. Is it
I
related
was
to
gonna
this?
say it was part of the sceneries and everything that he was like all the
What?
places that he went to. He's probably has enough money to go to that.
He's
so it doesn't-
invisible.
Huh?
He's invisible.
Joshua,
Oh, yeah.
Joshua, hit
Invisible,
me
yeah.
up.
That's
Hit me
why-
up. I'll
that's
send
why
you to
I
the
say
free
I like
school
that.
server. We'll
Married
fix your
to a
Instagram.
Let's fix that
Hey.
Instagram,
We'll fix
buddy.
your
Let's
Joshua.
fix that.
Literally, hit me up on IG, bro. We'll fix your
Let's-
Instagram. That's all we do.
Let's
I'll give you 30 examples of perfect
Instagrams.
Instagrams.
Instagram and see what.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, check out. Actually, you know what? let's look at Justin's
I just think.
Instagram.
Does that count?
Let's look at let's pull up
Do
Justin's
y'all's
Instagram.
Instagrams count?
You know, like a little comparison. Eric.
What's your Instagram? Justin Win Waller 7.
Justin Winwaller 7.
This is my name.
Also Jay Waller on YouTube. Do you have a Twitch?
Don't.
And
Maybe my team has one.
it's in the works. It's coming.
Everyone out.
Pull it up. All right.
There you go.
209,000 followers. Oh, look at he's with Andrew Tate. Okay. Is that some KFC on the private jet?
Yeah, it is.
Imagine. Okay, nice. All right.
Giga chat.
Oh my. Well, all right. Fit. Great Britain. On
Exotic
a
locations.
Jet ski. Jet ski.
Oh, look
in
at
a,
that!
in a
Who's that
suit.
guy? That's Robert Kiyosaki.
Who's the? What? Okay.
I feel like if you went to Japan or any Asian country, they'd be all over you. Like,
I think they're all over him.
Try any country.
Everywhere.
it's just like,
There's a lot of guys on that show.
All right. Okay. That's Justin. Oh, there's Tristan Tate. Oh, and then there's the sartorial shooter, Andrew. Tristan. Who's the one on the? Is that Sterling? That's kind of Okay. He's kind of cut off in the preview or whatever. Is that in Dubai?
Yeah, it is in Dubai.
Are you? You're in Florida now, but do you have any plans to move to Dubai, or are you like
No, we're having a houseboat right now.
you and Sterling, or?
No, it's just mine. Sterling
Oh.
doesn't live with me. He lives in Spain, so I bought a
Okay.
big house in Dubai. They're developing it now.
Weren't you and Sterling like housemates at some point?
Yes.
Not
Yeah,
not anymore though.
Technically.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's in Spain now.
Oh, he's in. Why did he move to Spain?
It's a better place, man. Marbella
Really?
is incredible. I just love it. It's incredible. Spain's
I heard Spain, like when it comes to laws and shit and feminism, I heard Spain's like a big
I
L.
was just there for a week, man.
Madrid. Go to Madrid.
Beautiful, man.
That's where
Spain's lit.
How to Beast is there.
Yeah, I just did How to Beast.
That's my buddy. Yeah, I just,
Yeah, I just did How to Beast, but I am building an 11,000 square foot house in Dubai. It's
Oh,
a bad
hell
boy.
yeah.
I'm excited. Tate tricked me into doing it, and so now we're neighbors. It's a joke.
Are you gonna revoke your American citizenship?
No, man, I'm very patriotic.
Okay.
America's a motherfucking goat. Anybody that's got a problem with that can suck my dick.
Suck it.
Scoreboard. You know, anybody that doesn't like America can look at the scoreboard. Do I like things that America does? No. Do I feel like America's a bit of a bully? Yes. Is it the best country to ever exist? Yes, it is. And it's up to Americans to come together and stop letting this country rot from within. Anybody that doesn't want to be an American, get the fuck out.
Amen.
Let's
True.
fucking go. All right. So, Jesus Christ, everybody dropping their shit every fucking.
Just put that
30 minutes.
anywhere.
God damn. Okay. Butterfingers over here. Okay, so we have two girls on the panel who are virgins, allegedly.
oh, that's me.
Yep. So I just want a point of clarification. You're not waiting for marriage, is that correct?
I don't have an end date in mind. It could be.
You said you just want to be in love, if I recall. Like you want to meet a worthy guy, but you don't need to be married. Is that correct?
Yeah, it could possibly be marriage though.
You're on the fence about it.
It depends what the relationship would look like, I guess. Yeah.
What do you mean? Well, how would it need to look like for you to not want to wait until marriage?
I guess we could still be in love, but he could still be looking for something, you know what I mean? Not super long term, right? So even if I'm in love with them, I would still need to be like a sustainable thing. Like you could be in love with someone without the stable relationship, like if he has attachment issues or something. So marriage kind of resolves those concerns because
So
they've
you do
committed
wanna-
to you.
So you do want to get married before having sex?
I'd like commitment, and that could take the form of marriage or just me trusting them a lot.
Are you religious at all or no?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay.
But you're worried
And
about getting put in a hijab? I was under the impression you were Muslim.
My parents are Muslim, yeah.
Oh.
Okay. And you're a virgin. Are you waiting until marriage? Is there a religious component to this?
There's
Or
religious components. I grew up in
into
a
the
very...
mic, please.
Oh, okay. There's religious components. I grew up in a very uptight Christian household, and I didn't really have a problem with it because, you know, my parents were setting foundations for me, moral foundations for me to follow after. Honestly, if I'm being real, maybe it's just the fact that I'm in California, because most of the guys in California are just, I don't know.
Just what?
Just I don't want to say I don't want to. I don't really like liberal men. I just don't.
Okay.
I just don't. Maybe that plays a factor into it, but I just want to do it with someone that I love. You know, someone that I could feel love for, someone who loves me, someone who I want to spend the rest of my life with, maybe. But I don't want to just throw away my virginity. You know, to some guy who doesn't give a fuck about me.
But so not waiting until marriage necessarily.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say a part of me, the part of me that grew up in a really, really tightly Christian household, wants to wait till marriage. But I'm not sure if those are ideas that are my own or that are just religious guilt, I guess.
I think that you will drastically protect your future relationship if you wait for marriage.
Can he be a member of House Ravenclaw? Is that okay?
I'm a Slytherin. This is Patrick
Okay.
Bateman's
There it
house.
is.
I'm
This
sorry.
is Patrick
I'm
Bateman's
sorry. I
house.
crossed universes.
And
I
Daily
apologize.
Wire will clip that out of this whole
No, it's
show
Patrick
right
Bateman. See, remember?
Yeah, it's a Patrick Bateman cosplay.
Yeah, I mean, I brought the raincoat, but I couldn't wear it. So.
Yeah, good times. Okay, so sort of waiting till marriage, but not?
You know what? I don't know. I just wouldn't throw it away so easily. You know, I'd have to really, really, really know a guy before I ever considered letting him, you know.
Letting him what?
Well, I don't really want to say it.
Hit it.
Put the P in the You're going to say some troll shit like you were saying before.
Okay, whoa.
Before
I get kind of shy when it comes to this topic, you know.
Oh, now you're shy, but
okay,
like
well, yeah,
all the
yeah,
other
well,
fucking
now
shit
the
you're
topic,
saying.
you know, like, but okay, I think
You don't want to fuck fat bitches, but now...
I don't want to fuck fat bitches. I don't think anyone
Now-
wants to fuck fat bitches.
You don't want to fuck a fat bitch?
I wouldn't fuck a fat bitch, no.
What about...
You've
When
made
you say
that
bitch,
clear.
is that like a woman or like it could also be a fat dude? Like
You know what?
want to fuck a
I don't
fat
know.
dude.
I mean, I've seen some cute
Guys can
chubby
be
boys,
bitches.
but just fat bitches, they're loud. That's what I don't like
Fat
about them.
bitches?
They're
What
loud.
about a quiet fat bitch?
It's
Would you
just-
fuck a
yeah,
quiet
like
fat
if
bitch?
there was a quiet, shy little fat bitch, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I don't really want to get into the schematics of fat bitches, okay.
Have you ever dated a guy? Have you? I'm trying to recall.
No,
Have you
I
had a
only
relationship?
I've only dated guys.
No,
like,
but I forgot what you said back when I originally asked.
Uh-oh.
Have you had a relationship?
Yeah, I've had relationships.
What was your longest relationship again?
2 years.
2 years. Okay. But I mean, you said you're what, 19?
I'm 20.
Oh, you're 20. Okay. Was that like a high school relationship or something?
A high school relationship, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I've had relationships after that, sure, but I don't know.
Okay. All right. We're gonna get a couple soup chats here, and then let's see. Actually, let me just do the soup chats now. Eric, can you? I forgot where we were. Oh wait, did we do? Wait,
We
did that one.
did we do this one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was already done. Keep
Oh, yeah,
going.
shout out to all
Did
my
we do this
robots.
one? BB Demon 69. Thank you for the 100. Avery, can you read this?
With empathy in short supply, I'd care for my family and opt for a non-OnlyFans partner. Honor individual principles.
Yo, Demon 69. Thank you for the $100 soup chat. Really appreciate it, man. All right, we have. I care for an opt for a non-OnlyFans partner. Okay. Venom RX. Thank you for the 100. Avery, go for it. Actually, no, you should read this one.
There's two girls with glasses here. You
But
just,
they're
Fair
I
enough.
know.
That's true.
Girl with glasses is trying too hard. Girls like that don't need egos raised and more power. Not that smart, by the way. I blame men. Following, liking, paying OnlyFans of random women created this mess. Imagine if guys didn't do that, the dating market wouldn't be that fucked up. Am I supposed to be triggered? I don't know. Are
You're
they?
not supposed to be
are
triggered.
they-
If you
Are
want.
you?
She's just thinking about the
You can
400,000
sponsor.
she made this year and how triggered she is.
Yeah,
She's
she's trying her
She's so
shares with all
angry
her
about
money.
that.
What's that mean?
He's right though. He is right.
He's like wiping his tears with the money. Yeah. All right, we have Apostle Victor with the 105 donation. Thank you, man. Have my money, you guilty pleasure of mine, Brian. I also have a Slytherin t-shirt right now on me, so that's a nice coincidence. Much love.
There
Hey,
you go.
Victor.
Virginity lost. Let's do it.
Thank you,
Let's
Victor.
make that
Appreciate
match.
it, man. Really appreciate all the support tonight, guys. You guys are blowing me away. Thank you guys so much. Okay, really quick, to show of hands, should body count matter?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, Oh, Avery?
Wait,
no?
for a guy or for a
For
girl?
what? Which
Yeah.
gender?
For women. Let's say this should matter for women.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree that it should matter.
100%.
4 women or 2 women? I'm saying, okay, wait. Well, can we be?
Like, should women care about a man's body count? Is that what you're asking?
That question on X.
No, other way around.
Or should a man care about a woman's body count?
A man
Well,
should care.
perhaps I can rephrase the question. Do you object to men caring about women's body count?
Yes.
Wait, sorry, say it one more time.
Do you object to men, generally speaking, or do you object to men caring about women's body count?
Oh, I feel like I've already pontificated
Well,
about it.
Pontificate more, please.
Again, like I said, if it makes sense, if it's the 0-to-0 ratio for pair bonding.
Oh,
And
so you do take an issue with a double standard.
are we gonna keep circling back?
Well,
I think we should let other people talk.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, he should. If he's gonna provide for me, and if he's, further down the line, he promises me a certain amount of stuff and this and that. Yes, he should. It should matter how much my body count is.
It should matter to him. Okay.
Of course.
I feel like it should. I feel like it should.
So just to clarify, the question is, do you object to men caring about women's
Oh.
body count?
No, I don't object.
No.
No.
Nope.
I mean, if a guy thinks a woman is a whore, she's a whore. Like
Based.
his.
That's probably too
No, that's
far,
a little
but
too-
yeah. You know what? The 3 of us are going to stand up for women's rights here. I think you're being a little bit too draconian and misogynistic towards women, and I'd really like you to stop using that language.
Naughty. Okay.
If a guy thinks a woman is a whore, he thinks he's a whore, and
That's
from
what I
that,
meant. That's
right?
what I meant.
That's right. That is whether or not she is. And by the way, I'm not agreeing with this, but this is the argument. I know a lot of big models who finally broke down and got an OnlyFans, and the reason why they said they got an OnlyFans is like they said they're going to call me a whore anyway. They already think I'm a whore. They already think I sleep my way through whatever. And so, in part, it's men's judgmental nature that causes women to behave like this. I don't think it's an excuse. I think you could still not have.
I
an
was wrong.
OnlyFans.
That's going to be the clip that
Yeah, there we
Daily
go.
Wire picks up.
That's right. Yeah, but just so we're clear, a lot of women will say that they'll be like, "Well, I'm going to be called this name anyway." But the difference is internally, are you that way? And I think internally, whether or not. You guys said before you've had a hoe phase. When you had your hoe phase, did you feel good after it?
No.
Okay, so I guess maybe that's what my point is. Internally, you know what you did, regardless of what other people think.
Word. Really quick, kind of related to this. So most of you said actually body count does matter. We often hear on the show that body count shouldn't matter. What's your body count?
Well, I'm going to be shamed for this. So I'm just going to pre-defend myself and say that this was when I was between the ages of 18 to 22. I don't do this anymore, but I really thought that if I slept with
You were
men,
young and impressionable.
I thought that they would love me if I gave them the pee. So it didn't work out that way. Anyways, so it's 45.
0?
I lose.
I think look back on that and now make the change. Like, don't let that be you anymore.
And that's what I have done, but then I guess that's why I said, like, I don't think body count should matter, because it sucks that I would be judged for that when I am a very loyal person, and I don't want to sleep around because it felt awful.
Yeah, so make the
So that's-
changes.
Yeah.
Body count?
Say it again?
Huh?
What's your notch count?
What's your body count?
I'm not gonna say.
Huh?
I'm not gonna say.
Oh.
I'm
No,
not gonna say.
that's fine.
Because
No worries.
one of the things is that sure a number is based, but if a girl is so easy to say her body count, then it's either doubled or probably a little bit less. But that's just me.
That's those red pill guys again, just doubling up everything, right? Right.
I'd rather not answer.
All right.
My mom's watching, but hi, Mom. It's
Not now.
Below
It's late.
5. Below 5.
Below 5. Allegedly 0.
It's 0. It's 0.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Oh, man.
Into the mic.
Your mom is watching. My mom, my dad, and like half my church is watching.
Half the church.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
They forgive you.
And also, I've already shared a lot about my past, and I agree with what that other girl said when she was on. Like, out of respect for my future husband, I feel like that's something that should be kept private.
Fair enough. Okay.
Do you think that girls with tattoos are more promiscuous than girls without tattoos?
I mean,
I don't know.
I have a tattoo. I'm not that promiscuous.
You have a tattoo?
Do you think so?
Tattoo.
I would.
Well,
I
according
think,
to the red pill, I'm a slut. So yeah.
You're a slut.
is that a fraternity tattoo? Can I see it again?
That's my
Oh.
family.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't get a good look at it.
Fraternity.
I don't know. I just took
Fraternity.
a little quick glance.
Do I look like a guy that's
Yeah, the Rockstar 20s, you know. Justin Waller, how face? What? Body
What's your
count?
notch count, dude?
I truly don't know.
He forgot.
He's a man of God.
He forgot after.
Pray every night.
Well, that's actually a good question, Rolo, when it comes to tattoos.
You have a tattoo?
I don't have any tattoos.
You're not a slut.
Yeah, fortunate.
You don't have any?
0 tattoos besides a tramp stamp. That
I have
got
none.
removed.
You see that
Also-
comment right there? Tattoos on women are linked to abuse.
This
when
is a red
young.
flag. I disagree.
You disagree?
Yeah, I call bullshit on that too. Like I don't super judge a girl with tattoos.
I think it
Do you
depends
wanna-
on where they
you wanna
are and
answer
what's
that?
what
Because
they
I'm
are.
really curious on how you think on that before I answer.
I love chicks with tats.
I don't really care that much. I think that people have really bad tattoos, and those ones.
Yes, don't get
are
Bart
bad.
Simpson on the side of your thigh. That's
Do you
a
have
good rule
Bart-
of
Do
thumb.
you have Bart
No.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't.
Go to
I don't
Walmart and
care.
look at girls who have like big fat girls with shorts on, and they'll have like random tattoos all over their legs. That's definitely
I saw
a red
this one
flag.
with like a boat on her thigh, and like you know how like they get older and it's saggy
A
and it looks
boat?
like a
She
sinking
has a
boat.
boat?
So you agree that women can hit the wall?
Oh wow, okay.
I mean, everybody.
I think she
hits
read
the
your
wall
book.
At like,
Yo, man, we need to
at
stand
one
up for
point.
women right now, Rolo.
Whether
This is
you're
getting
a guy
ridiculous.
or whether you're a
We need to
girl,
stand
we
up for these
always hit
ladies,
a wall.
Rolo.
at
This
some
is
We're gonna
point.
be, should we be the feminists? Should we be the
Seriously.
devil's
Yeah, I think-
advocates?
I
on
think
this?
we have to
Seriously.
be devil's
No,
advocates.
let's not repeal the 19th. Stop it, ladies. Stop it. Going too far.
Okay, we hold on. We have one more thing here. We have 2 more things we have to react to.
Wait, we have to ask the girls if they have any other questions for us because we only got to her.
Oh yeah, we didn't. Well, so one that I guess, and I would like to try to wrap up here soon. So one of the questions asked is if there's anything dating related you want to get off your chest, or if you have a final thought. I'd like to open it up to anybody who wants to kind of get in here at the end. Opening it up to.
Actually, I do have a question for them. When do you think is the right time to have sex? Like, how many dates in order for a man to still respect you?
Go ahead. You guys go ahead.
3.
The answers.
Okay.
3.
At least 3. 3 strikes. It's the 3 strike rule, more or less. Put it this way: within 3 dates, you should know if that woman has genuine desire enough to want to have sex with you. Put it that way. And it's not that that's like a deadline or a criteria. I'm just saying that within. Actually, I think I got it in my first book, as a matter of fact. It's basically the same 3 strike rule that everybody's been using for forever, but it's meant to determine genuine desire, not necessarily like I would like to get with if there's like religious like convictions between the man and the woman, and that's already pre-established. It should still be within 3 dates to know that, like, you know what, I would probably want to have sex with you really, really bad if it were not for our convictions between the two of us. People don't want to read that part of my, that paragraph in my book, but because they think that when I talk about like, what is it, Iron Rule Tomasi number 3, which is, any time a woman makes you wait for sex, the sex is never worth the wait. People think that means I'm trying to encourage guys to go and have like wanton sex with like loose women. That's not what it is. It's to determine genuine desire. So within 3 dates, you should be able to determine whether or not she's going to flake on you, or she's really into you, or she has some other mitigate. She's got another guy that she's hoping was going to pan out, and she's putting you on ice. And because if it doesn't work out with him, then she'll go up with you, right? You're like this consolation consolation
But
prize.
I think she's asking about from her standpoint. How many days should she?
Oh,
wait?
should you
Yeah.
personally? I would say the same thing. 3.
Yeah, I mean the thing is just going to be more like just to be more discerning, right? It's like I empathize with your situation because like I said, I coach dudes and I see how fucked up they are, and I like this is what you guys got to choose from. God damn, that sucks, man.
Yeah.
I get that. Like trust me, I do. And then when I have these questions, like you said before, you're kind of talking your book about you know what your body count was, and then so that's going to be held against you. And I feel bad for that too. I totally understand. I think in the end, the real answer is just to be discerning. You know what I'm saying? And to still at the same time work on yourself and understand like the statistics are statistics. I'm usually the one arguing the opposite side of this point, but just because there's one study that says that 17% of the time a woman is going to stay happy in a relationship after she's had more than 20 sexual partners, that's still 17% of women that still are happy after 20 sexual partners. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, it's rough. But that's the other thing is like this is what my best advice would be. are you turned on either? Are you going to sleep with this guy because you need validation, or because he's just lighting you up like a blowtorch and he's love bombing you, or whatever? Is that why you're doing it, or you're doing it because you legitimately can see you're just like, or you're ignoring red flags, or you're doing it because you can legitimately see a future with this dude? If you can, then 3 dates or however, you know what I'm saying? That would be the thing. Now, if you make this dude wait 6 months, the problem is this, right? If you make a guy wait like 10 dates or 6 months or whatever, he has so few boundaries that eventually you're not going to be attracted to him. Does that make sense? Because if then this same guy comes to me and Rollo and be like, hey man, I like this girl. She's been with 45 dudes and she's making me wait 10 dates. We'd be like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
You see what I'm
and
saying?
They'll do it too.
So
They'll stick around because you're their only option,
Yeah.
and they're like, I know if I just
But
say the right thing or do the right thing, I'm going to get in there.
When you recognize you're his only option, you're not going to be that attracted to him. I'm sorry, man. It's just not the way supply and demand works, right? So I mean, but let me tell you something, ladies. I do feel. Bro, I see these dudes. Like I feel like it's been so. When I got older, when I turned the age of 40, I remember having an easier time meeting women because my competition is Tekashi 6ix9ine and fucking Machine Gun Kelly. Like that's who I have to compete with dudes who wear pink dresses, and like that's not really much competition. I'm not trying to brag. There's nothing special about me. It's just, man, I just saw this lack of masculinity just sucked out of this dating marketplace with men who had never bench pressed 200 pounds, been a fucking fight, played football, any of these like basic things that I went through, the teasing and the razzing that happened. These dudes will report me on fucking Instagram if I say bad words to them now. Like I cannot believe these men that you guys have to pick from, and I feel bad, dude. I do. So don't think that I don't empathize with the situation.
Women would rather share an alpha guy than to be saddled with a beta loser.
Yeah, I think liberals are the problem, bro.
I
That's
think-
a bit of a broad statement.
Yeah, when do we get Alex Jones over here with our own fucking show? That's what I want to see.
I just think you're absolutely
honestly, I don't think it's right or left or political or anything to do with that. I just think it's the way that we have sort of acculturated like multiple generations of guys since the sexual revolution, whether that's Republican. You know what? I can make the same arguments against conservatives that I can with liberal leftists as well. It's just tradcons are just progressives driving the speed limit. They're just doing what they think is right, and the guys on the right are just as weesh as the guys on the left right now. So, and that's the problem. When Justin's here and we're talking about like how he's going to have the pick of the litter, and women are more than willing to share him, we're getting to a default situation where women, because they'll share, that becomes polygamy. This one guy gets many women, and it's not because he's trying to polygyny. He's not the one initiating this. It's because he's the best option, and women are more than, whether they're consciously doing it or not, he's the best option to wait out. I hope if I can get with him, that if I do this, then he'll want to stay with me. It'll be closed on both our ends. We'll live happily ever after because he's the apex. Well, what Mike is just saying right here is the competition is so low right now that he's the default choice. The guy who's the apex alpha becomes the default choice. So you have this state of polygyny, I guess, where it's one man and many women, but it's initiated by women because their only selection are the one that they want to get with. They don't need a man for long-term security because they've already taken care of that. So they don't need a man, but they want a man. What's the man that they want? They want this guy. They want Jason Momoa. They want the guy who's going to be the good sexual experience for them. And then other guys who are the lesser men, they complain about him because he ruined my girlfriend. He ruined the girl that now I'm married to, and my life is a living hell because she can't get over that guy.
Word.
You have anything to say?
I have to announce something really quick, and I need to apologize to somebody here. He rated us on Twitch. He's a Chad gamer. His name's Payo Frederic in Canada. Eric, I don't know if you're Eric. I need you to pull it up. I don't know if you. I think it was the last podcast we reacted to Payo. We reacted to that Twitch clip of him with the keyboard, and then we reacted to we pulled up his Instagram. So if you go to Instagram.com. He rated us on Twitch and I missed it, which is like really bad form on Twitch. I apologize. Our primary stream platform is YouTube, so we missed it on Twitch. So my bad, Fred. Arik.
You want to pull up his Instagram? Las Vegas.
So pull up his Instagram just so we can shout him out, and then we're gonna have the girls react, see if he would date him, and then if you recall that Twitch clip we reacted to. I don't know how you're gonna find it, to be honest.
I can try
Try to find it.
What's his Instagram?
It's Payo, Payoowoow. Yo, Victor, thank you, man.
Victor donated $210. Forgot to read what's the trigger for TTS. But now I don't really have a message, just sorry to disappoint my co-house Slytherin College U. I am wearing a Slytherin t-shirt, as a father of 2 happily married.
Yo, Victor, thank you for the big 210 donation there through Streamlabs. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you for the TTS. Forgot to read what's the trigger for TTS. Oh, I think maybe you sent one earlier at a lower threshold.
Yeah.
In any case, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Eric, can you go ahead and pull up Payo? Payo, if you're watching this, I don't know if you still are. You raided us like 2 hours ago. Thank you for the raid, man. So, girls, would you date this man? He's a Chad World of Warcraft gamer, a Twitch.
He put the old filter on.
Yeah,
that's something you can do on Face
Look at the
app.
skateboard one. So like he's a gamer, like top tier World of Warcraft gamer.
Do his eyes close more, or are they just stuck like that?
I think they're just stuck like that. He had Thunder Fury on like 2 of his level 60 rogues in vanilla in like World of Warcraft Classic. So he's like a Chad. Eric, zoom in on that one with Thunder Fury with a sword. So ladies, yes or no? Would you date this guy?
Low key, he's got the physiology of a high elf from Skyrim. Like if he put the slider up all the way.
He's a little thick in the waist
but he looks funny as fuck.
high elf.
But he looks funny as fuck, dude. I would definitely date him. Like he looks silly. He's full
That's a
of
yes.
joyous
Hell yeah.
whimsy.
He lives in Canada though. Like,
Oh, no.
is that an issue? Like he's Canadian.
You have a passport?
Are you down to
I
go?
have a passport.
If he if he offered to fly you out, would you go see him?
I don't know, because I'm seeing someone right now.
What? Huh? I thought you were single. Wait.
No, I'm seeing someone. I said I'm seeing someone.
You're right.
I'm
I
seeing
missed it.
someone.
My
No, she
bad.
said she was a virgin.
Yeah, I'm a virgin.
But
I'm
she
seeing
is-
someone.
she is
But
seeing
he
someone.
does look like a high elf, and I was a dark elf.
Avery, you down?
Yeah, he seems funny.
He's a good guy.
I would go to Canada.
He's a good guy.
I'm kind of over LA
Like,
anyways. Yeah.
he keeps dying in hardcore mode. Like he's just like finally he decided to play a rogue, but normally he plays a hunter. Well, not normally. Normally he plays a rogue, but he like tried to level hunter like 7 times, but he kept dying in hardcore. So now he's like in his 50s on a rogue. Like, is that
He's
does
in
that
his
help?
50s?
No,
no.
Like level.
No, it's
Okay,
level.
old-
It's level
so many-
50.
so many old
Keep up. Level 50.
I'm sorry, Justin. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What,
yeah,
you down for
I
him?
actually want to date this guy. This guy seems awesome. I'm just kidding.
You down? You down for him?
I'd go on a first date.
You
for
go on
it.
a first date with Payo. Okay. What about you?
No, I just
Yeah,
like
he
people-
plays classic.
He only plays classic.
What if he played League of Legends? Then would you be into him?
Yeah, he's a classic Andy through and through. Like he only
I
plays
don't know,
classic.
I just like myself an anime nerd. Like,
Huh?
I love myself an anime.
Payo,
nerd.
confirm or deny.
What
Do
about
you
what
like
about
anime?
Madden?
Like, I just want to argue back and forth on which one's the best anime. Just over stupid discussions.
Okay, sure. What about you? Would you go for Payo?
Nope.
No. Eric, can you find that clip really quick?
I'm looking for it. It's,
Where are you looking?
So I'm in the.
Are you on his Twitch clips?
No, I was in the folders.
Oh, it's we. Or wait, did we download? Wait, hold on. Let me look.
I thought we had downloaded.
I don't.
Your chat is awesome.
I don't know if we. Wait, hold on. Let me look. I don't think we ever downloaded this in the video tab. Let me look. I don't think we have it. Yeah, but Payo, I apologize for missing your raid. I'm a scumbag. My bad. We don't have. Again, YouTube's our primary platform, so we're not really like following what's going on Twitch all that closely. While we're talking about Twitch, though, and while Eric finds that, Eric, can you pull up Twitch? Let me shout these people out for the last time. And okay, yo, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way every single month. So this is to support the show. Riot, thank you for the Prime. Gambino, thank you for the Prime. Nico, thank you for the Prime. Kaja, thank you for the Prime. Master Crystal, thank you for the Prime. Mango Foo, thank you for the follow. Higsters, thank you for the follow. Crunchy Mushroom, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate all the support, guys, tonight on Twitch. Thank you guys so much. Prowler, thank you for the follow. Bot View, thank you for the Prime. Twitch.tv/whatever if you want to support over there. Thank you, guys. Okay, did we have any super chats come in, Eric?
No.
No. Okay.
You're caught up with the.
Yeah. Eric, so if you go to, I'll try to find it. Does anyone, while I'm trying to find it, does anyone have final thought or question?
Earlier we were asking about questions that we have like amongst the group about dating and stuff. Okay, so I have a question for like with the chat, but also for you guys as well. So like, for me, like, for example, my last situationship, relationship, whatever you want to call it, lasted for 7 months, but like I wanted more and he didn't, right? So with the guy that I'm talking to now, how long do you guys think I should wait for him to like ask me to be his girlfriend before I'm like, okay, like this is like it is going too far. Like
You should
just
ask
end
him.
this.
I'll tell you.
Ask who?
You should ask him.
Kim?
No,
Oh, him?
That should be on.
Him.
That should be on you. I think that should be on you to try to be maneuvering towards that.
I know, but I feel like for me, like I tend to like just be like, okay, I'll wait it out. Like I'll put like all my energy towards that person, and
I'd
I'll
say
be
3
like,
months.
3 months.
3 to 2 months.
Yeah, that golden 3 months.
Yeah,
you
'cause
know, where
that's when-
people start showing their real
That's
colors
when
after
things
3
start
months.
getting sour, or it's when people start showing their true colors. She's right.
I feel like I should take your advice as well. What do you think?
You've been talking to him for 7 months?
No. My relationship before that was 7 months, but we never got
And how
to
long
like
have you been talking to this other guy?
this one right now, like a week and a half,
I think
2
he
weeks.
needs-
Well, they
Oh,
say
weird.
that you know whether you're attracted to somebody in 0.3 seconds.
No, I'm attracted
So-
to him, but like it's more of the fact of like. Cause
I'm
we're
just saying it
talking
should
right
be
now.
fast.
It should
And
be
like
fast.
if he starts crossing boundaries that you have, like you want him to want you and see you for like a, you know, the woman that you are, not obviously for your body, but an actual time frame.
Mostly the body.
I think that you should. I don't know. It could. I don't know. I don't know the guy. Like some guys, I think I would know within like a week if he was actually somebody that
Alright.
I was serious
I think
about.
what your experience is infatuation.
No, wait. She's asking if he. Okay, here's the thing. What you need to look for are his actions, not the words. So even though I want to be your. So if you had a dude who was like down to kill for you, and he was doing everything right, and he never asked you to be like labeled the relationship, but he wasn't talking to any other girls, you should take that before you take a dude who's lying to you and says, let's be a boyfriend and girlfriend. I was talking to, I just had Adam Sosnick on my show, and he was talking about when Chris Humphries proposed to Kim Kardashian. And he was like, one of the things that Chris Humphries does is he plays the I love you card, like quick on. This dude's got $50 million and he's 6'10" and he's good looking, and he tells girls straight up very quickly on, I'm in love with you. So the thing is, fuck all those words, just pay attention to the actions that he does. So are you seeing a bunch of red flag actions? Then that's the thing I would look for. If you don't see anything, he's with you all the time, and he's meeting those demands. Like, again, this is going to sound insulting, ladies. Pay way more attention to what he's doing and pay way more attention to what he's doing and pay way less attention to how you feel. And I know ladies are like, no, it's all about my feelings. I got to trust my feelings. Pay way more attention to what he's doing and pay way less attention to how you feel. By the way, if you paid way less attention to how you feel in everything, you'd probably all be millionaires. Like, just stop paying attention so much to how you feel. Pay more attention to his actions, and man, you will get so much further as far as reading people. Rule number 1 in Men of Action, we don't listen to the motherfucking words. We only pay attention to people's actions. So that's what I would tell you.
Another red pill principle. The medium is
I- I-
the medium is the
Facts
message.
don't care about your
I completely
feelings.
agree
Yes,
with
the medium is the
And he's
message.
gonna
Is
be
he like what he is doing is communicating things to you. Like when guys come in, they'll say to, like him or me, they'll be like, "Oh, you know, she's sending me mixed messages." No, she's not, and he's not sending you mixed messages
See,
either.
that's why-
The
He's
thing is with
behaving
me
in a
is-
way that is telling you, "This is where I'm at."
Okay, so
But-
the issue with me is like this dude, he's very well known like in our area, like all over. And I have gotten like a lot of people have been coming up to me telling me things about him, but at the same time I would want to get to know him first before anything. But at the same time, all these people that are telling me things have known him way longer than I have. So I'm like, okay, I'm like,
That's not an action though. Those are other people's words.
Right.
This is one thing. Gadsat talks about this.
Yeah.
The men who served together during World War II are friends throughout life, or even if they're not friends, they trust one another because there was so much sacrifice that went into that. Those things that create sacrifice. Those are the things you should believe. Rumors require zero sacrifice,
Right,
which is
what
why
I
they're
was
mostly
getting to.
bullshit. No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, but my point is, a lot of times, and this is the other thing, I was a hoe until I wasn't a hoe when I met the girl I didn't want to not be a hoe for. So these things that you hear about before, they don't matter as much previous to your relationship with them.
but also those things are words and they're not actions. Actions are actions. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
People can talk about I love America. The people who fought for the U.S. military, they showed action that they loved America. You see the difference?
Yes.
It's not a social media post. It's actually going out there and taking on live fire. So I would only pay attention to what actions I see and pay very little attention, especially because it is an evolutionary adaptation for women to denigrate other women by calling them other women hoes, or to denigrate other men by saying, oh, he's untrustworthy, when secretly she wants that man. She wants that man. Do you understand what I'm saying?
And the thing is, like, even with me, like, communication's a big thing. So I had even, like, talked to him about it, and I was like, you know, I had people coming up to me telling me this stuff, this and that. He was like, they were guys, weren't they? And I was like, yes. And he's like, exactly, because they want you. And at first I was like, and then after I was like, okay, maybe I can kind of see it. So
Wait, this is the guy you've been seeing for 3 months?
No.
2 weeks. I think
2 weeks?
that you like presenting that, just my opinion, I think
Into
that
the
you
mic.
presenting something like that into the relationship so early on might make him a little more hesitant to like get with you, like just because you're like bringing such an emotional topic in to something that's basically just beginning.
Not with us, because we do communicate and talk about a lot of our feelings, so which is why I had brought it up.
Stop doing that so much. Just fucking go with it.
That's why I say to start a relationship with somebody, you have to be blunt and tell them what you want. And if they tell you something at that point, yes, they can tell you something, which is words. And as you say, actions. Throughout that timeline, from that point on, after you told him directly what you want, from that point on, he will show you what he wants. Because guys are actions. And if he shows you, obviously, he ignoring your phone call. He's late texting you. He's obviously outside more in the daytime. That's actions to show that he doesn't really care.
Let me sell this with one sentence. Women talk, men do.
Exactly.
So if you're having, let's talk. Where are we at? Let's have the talk. Let's.
But when you throw a direct statement out there,
like
how can you?
Demonstrate. Do not explicate. Okay. It's like when you get to the point where it's like you're talking. Like I think too many, especially this generation, too many people think that the key to a healthy relationship is open communication. No, it's not that you communicate. It's what you're communicating.
We're gonna do the Twitch thing really quick. Eric, not the Payo clip really quick. Just pull up the Twitch because I want to show you the DM he sent me. I think he's joking around, but go in the corner next to the channel icon, far right, top corner, next the whispers. Click on Payo, and then I messaged him. Scroll up. He sent me a message. Payo at 9 p.m. You ignored my raid like a little chicken shit. So Payo, I apologize. You don't have to show that. I'm sorry, my little man. Like I said, YouTube is our primary streaming platform. We're not on Twitch. I'm gonna get that fixed though, so we get a notification if we get a notable raid. So thank you, man. Speaking of Payo, we're gonna a couple of you said yes, you would date him. However, I want to show you a video which may change your mind. Eric, go ahead and pull that up. And Justin, I want you to weigh in on this too, because this is.
Ew.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Weed.
Oh, you need some air, some canned air.
Audio? Hello?
We need a new keyboard.
Oh, never mind. It's good.
I like his goon cave.
Goon cave.
Bro, how do you get maggots on your fucking keyboard?
It's a peanut, isn't it? I don't know what the fuck.
What is this?
It looks like. I don't know.
Dude,
Why you got an old school fucking keyboard?
I kind of want to see his full setup, not just
I
like
think it's a
the.
rice. I'm not sure, man. I don't want to touch it.
Okay, that's his keyboard. Does that change?
Dude, honestly, like I'm pretty much
Still down?
I mean, I'm in. Okay, no. Okay.
You want to
No,
join
say-
him in his
say your
goon
shit.
cave,
No,
don't you?
no, I'm a bit of a neat myself, so I don't really like I can't really judge him too hard. Like I said, I'm a neat.
You can judge that.
I can judge that.
You
I mean,
can
I think
judge
that's fucking filthy. I think you should get a better
There we
keyboard.
go.
Is that an Amazon Basics? I think you should get a better one first of all. But that's fucking disgusting, bro.
Step it up, my little piece of shit.
I want,
Okay, go
I
ahead.
want Waller to weigh in on this.
We'll go Avery and then we'll have Justin go. Go ahead.
I can't judge too hard because my keyboard doesn't look great either, although I don't know how him and I would do together because we're both messy. So it might be a disaster.
You have
The two of us.
dirty, disgusting keyboard like that too?
Not that bad,
It's pretty bad.
but it's got some crumbs.
It's pretty bad. Payo, can I ship you a new keyboard, buddy? Justin, your thoughts on?
Yeah, a very important part of being a gentleman and having class is keeping a clean house. when you bring a woman into a house that's dirty, it makes her feel like a whore because she feels like she's at a fucking frat house. If you want women to sleep with you and take you seriously, have a clean house, clean room, make your motherfucking bed every day, and make sure the bathroom is set up in a way where she can feel like she's clean in there. Otherwise, she's just some frat whore in a whorehouse. So keep your shit clean, bro.
You hear that, Peo? From Justin Waller.
Stop being a
Keep
slacker.
your fucking shit clean.
It's a big deal, man. Even if your shit is not nice, if it's clean and respectable, then she can feel like she's in a situation where she's a classy woman, you know, inside your house. If you have underwear on the floor and shit and you can't even, you know, clean your sink and get the hair off the sink, then she just feels like she's in a trashy place.
But
And
Justin, he's worth millions.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's about how you make people feel. So
True.
make them feel like they're in a classy environment.
You might say that Peo,
You are not prepared.
your shit's not prepared, dude. You gotta get a fucking clean keyboard if you're gonna have the girls around.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, that's way too long. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm being cringe.
I feel like
I'm being
Mike
cringe.
should
I'm
know
being
what that
cringe.
theme is from.
No, I don't know. Is that World of Warcraft?
So cringe.
Is that World of Warcraft? I don't know what
Yeah,
that
it's
is. I
World
play
of Warcraft.
Skyrim, so I don't play
Cringe.
World of Warcraft.
Cool. So okay, let's do a take clip. Let's do a Patrice clip, and then let's wrap up the show. Eric, can you pull up? I guess we haven't done the
Take clip, go.
the Tate loyalty clip in a while. I think we only did it once. I guess we could do that one really quick. I don't even remember what it is. It's been so long. It's in the video folder, Eric, if you can pull that up. Dropbox. Podcast videos, Tate. Tate loyalty. And get it set up before you bring us over there.
In the meantime.
Oh, what the frick? It's not even playing. Wait,
what happened? Why is it not going?
Did you mute? I think, Eric, you muted
He
the...
muted it. Oh.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, shoot. All right.
See? Threw me off.
I'm muted now, so I'll,
Yep. Oh, sorry, guys.
What is this clip?
Can I just say
Wait,
that
scroll back. Scroll back a
Well,
little
I
bit.
just wanted to say that Spring Heel, whatever the guy in chat, Oblivion is the better game. I just wanted to throw that out there. Yeah, I agree. Oblivion's great.
Scroll one more. Scroll one more. I just the play.
Elden Ring is a
needs,
better
no,
game.
it needs,
No,
you need to scroll
Oblivion.
the playback. There you go. Go ahead.
Oh, Leia.
So
you're
everyone's
so
something
crazy.
compromises. If you're saying that I value sexual exclusivity above everything else, that's fine. But you're gonna have to compromise. If I want the most reliable car I can buy, I can't go into the Ferrari garage and say it has to be reliable. They're like, go buy a Toyota then. This is what comes with a Ferrari. You get the performance, you get the beauty, sometimes it breaks down. That's how it goes. That's what comes with a Ferrari. If you want a top tier man, he's gonna do certain things. And most women intrinsically know this. If you go to one of these parties in Miami and one of these chicks is chilling with Chris Brown, do you think she believes he's gonna be loyal? No, doesn't matter, it's Chris Brown. Women intrinsically understand that certain value of male, that they're not gonna get sexual exclusivity and they don't care.
All right. Let's get the panel's reaction to it. Avery, your reaction to that? It's a short clip, but
I don't really know what to say. I do care. I don't want a man to cheat on me. Is that what he's saying?
I think the point he's trying to make is that when you're dealing with a certain tier of man, a certain status of man, perhaps not all of them, but some of them, they're going to come with problems.
Yeah.
Like perhaps, for example, you're not going to get exclusivity from that kind of guy.
Yeah, I've definitely experienced that, so I kind of stopped going for people that had status, like fame, like that. I wouldn't say it's like money. I would say more so if it's someone that has some fame. I definitely have experienced, they fuck around. So I've just stayed away from that.
Sorry, the question is, if you want a high value man, you have to be okay with exclusivity. Is that,
It's compromises.
It's compromise. Exclusivity is compromise.
Nope.
Sexual.
I kind of missed it. Sorry.
Open on his end, closed on your end.
That is not an option for me.
Fair enough. Your reaction to the video?
Yeah, I think if you're seeking like a top 1%.
Tilt the mic down towards you. There you go.
I think if you're seeking a top 1% guy, then yeah, it is his prerogative to have multiple bitches. For me personally, like I'm not seeking again those traits, so that wouldn't really apply to me. Like my definition of a high quality man isn't the same as like a high value man.
Fair enough.
What's your definition then?
Still trying to figure that
between
out.
two?
Like I said, it's just based off chemistry. It's not a checklist.
I'm just curious, like
The stars have to align.
Just curious, like how do you wipe? I'm just curious.
How do I what?
How do you
No,
wipe?
even-
I don't know.
Wipe?
The nails are just kind of long. I'm just curious. Wait, do you actually do the wrap?
Yeah. You gotta get that extra precaution.
Mystery
You don't-
solved, bro.
What?
Mystery
One
solved. I've
piece
wanted
of
the same
paper
thing
cannot
too.
help you,
You
I
don't
promise
use the
you.
nails. You like use.
Just use the side
No,
of your
it's just
hand and
like-
just get up in that dookie.
I'm
That's
just
what
like-
you do.
Wait, what?
Because of the nails.
Wipe.
I used to have longer nails than that. I used to get asked that all the time.
I promise
I'm
you, I
just-
take a shower right after.
Been
I
derailing
promise you.
the
That's like the
conversation.
best way. Best way.
Can't.
Just derailing. Okay.
So the
Or
question.
I don't know if did you want to react to the clip? Yeah. I mean,
So the question is, if I'm
Your-
gonna date someone that's.
your reaction
Would
to
you
what he
share a
said?
high-value man?
He's saying.
No,
look,
I'm not sharing.
He's saying, look,
It's out of the question.
I'm this high status guy. He's Andrew Tate, beautiful man,
Beautiful bald head.
rich, two-time, four-time kickboxing?
Four-time
Four-time
kickboxing champion.
kickboxing champion. A fucking legend.
No.
But he's not gonna be. He's gonna have some other ladies. in
I'd
the
rather
picture.
have someone that wasn't in the top 1% than have somebody that was.
I want somebody
sleeping with
who's
other
gonna be
women.
for me, like always, not for other people. I'm
What
gonna
do
be
you-
100% you. You're gonna
What
be
do you mean by
100%
that?
me.
Like, only for you.
Only
like,
for me, meaning when we're together, meaning you're not seeking out other people's attention, meaning you're
Closed
not
on
texting
his
other
end,
people,
closed
it's
on her
closed
end.
on both ends. How it should
Anybody
be.
else want to share? You want to share your alpha?
Yeah. Well, if I was in a relationship with someone who's a high quality man, obviously, I would want to be a high quality woman. Otherwise, I completely would understand like that there's not that compatibility. But at the same time, if you say relationship, if you say you're committed to me, then you're committed to me. And if you decide not to be committed to me, then it's not worth the relationship. So I guess that's my take on it.
Maybe I can clarify something really quickly because I see this all the time. And Myron and Fresh have talked about this, and Kevin Samuels have talked about this. Tate talks about this, and I actually brought this up in my fourth book in religion, and it's actually drawn from another book called Alpha God by another evolutionary psychologist, Dr. Hector Garcia. And in there, he states that powerful men, he doesn't use the word high value, he said powerful men throughout history have had three things. They've had resources, number one, they've had access to territory, and they've had exclusive, unique access to a harem of preferably virginic, but not all cultures, preferably young, fertile women. So whether that's the emperor of China in the Forbidden City, or it's the tribal chieftain in the Yanomamo tribe in New Guinea, I think, the theme stays the same for powerful men throughout history. And so therefore, if you want to get with a guy who is the functional equivalent of a powerful man from our past, that there are certain compromises that you're going to have to make if that is the guy that's going to be for you. And the reason we have this conversation right now is exactly what I was saying before, is that women would rather share an alpha than to be saddled with a faithful beta, because women have been brought to a point right now of independence.
Yeah,
so
fuck
they
betas.
don't need long-term security anymore. They don't need a man. They want a man. Who do they want? They want a guy like Tate. They want a powerful man. Well, when they want that guy comes with compromises now. So if you want to get with the guy who's the tribal chieftain, and by the way, that doesn't necessarily mean that the guy, this is a part that gets confused. I think a lot of like red pill guys think it means that you're the top G and you got Lamborghinis and everything else. But you can also find this in Mahatma Gandhi. You can look at it in Carl Jung. You can find the same thing in Dr. Martin Luther King. They all had side bitches. They all had mistresses on the side. They were powerful men. They didn't have the kind of money. Like Mahatma Gandhi was poverty stricken for most of the time he was active, but he had like side girls all the time. He was a powerful man doing what he was doing. He just wasn't financially powerful, but he was still made an impact on the world. All those people that I mentioned right there are not necessarily like multimillionaires, but they still have access to beautiful women, because that's how it works. And not that women like that, but if they want to get with a guy like that, they have to accept the compromise.
Do all three of you guys agree with that?
To a certain extent.
He's making historical references. Then yes, like, do you guys remember all the protests that happened when
Derek Jeter was fucking Jessica Biel and Jessica Alba and Mariah Carey?
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't. No one gave a fuck because he was so high status that no one cared no one cared about all the women that George Clooney went through. Recently, we've seen this pushback with Leonardo DiCaprio. It's just like these men were, nobody cared with, no one was like, oh my God, Holly Madison, Hugh Hefner was having sex with other women. No one cared. No one had a problem because these men were so high status that it just, for whatever reason, and the reason he's explaining, why King is Solomon or King David had 800 wives. I forget who it was, or yeah, had 800 wives. We didn't bat because society didn't bat an eye because they were at such a high status that nobody cared that they were doing those things.
Gandhi kisses little boys.
What the?
Man, we are
too close,
bro. That was a.
That's what
That's
I'm
a little
reading.
TOS.
I'm reading the chat. I'm reading the chat.
Yeah, that's a technical too flagrant. That's an injection
Yeah.
right there.
That's not okay. Okay,
Okay.
don't confuse Mahatma Gandhi with the what's the Dalai Lama. Okay, like stop it. All right, Mahatma Gandhi different than the Dalai Lama.
Okay.
Are you going to answer this
where
question?
Were we? I think
I taught Andrew Tate everything he knows.
I
That's
love
my
That is
Andrew
true.
Tate.
So
is
that
true.
means that you don't care if he sleeps with other women.
If I'm a part of it, no.
Okay. I was just thank you for answering.
Yeah.
So, I think you asked a question, or Rolo, you came in to clarify something. Where were we at? Your reaction to the clip? Did you get to go?
Well, I just wanted to say I think
Gandhi
Andrew
kisses
Tate-
little boys. That's what you wanted to
No,
say.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
that's no. I just wanted to say I think Andrew Tate is really funny. Like I kind of fuck with like his ethic. I kind of fuck with it. I mean, I don't know. Like I just think he's funny as shit, and I think
He's funny.
he's up there for a reason. He didn't just like get up there.
You're
I
awesome.
think he's based. I think he's red pilled.
Let's fucking go. Okay. Your reaction to the clip?
She kind of already.
Oh yeah.
did.
I kinda
Oh, you already
wanted
gave-
to
you
say-
already
Yeah, I think
did.
that there's a right and a wrong, and I think that having sex with more than just your husband or wife is wrong.
Okay. And
Even okay, let me clarify this.
I used to
Even
think
if
that too.
he like doesn't have feelings for her, so it's just
Yeah.
one night stand.
Yeah, I
He
do.
sleeps with her, and he comes back to you the next day
Yeah.
and loves you, kisses you, pays for everything the same. That's still a problem.
I think that's wrong.
And
yes.
if he hides that from you,
That's
that's even a bigger problem.
Definitely.
Okay, so now if he comes to you straightforward after that one night stand, says yes, I did fuck this person, would you leave him? And why do you think that?
I don't know. It
He-
depends.
Avery,
because-
Avery is adorable.
Because I live this life, man. I'm telling you right now, they won't leave you. Space. So the
I
real
can't
problem is
say
the
if
deceit.
I would or not.
Now this is two different perspectives because she
Yeah,
hasn't
but she
lived
doesn't
I'm
know
not-
what she
I'm
wants
not
because when she runs into that dude, she's
100%
not going to be able to
disagreeing
leave
with
him. All she's going to do is cry. And so all she can do is use guilt against him, but she's not going to leave him because she's too in love with him. I've seen it too many times. You wouldn't.
So
leave.
she would stay with him.
She would
because-
absolutely stay.
Okay, then
She would
he
stay.
does
I know
prove
for a
my
fact
point.
she would stay.
No, you don't.
And after a certain age, and you guys get married, he will eventually cheat because there's tons of women in this world, and as he says,
No.
men have higher testosterone than girls, and they need to release that. And the hoe, the side, whatever, like all those powerful men had, were those people that they released the stress on. So, and obviously, as his wife, she knows.
There are people in my life.
Then would you stay? Now let me ask you: would you stay in that relationship? Still, is what? Why do these women
I think it
continue
would
to
be
stay in
very,
these
very,
relationships?
very hard for me to leave. I'm not doubting that. But do I think that I would stay? It's too broad of a question. But I do think that it would be very, 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 very hard for me to leave.
Yeah, because your dilemma is you're going to leave him for a man that you love less that would cheat on you anyway if he could.
I think it would
So
be
you're talking
filled-
about leaving like a high level guy that is truly there for you emotionally and in every way, knowing that even if you left him
It
for a
would
man
be
that you love less, that was
it would-
trash.
you don't think that
Hear
would
me
be
out. Hear me
unfair to
out.
me?
Hear me out. You're going to leave him for a man you love less, right? More than likely, if you were that in love with him, who would cheat on you anyway if he could, because a lot of men use the fact that they can't get other women for loyalty. And I think women make the mistake of believing that.
I guess
You wouldn't leave.
I would never marry somebody that had that idea.
You would marry somebody and you knew it was in your mind. But I'm going to tell you right now, when you genuinely fall in love with a man, you're not going to be able to help it. And one thing that I think is really important about this is if he set you down and told you the truth, you would respect that much more than a coward that did it behind your back.
Of course.
I would not
and that's
marry
why I
somebody
say-
and
that's why I
commit
say-
myself to somebody that was okay with sleeping with another woman. I would never be okay with that.
Now, if he directly told you,
I didn't
right
say you'd
after-
be okay with it. I said you would stay.
Yeah, those are two different things.
That's
And
a good
the other
point.
thing is, and let's make this because he alluded to this kind of. Your boyfriend is like has string arms. That doesn't make him a peaceful man. That means that he's a weak man, and he chooses to not get in fights because he's going to get his ass kicked. That doesn't make a peaceful man is a man that can conduct massive amounts of violence and chooses not to. And because your man doesn't cheat because he's unattractive, doesn't make him a faithful man. He's not cheating on you because he can't find other women, and you need to determine which is which, because oftentimes, ladies, you don't until it's too late, and then you break up with him because you realize you didn't get a faithful man. You got a man who had no options.
Yeah, I've loved your guys' message until this point. I do not agree with it.
Now,
We're
now
not
why
telling
is
you
that?
more-
Why
we're
is
not
that?
telling you it's
okay.
morally okay. What we're
Yeah.
telling you is most likely you would stay, because most women would
Yeah,
say.
and
would
I
absolutely
I can
stay.
agree with that.
Yeah.
I
You
can't
would,
agree that I would
unfortunately,
absolutely.
and you would hate it, but you would stay.
No, let me put it in perspective. So, what they're trying to say is that this man is providing for you, like as in he pays for everything, the lights to turn on, the food that you're eating, and everything.
I would also
right?
say not just financially, like emotionally,
And
in every way,
emotionally
like
too,
truly,
yes.
like your person.
Of course, and he rubs you and he loves you the same. But it's just the one day that he, messes with another girl, and he told you straightly that I did.
That sounds
then
like
what
it
is
would
gonna
be
happen in that
mental
end?
torture.
Exactly,
to deal
because
with
he
that.
put you, he
probably
put you in a
so.
position.
Because the commitment is not there. Like,
Oh, the commitment's there.
No, it's
No,
not
yeah,
there.
it is. Yeah,
No, it's
you're
not.
you're tying sexual exclusivity to commitment, but men that have to do that, more than likely, you won't want that man.
You're his highest concubine.
Now, in the beginning of this podcast,
I need to
did
stand up
say,
for women here.
Now, in the
That is
beginning of
terrible.
this podcast, I did say
Concubine.
he will cheat on you because of a certain amount of things. Now, it feels like in a relationship, as I said, you have to lean. It's a scale. Now, if a guy or person or girl invests too much, obviously they have that will of, oh, I can do whatever I want because I'm paying for this person. This person is obviously on lock with me. And I can do whatever I want because I can. And you are going to be sitting at home scared to death that one day he is going to cheat on you. And you're going to have that constant fear in your head, even after marriage.
Conversation had before. It's not like we're just like, oh yeah, it's okay if you cheat on me.
Of course,
Oh,
but
my
that's
God.
why. That's
you
why
know,
you
my
have to
problem
put
my
the-
problem with it is though
that's why-
is calling it
Stuff
cheating
in
at
this
all.
shit.
Like, because a man should be honest about it. It's the fucking cowards that I think I have a problem with.
course.
It's the
Yeah.
dude that's too scared to tell you to your face.
That is
That's
cheating.
every girl I see watches every podcast I do.
So let me see if I can give you a little bit of
dark.
hope in this hopeless situation here. So in July, I will have been married for 27 years.
Damn.
I have
Congrats.
never brought another woman in. Don't clap. I'm
Rolo's
just
an
doing what I'm
exception.
supposed to do. all right?
Not every man's like Rolo.
So here's the thing: is when it comes to infidelity, and this is men and women, but in the case, since we're talking about men here, men cheat for two reasons, there's two factors are involved when men cheat. Okay, opportunity, which we were just discussing, and a reason. Okay, most men today are overweight. 75% of guys are overweight. A good 30% of those guys, 35% of those guys are morbidly obese. He's 100%. Walk through any major airport right now and you will see just how optionless, just by looking at these guys, that these guys are not going to cheat because they have no one wants to fuck these guys. Okay, simple as that.
Exactly.
The second part of this.
Looks like he watched after all.
Yeah. There's your $100. Is that the payment? So and then the second part of this is that is a reason. Okay, a lot of guys have a reason to cheat. They just don't have any opportunity to cheat. Nobody wants to bang them. Okay. Then there's guys like me who have plenty of opportunity, but my wife gives me no fucking reason to cheat. Okay. So when I come on a show like this, you know what we do every other week, right? I'm going to places. My wife trusts me implicitly, and I have respect for my wife as well. It is closed on her end and closed on my end, and that's the way it's been for coming up on 27 years right now. So people in the red pill will say, oh, Rolo's red, he's red pill, he can't be married, or he can't be married because he's red pill, right? They don't know. I'm confusing to them. That's why I get in trouble with sons of bitches like Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and Lauren Chen, because they don't know my background. They have no clue what they're talking about. 90% of the people who are critics of the red pill simply don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
So when I am out there and I'm talking about this stuff, people want to, like, for instance, I've been married longer than Ben Shapiro. I've been married longer than Matt Walsh. I've been married longer than 90% of
them.
And I'm very much in love. And before we came out here, I knocked it out with my
longer
wife.
than Steven Crowder. Longer than Steven Crowder.
Well, no, yes, actually, longer than Steven Crowder. But again, but see, when I say that, it sounds like a flex. I'm not trying to flex, and that's why I said don't clap, okay? Because that's just the way my relationship works. It doesn't work the same way that theirs, and it's a lifestyle choice that I happen to be in, and I will, be happy. I'm happy where I'm at, where it's at. So it's not a lack of opportunity. It's a lack of a reason, because my wife takes care of me sexually and in every other sense as well. So it's not, I'm not in a polythrouple. I'm not in a fucking, open relationship. I know it sounds odd. I hope it makes a comeback someday, but it's closed on my end and it's closed on her end. You know what else? She doesn't advertise on fucking OnlyFans or Instagram or whatever. You can go, it frustrates the fuck out of my haters because they go and they try to find my wife on OnlyFans, or they try to find her on fucking Instagram or Facebook. She simply doesn't have social media. That's it. So you can stop looking. Okay?
I can appreciate that they're disclosing that to their wives or significant others or whatever, but I think pushing that message will harm society and not.
The problem is, okay,
it.
so and then, now I'll take issue with that. The reason why it won't harm society is because what they're doing is just in response to what the sexual marketplace has become right now. As I said, everybody here says, men ain't shit. I got to go get my bag. I got to go and have my long-term security. These guys are worthless. They are either abusers, they are incompetent, or they're like doofy Homer Simpson guys. Those are your choices. So for the last 3 or 4 generations, we have turned women into the men that they wanted to marry in the first place, because they become strong, independent women, because they had to be, because they can't rely on men to do what Justin is saying, right? So what happens is that changes the sexual economy that is the sexual marketplace. And what happens is this is just a reaction to the market, to stresses that are in an economy. So right now, I'm a freaking dinosaur when it comes to fucking to marriage, because I'm the last of a dying breed right now, because the economy, the sexual economy has changed.
You should read this.
Yeah, well, there you go.
My question is.
Well, we do have to keep things moving.
No, let's read Destiny's message on the show.
We'll get to Destiny's. We got to move things on.
I'll read it if you
I
want.
want to try to wrap the show. I just want to, since we're speaking of Andrew Tate really quickly, Justin, you are involved in the war room. Is that correct? What's your involvement there? Are you like the number 2 guy, or like if you could just into the mic?
I hope guys get into the war room every day and to the real world. It's the best school on the planet. It's just something that me and Andrew decided to do together. It's completely Andrew's. It's just something that I'm a part of on a high level team. So you could say the same for Sartorial Shooter, or many of the other guys like Lou Barnett. We just kind of came together and decided to put a group effort into something that's changing the world, man. And it's the most fulfilling work I've ever done.
Rock and roll. All right, let's get to Destiny's chats here. So first off, Destiny, thank you for the $100 soup chat. Much appreciated, man. Looking forward to having you on the show in about, 2 weeks is it?
16th, right?
Yeah, 16th. Destiny will be on the show. And we have this soup chat from Destiny. Avery, will you read this for us?
This is an absolutely delusional talking point that only exists in red pill circles. Women do not tolerate men cheating, especially not women that run in circles with HVM men. Only red pill guys say this. No sane woman will agree to these arrangements.
So the problem is what he's saying is simply just factually incorrect. The idea that no woman would agree to these arrangements. There's just no way that you can go through. Again, I know there's some women who don't agree to these arrangements. My point is, no, that's not it, because I don't cheat on her. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that there are Russian oligarchs who are around high status, high value men that do this. There are athletes. There's Jason Derulo's wife. Like I could come up with hundreds of examples. What he said is that no sane woman would agree to these. That's just simply not fact.
No,
what he's saying is simply
it's just no true Scotsman.
What he's saying is hyperbole.
Low-key Destiny is giving me major cuck vibes.
Straight up hyperbole.
Wait. Hold on. Do you want to say something? Go ahead.
Low-key Destiny is giving me major cuck vibes.
I don't know who he is, but I'm reading.
Yes, you do. Just come on.
I don't. Dead ass, I don't know who he is.
You know who Sneeko is. You know who the fuck Destiny is. Come on now.
I don't know.
Who are we
Okay.
bullshitting?
I'm getting major cuck vibes. I just wanted to throw that out there. I just wanted to throw that out there. Sorry. I'm sorry I
Okay.
said that in front of his girlfriend.
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
threw it in.
Really quick question. So you're friends with Destiny, correct? You said, you know, in terms of the person you're eventually looking to get with, you know, you want this really good connection, whatever it may be. Ship you and Destiny? Is that?
A married poly man. That definitely fits
I mean,
my hopeless romantic
but
criteria.
maybe the connection's there. You and Destiny, like, is this a whatever exclusive? Are you guys?
Yeah, there's been comments about it. What's
Are
going
you
on?
guys like
legitimately
dating, or-
a polyamorous relationship is the arrangement he's saying that no sane woman would get into.
Yeah, he's literally doing
he's
it.
literally doing it, and I know he's
Okay,
going to
I'm
come
gonna
back and
say
say
my point. How would
His
you
is
feel if
double-sided.
he got another girl pregnant?
Oh, that would never fucking
Wait,
happen.
are we?
How can you say that wouldn't happen?
Because it's not like he just goes and does, he
It's
doesn't
like-
go and do things without me. I'm a part of it always. If I'm not a part of it, then yes, that's cheating. And I would be like, gone, because I'm giving you all that, like,
So
don't worry about it.
that's what my
But
question
like,
is.
no, I'm a part of it always. So like, I know what's going on.
maybe a
What do
better
you,
question is
like,
just
I know,
using
I know nobody could get,
using me as an example.
it wouldn't
probably the
happen.
best example.
What are you talking about?
In a hypothetical relationship, would she be upset if that happened? Is that what you're saying?
Hypothetically speaking, if like the guy I was dating got another girl pregnant, would I be mad about it?
Because I'm asking in this scenario, what happens when not the like main woman, right, the wife? What happens when another woman gets pregnant? Like, would you have a problem with that?
Are we?
I
Is this on?
well, yeah,
are
I
we
would have a problem
reacting to
with
the
that.
take clip, or are we?
I
is
would
this
have
in
a
response
problem
to
with that.
Destiny?
She's
thing?
still,
Destiny
I think
thing.
we're-
Oh, okay.
is
Yeah,
it
okay.
is it related to that? I don't know. I don't
No,
know
I mean
if
it's
Destiny thing's
but
going on or
that's
not.
that's a good point. I mean, does Destiny not live exactly that lifestyle?
Well, I'm sure he's talking specifically about an arrangement of allowing men to cheat, but
Well,
that's not
yeah.
an arrangement.
Well, no, I mean, and then the other part is like he also presets it here, which is no sane woman, right? Okay, well, so now we can say, well, they must be damaged if they're doing that. There must be something very, very wrong with them.
No, he's saying
they're
if it's
not
one-sided,
thinking right.
his marriage is that they can both be polyamorous. That's the difference.
But I mean, we can argue her
So
sanity,
that makes her sane.
He's saying the insanity would be letting it happen just on one side, just because he's high value.
But we see it all the time. That's number one. And then second of all, it's like, again, as I was saying, all this is just a beta male adaptation strategy, okay? I can't get fucking laid if I don't allow my wife to go out and fuck other guys. So therefore, I'm going to have to go and allow this to happen so that I can go out and do it, and she can go out and do it too. Whenever you have an open relationship, the one who benefits the most is usually the one that is into it the most.
Yeah, the liberal agenda.
Okay, wait. All right.
Dude,
now,
there's
let's
a
talk-
class of-
While, like, in a vague sense, I agree with you. That I don't think that's what we're talking about right here.
Justin, it looks
Justin,
like,
go ahead,
Justin,
Justin. What
it
do you
looked
wanna
like
say?
you wanted to say something.
I was just going to say that there's a class of women that don't work, that raise their own children, that live in a country club and go on vacations 5, 6, 7, 8 times a year, and they're laughing at women that say they wouldn't let a man cheat because their ass is getting cheated on anyway. And the difference is those women that live in that country club are actually madly, madly in love with their husband. You can shake your head if you want, you wouldn't leave them. And maybe in 10 years, you're going to find out yourself when you're pushing that golf cart.
Again, the second hyperbole. This discussion only exists in red pill circles is
wrong.
Again, absurd. Like that is not factual. I can name multiple other circles that existed far before any of this happened, where women agreed to share a high status man. I'm not saying all men should cheat. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying his statement is hyperbole.
But my question's not being answered, which is, so let's say that woman is okay with.
No, I don't think she's okay with it.
Okay, you're right. She hates
Yeah.
it. Well, I guess.
Well, it's not ideal.
What,
but she doesn't
does she not
leave.
care then if somebody has a kid?
No, I
with
think she.
another woman?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure, I mean,
you
does
want
the
to
guy
know? You want to
care?
know the truth?
Yeah.
At some level of man, the woman stops fighting for sexual exclusivity and starts fighting for position.
That is so.
I know it's fucked, right?
That's so
but it's true. It's
evil.
completely true.
Yeah, it's not right.
It's all in the
It's not right.
Nobody said it was fair. Life is not fair.
grew
It's
up
not
in a
fair that men
Baptist
get
church
drafted
in
into war.
Arkansas.
I agree that life is not fair. I agree.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's fair, and I'm not saying. Look, I say all the time, if I could stroke a check for $1 million right now and make that feeling come out of me, I'd write it today.
Yeah.
I'd
When
write
people
a check.
hit me up, I know people will criticize me of this too. They'll say, "Rolly, you are anti-marriage. How can you be anti-marriage? You've been married for as long as you have." It's like, once again, I am not anti-marriage. I'm not anti what you want. I think that's actually a good, ideal to strive for. I'm just saying today it is untenable, and the way we do marriage today, I can't advocate for it. I can't say, hey, everybody ought to get married, and because it's all downside risk for guys right now. It is all responsibility and 0% authority. What he's saying right here, men still have authority, because it's like it's open on my end and it's closed on your end, unless it's comply or goodbye, right? It's you, and it's not like he's forcing her to stay there as some sort of sex slave chained to the kitchen floor.
Yeah, I don't think that.
It would be it would be a situation where she, like, the man is honestly
She's choosing to
she's
stay.
choosing
She
you.
is choosing to
She's
stay.
choosing you. And what's really messed up about it, honestly, is I sometimes believe it's harder for women, because by the time you find the man that clicks off all those boxes, he is in so much abundance of women that you're in not a very good negotiating position. I'm not advocating that you go, like, I'm not trying to tell you that you should accept a man that cheats. I think that every person in this world should have choice. But I am saying there's a lot of relationship dynamics that are out there that are acceptable, that are far less, Destiny's being one of them, that I personally wouldn't want, that are far less, let's say, a bad situation than the traditional man that takes care of you fully and might slip out every now and then, but comes home, holds you at night, tucks in babies, and a damn good father. That's what I would say.
Can you two get off your cell phones, please? We're about to wrap up here pretty soon. Destiny, confirm or deny, is there a romantic thing going on between, is there, Destiny, confirm or deny, is there, do you think, like, if he wasn't doing this, like, polygamous open marriage thing, would you, like, he's a smart guy, he's a good, smart, super intelligent dude.
If he wasn't banging Lauren Southern, would you be with him?
Do you feel any chemistry?
Is there any
of the chemistry that
between
you
and
stated
Destiny?
before? Do you feel
I'm
any of it
I'm
towards
trying to be
Destiny?
the wingman. I'm trying to wingman for Destiny. Like, you know, you down?
I think we click well, yeah.
Destiny, like, can I, like, arrange a date between you
Sure,
guys?
yeah.
I mean, you guys are already connected.
I mean, we
so-
live in the same city, yeah, but you can arrange it.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Okay.
He might be the guy that
I'm gonna
takes your
take
virginity.
credit. I'm taking credit for this romance that's gonna blossom. Okay,
just asking.
last video and then we're gonna wrap. Let's play the Patrice clip and then wrap on that. Oh, do we have any super chats, Eric, or are we good? I think we're good. Yeah.
Destiny was the last one.
Yeah, Destiny was the last one. All right, let's play the Patrice clip. We'll react to it and then we're gonna.
Destiny.
Stick the landing.
Let me ask you a question. Here's a question. Here's a serious question. Okay, ladies, if
attention,
you didn't have a vagina, like say it was a terrible train accident, right? And the doctor was like, we have to remove your pussy right away or you're gonna die. How would you keep your man past, you get a 2-month guilty, I can't leave the bitch right away because you just lost a pussy in a train accident. Can't just walk right out on him. How would you keep your man past that if you didn't have a vagina?
Pause it, Eric. Okay, we're gonna have the girls respond. Hey, did you do this last time? Were you?
No.
You didn't do it? Okay, so you, how do you keep your man? Terrible train accident. Pussy's gone. Lost the pussy. There was a train accident. What do you do to keep your man?
Well, there's still blowjobs.
Okay. Yep. What? What?
I have no argument against that. I have none.
We'll go around the table like this. Go ahead. What?
I mean, I'd keep doing the same thing. My relationship history has already operated that way.
She's a virgin, man.
And perhaps her vagina did come off in a train accident.
Yeah.
We don't know about it yet.
There have been some train accidents in this country recently, so it's plausible that a woman could have lost her pussy in a train accident.
Virginity just might be a cope for a loss of vagina.
Some girls are butthole virgins.
There you go.
Particularly church girls.
No soaking. No soaking.
Go ahead.
I'd
What do you do to keep your man?
just I don't know. I'd probably make him my work husband. Honestly,
Huh.
I mean not work husband. My house husband,
Huh.
the one that takes care of the house, and then I'm the one that pays for everything. So
No, but how would you satisfy him? How
Well-
how would I satisfy him?
What would you do to keep your man?
to keep him happy?
Well, honestly, I don't have to try a lot because I already have personality. I already
You
have
have a pussy
everything that's
anymore,
there.
though.
The pussy's
Of course,
gone.
but
There's no more
I didn't
pussy.
need my pussy to even talk to this dude. That's what a lot of people fail to realize.
So he's just gonna jerk off. That's it.
To talk to
I
him?
mean, he
Like,
could go
you definitely
cheat.
don't need your
Well,
Honestly,
let's-
that's why
Are you guys
Pussy
talking
to
as
talk.
far
like
as,
a lot of like
sexual?
or-
Are you guys talking as far as like sexual pleasure?
Well, let's just let the girls answer and then we can come in afterwards.
Are you talking as far as like sexual pleasure? Is that what we're talking
Well, just,
about, or
just
just?
don't. We don't have to. You know.
Or are we talking about like what else are we like? What else are they benefiting besides that?
Well, it's kind of scuffed now, but just just whatever, however you take it. His question is, what do you do to keep your men? However you want to view it, just go ahead.
Quality time, and then
Okay.
quality time.
Quality time. Sure.
Quality
Okay.
time.
What do you?
They can put badges on dudes now, so they
Huh?
can just pull them back.
What?
Wait.
It's late.
It's
It's
You
late.
ever hear Chris Chan? You know how he tried to.
Everybody in the chat who's seen this bit already is just like chomping at the bit.
Bro, I thought there was a thing behind me for a second. I was scared as shit. I was like, what is that on the screen?
What do you do to keep your men?
Okay, what was the question?
Bro, really?
Bro, I don't fucking.
If your vagina, if you didn't have a vagina
Lost-
anymore.
Okay.
Terrible train accident, lost the pussy.
I'm
what
not
do you do
used
to
to
keep your
having
men?
trains ran on me, so I wouldn't know.
Oh God.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That
Okay,
was
I'm
good.
sorry. I'm
Oh
sorry.
my
I'm sorry.
God.
I'm sorry. I'm
That
sorry.
was a good one.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. How about another joke, Murray? I'm sorry.
Don't call retarded people retards.
Oh, that's gonna get me in trouble. Hold on, never mind.
I couldn't say that word. That's my favorite word.
I honestly
It's all right.
don't
They
know.
don't watch it past the 6-hour
I don't
mark.
know. This question is a bit haram. I don't know if I can answer.
Oh my. All right, moving on. Go ahead. What do you do to keep your man? Into the mic, please.
Inside my marriage,
Yes.
my body is my husband's and his body is mine.
So
can do whatever you
anything
want.
and everything goes.
What?
Okay. Kylie, what about
I
you?
would chop it off. Now we're even.
You chop his penis off?
Of course.
Okay. Stay away from trains, by the way. Just saying. Okay. Eric, play the rest of it, and then they didn't really take the bait, but
A couple did.
Wow. Nothing? You can talk. You can talk. Suck his dick. Okay. Mouth. Asshole. Okay, great. You see what I'm saying? Now, I've been getting pussy beaten the whole show, right? But I give women the opportunity to say, I'm gonna make myself worth more. But you just classified yourself as a series of holes. But I'm supposed to treat you special, but you're just a bunch of holes to yourself. No one said learn how to play Xbox, learn how to play pool, tell better stories, get another bitch that got a pussy to come on in. Well, look, whatever.
what? Avery, what was your answer again?
Blowjobs.
RIP's in the chat for Avery, guys. Okay.
Atta girl.
All right, I'm gonna wrap up here. Anybody last opportunity? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Anybody? Do you have anything to say to Destiny? You seem like you're chomping at the bit.
I don't fucking know. I just.
Come on, get the cuck
Into
light
the
in
mic.
again.
Scoot-
One more time.
scoot close to the table. Into the mic.
Destiny, I read your little chat. You seem like a cuck, low key.
Bro,
I'm sorry to say that in front of your girlfriend. I'm
That's
sorry
why
to say
she's
that in
on
front
the
of your
show, you
girlfriend.
know that, right?
Okay, I'm sorry to say that in front of your girlfriend.
I don't know Destiny that well. I need to stand
I
up
don't
for
know
him.
him that
This
well
is
either,
a-
but
this is
I'm
a-
basing
I
this
know,
off
we
the
should
chat.
defend him.
I'm going to defend Destiny.
Okay,
here.
defend
You don't
him,
know
defend
him to
him.
call him a cock. That's
How dare
Okay,
you.
but based on
dare
the
you.
chat,
How
based on the
dare
chat,
you.
based on what he said,
You're taking
Just based
their
off-
word?
just based
Should
on
we
what
pull?
he
Do
said.
you know what he looks like? Should we pull up?
I don't know what
Should we
he
pull
looks
up a
like.
quick
I don't want to
Google?
know what he looks. Okay,
Let's
okay,
just-
I think that would be
all right,
great.
well,
Can we
let's
just
see.
just
Let's
so
see
we just so
Destiny.
there's a little
So that
context?
everybody knows what he looks like now.
By the way, Destiny, is
Does
this? Am I abusing? Is this like a
No.
little?
No.
Am I?
Oh,
I just,
boy.
I'm not. I just want people to know what he looks like. 'Cause it's
I mean,
like-
I saw cuck, so I said cuck.
Oh my God.
I just want people. Eric, Google Destiny. Hello. Oh, that works too.
Uh-oh.
Okay. All right.
Okay, the blue hair tells me everything I need to know.
Drag
Don't-
Queen Story Hour?
Hey, don't judge a book by its cover. Listen, there's him and his 4 wives.
His 4 wives.
I think no, he has 1 wife.
How did he accumulate this many concubines? That's my question.
He look at that. Is that a conductor's
I
hat?
remember when he fought the Undertaker in that cage match. And I'm sorry, I'm too old. I apologize.
Should we also? Would girls? Destiny.
Oh, yeah.
He's
Smash
like,
or pass, go.
Smash or pass. By the way, just some context. Like Destiny, he's like, he's super high IQ dude. Like I think Destiny's super intelligent guy, successful Twitch not Twitch streamer anymore. Sorry, Destiny. Successful streamer, successful doing content creation. Super intelligent dude. Probably like one of the top debaters out there. And
Zestiny.
Zestiny, is that what it's called? He does have blue
He's
hair.
zesty, very
Some girls
zesty.
are down with
Very
the blue hair.
zesty,
Some
very zesty, zestiny.
Zesty.
Zesty, yeah, zestiny.
Okay. Avery, would you
Just based off his looks, yeah, I think
Okay.
he looks good.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Smash.
Smash. Okay. Oh, see. Boom. All right.
There it
Girl,
is.
you will break the internet if you did that shit.
Wait, pass. Is it the blue hair? Is it?
Smash or pass.
I just
Not your
don't
type?
like what he's into.
What's
like
your-
with his morals, I just not.
Is your type more like teardrop tattoo?
No, it's somebody who can make me laugh and share the same
He's
things
funny.
that I like.
Destiny's funny. He's a funny guy. He's smart too.
I guess I have to meet him.
Okay.
Face to face.
Can I arrange a meeting between you and Destiny? Like maybe like it could be a triple date or something like you guys. What? Sorry. I'm
Probably
sorry.
got different dates.
I don't mean
Right.
to. I'm kind of like okay. All right. Whatever. What
Take-
about you?
take
Would
birth
Would you
control.
date him? Would you go
Me?
for Would you go for Destiny? Not your
Complete
type.
pass.
Okay. What?
Hardcore pass.
Bro, you guys are ruthless. What about you?
I already said
Into
everything.
the mic.
I think we know her.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe she.
Opinion on this.
You know what though? Maybe despite her scathing review, she might still be down.
What's his favorite video game? That's my question.
We should set you up with
it's,
Nick
what
Fuentes.
Does
You're
anybody
saying
know
there's a
what's
chance.
that game he plays with the? It's
Factorio.
robot.
League of Legends.
No. It's he plays it while he's like streaming. You should know.
Factorio?
This. Factorio. Thank you. It's Factorio.
I've never heard of that.
I think I should set him up with it while he's on the stream. By the way, he should like I maybe one of the Game Boys he can play while he's on the stream. What about you? Down for Destiny?
Hell no.
Into the mic, please.
Hell no.
Oh,
Kylie,
okay.
you like that blue hair?
Oh, fuck that.
Come on, man.
All right. I don't think he's in the chat anymore.
Snappy dresser, funny, humorous. No.
Okay. Well then. Hey, last call. Anybody? Before I wrap up here.